Chapter 1, Back-to-Back Traverser. The cold river water irritated Harvey's skin, his eyes, nose, and mouth were submerged by the river water. He was struggling to breathe but choked on a few more mouthfuls. The nausea of cold foreign objects pouring into his stomach made him feel at a loss. The senses, his head was in a mess, and he didn't even know why he appeared here. Wow! Cough cough wow wow hoo hoo ah! Harvey felt a pulling sensation coming from behind him, and he was finally able to escape from the smell of the smelly gutter. He gasped for breath, his respiratory tract and eyes were sorely choked by the river. Where is this place? He moved his body and realized that he was with a rope. The night was dim. He was collapsing on the edge of a river. He was just taken out of the river and his body was soaked. When the cold wind blew, he couldn't help but beat him. She shuddered and looked around in confusion. Surrounded by him were several sturdy men with fierce expressions, barely seeing them through the dim street lights. Foreigner? Harvey snorted and wanted to say something. A strange memory suddenly appeared in his mind telling him where it is, who he is, and who these strong men in front of him are. This message was passed into his mind along with the memory. Harvey's thoughts were so confused that he couldn't take care of it. After taking a few breaths, his stomach twitched and vomited out the river water he had swallowed along with the bread he had eaten for dinner. Wow! In front of him, a middle-aged man dressed as a gentleman in a black suit disliked covering his nose with a handkerchief. The crutches held by the other hand pressed against Harvey's forehead and said slowly, "Dear Mr. Harvey, you are in our company. The loan has been overdue for more than 1 month. During this month, our company has spent a lot of effort to catch you here. You can tell me how you were committed when you borrowed money. As the Adrian family, the descendants don't have the glory of being a nobleman. It's really a shame. Maybe I should send you to court, where you will be judged fairly." Harvey felt much better after vomiting, coughing a few times, struggling to look up at the middle-aged man dressed as the gentleman. Wait, Mr. Lester, I still need a little time to get the payment. Your loan? I just came across this routine?" Harvey was scolded in his heart, but in the body of this person named Harvey, the soul came from an ordinary young man on earth. After accepting the memory of this body, he understood how things happened. First of all, this body, the owner, is the heir of a declining aristocratic family, followed by a very old-fashioned dude. He was used to spending money lavishly, and he borrowed money from private banks when he lost his family's property. But he fell to his current situation. He was okay and enjoyed it. Hand all the mess to him, a hard-working traverser. Scolding, he still has to find a solution to the predicament in front of him, otherwise it is him who will suffer in the end. The gentleman named Lester clenched his crutches and said with disdain, "Tell me, how about getting it together? The Adrian family filed for bankruptcy 3 years ago. Give you some time to get 30 barons. 30? I remember I only borrowed 10 gold barons from you. 10 gold barons can allow Harvey to keep the nobles happy for a while. The average family uses 1 baron a month. Loan gold coins. 30 gold coins are a costly expense for ordinary nobles, and the tripling of them makes Harvey unacceptable. This is the consequence of your breach of contract and the total amount of effort we spent searching for you. If you are dissatisfied, you can go to court to bring a lawsuit." Harvey's face was gloomy, and after thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, but I need time to raise money. In my memory, the contract signed by the body owner does have a treaty that is several times overdue. Is he a pig? The laws of this world have not yet been perfected to the extent that they provide for lending." Lester nodded to the thugs next to him. When Harvey secretly said something was wrong, he was grabbed by the thugs and punched in the stomach. Ah! With the pain and suffocation coming from his abdomen, he fell on the floor and gasped. Lester, dressed as a gentleman, pressed his crutches on the back of his hand and sneered, and said with a sneer, "Mr. Adrian, is that the same trick? Do you want to use it for us a second time?" Unfortunately, there are only two options for you now. Maybe you can choose to sell your maid or wait for the court to decide. It is said that there are two options. In fact, the latter is basically intimidation. For Harvey Adrian himself, a former aristocrat who was sued by a bank will probably become the laughingstock of the upper class. For Harvey, who has always maintained his aristocratic style, it is impossible to accept an option. Now Harvey doesn't care about the so-called reputation, but he is not stupid enough to choose this option. Harvey breathed hard. After a while, he looked up at the indifferent gentleman and said in a hard tone, "Sorry, I can't choose either of these options. Mr. Lester can choose to drown me here or wait. In a period of time, I promise to prepare 30 gold barons to pay off the debt." Lester was a little surprised to look down at the fine-skinned noble son. He originally thought that he would be thrown into the river and flooded. After a few words of intimidation, he would obediently sell the maid to offset his loan. Harvey smiled firmly in his eyes, and nodded to the beater next to him. Then Harvey was beaten again and again by thugs. He curled up silently, covering his head with his hands to endure the suffering. The thugs obviously do this often, and they know that they are not greeted to the vitals of the body. Harvey was beaten as a sandbag for several minutes. You read www.yuyugonshu.com. Lester asked again, "Then Mr. Adrian, have you changed your mind?" With a hot pain all over, Harvey scolded his mother in his heart or shook his head and refused. He looked straight at the gentleman and said hard, "Mr. Lester, although the Adrian family has fallen, you should know we are still part of the social world. Swear in the name of the Adrian family, I only need a little time, for you this is more valuable than a corpse." The so-called social world refers to the upper class. Harvey's words are guaranteed and threatening. The Adrian family has fallen, but no one knows what kind of intertwined relationships this ancient family will have. If things go wrong, the people who had been related to the Adrian family saw this incident. Even if they were unhappy, they would endure the catastrophe. The real situation is only understood by Harvey himself. The rules of the upper class are very cruel. The Adrian family belongs to the eliminated member and has no status at all. Lester's face was uncertain, and he approached Harvey and warned, "Well, we will give you another month. After 1 month, if you can't take out 30 balloon gold coins, we will formally file a lawsuit in the court. And demanded to repay 10 times the amount. I hope you can be clear about the stakes in this." After finishing speaking, he ordered his subordinates to untie Harvey's rope and leave here. At this time, Harvey was able to relax, staggering to a wall and sitting down to look around the surrounding environment, surrounded by old Victorian-style buildings, angular, or Gothic, or Renaissance, or Greek style, looks quite exquisite and beautiful, the glass windows shining dim light, lightly illuminating the river that flooded him just now. The river is muddy, and he is disgusted at the thought of just taking a few sips. Chapter 2, Civilization and Barbarism Coexist. He knew that Lester dressed as a gentleman would not be able to kill him. He was the heir to the Adrian family. Although he fell in the family, he still had a little reputation among the upper class in the city, so he was very firm. The private banks in Leicester are backed by new aristocrats and merchants, and they will not provoke the old aristocratic system for the mere dozens of barons, even if the possibility is very small. Harvey's thoughts are chaotic, and the first thing he needs to figure out is his identity after the memories of the two worlds merge. Ordinary people from the earth or the heirs of the fallen nobles in this world. Thinking about a few moral issues, Harvey is convinced that his 3 views should belong to visitors from another world, and he maintains a standpoint from the earth for many of his views on things. That is to say, the soul where, is it unfortunate or lucky? If God can give me another chance, I am willing to use Traverse to win hundreds of millions of lottery tickets. It is much harder to traverse comparable to winning the lottery. He leaned back against the corner and smiled bitterly. Talking to himself, his drenched clothes stuck to his body, and as the night breeze was blowing through his bones, he could vaguely smell the stench from the river on his body. The memory gradually became clear. and he recalled all of this world. The world is currently in a stage similar to the second technological revolution. Steam engines, internal combustion engines, and electrical appliances are all available. They are very similar to the British Victorian period. However, one thing that makes him excited about this world is the existence of so-called spellcasters, as we all know, the Adrian family. The creator is a well-known spellcaster. The memory obtained can be convinced that there is magic in this world, but it does not seem to be a D&D system nor a blue bar mage. It is a bit like the low magic world of Harry Potter. There are records in history that there are still worlds thousands of years ago. Fantasy species like elves and giant dragons. Harvey touched his chin and fell into contemplation, recalling the pitiful amount of knowledge stored in his mind. The original owner of this body was an ignorant one, and couldn't find more useful ones. Knowledge. After pondering for a long time, he stood up with a long sigh and helped the wall to travel to another world. He owed a lot of money to others. He was just an ordinary traveler. If he was given opportunities and a lot of resources, he would be confident to create a career. However, as a declining noble, he really has no confidence to live in this world. There is no welfare for the transversal. At least give me the capital to live in this world. If there is nothing, it is better to relax and play on the computer at home. It's really bad. Harvey whispered with a grievance on his face. He must first. Acknowledging the fact that he is an ordinary person, he has not even killed a chicken himself. There is no such thing as a golden finger helping him estimate whether he can pay back that sum of money is a problem. He also understands that the current situation is irreversible, and he adjusts his mentality and prepares. Think about the days to come. He didn't plan to spend the night by the river drenched all over. He came to the main street of the city through an alley. The sound of the hustle and bustle was clear and audible. After crossing the alley, Harvey only felt his eyes shine and entered a new country. The city is very lively at night. Black horse-drawn carriages hurriedly drove on the road. Different shops were driving on both sides of the sidewalk. Women in costumes could occasionally be seen coming in and out of them. A street lamp erected every 10 meters clearly reflected the street scene. Every detail. The roadside beggars' dim eyes, the ladies covered their lips and laughed arrogantly when they talked, the roadside enthusiasts held the violin in their hands, and the dark corners hidden by the buildings, some of the wandering warriors with light makeup were talking. Guests make indescribable transactions, as if breaking into the junction of civilization and barbarism. Life, the sound of carriages and horses, and the sound of violin are endless. Harvey's original dress is not bad. He is a type who knows his identity at a glance when he walks on the road. After being thrown into the river and soaked, his carefully groomed hair turns into seaweed, and the man's perfume is covered by the foul smell and is customized. The high-end dress, especially the white shirt, was stained with the filth of the river, and his image was no different from that of a beggar on the street. Really good. Harvey admired the town scenery in front of him from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps the scene was not as prosperous as the small town streets in the world he was in. The strong Renaissance and Gothic style made him shine. When he was amazed, the woman passing by him covered her nose and glanced at him in disgust. Even if he gave money, he would be disgusted by Lu Ying. He sniffed the stench of his clothes for a while helplessly, and summoned a carriage. The groom sitting on the top of the carriage looked at him embarrassed and hesitated for a while before letting him get in the carriage. After entering the carriage, Harvey did not sit on the red cushion. In places where he looks like it is not easy to find a carriage that is willing to pick him up, it soiled the decoration inside, and the coachman didn't make enough money to clean it. Went back to his residence and ordered the only maid in the mansion to pay for the car. He hurried to the bathroom to take a shower. Even cold water was much better than the foul-smelling river water. Harvey Adrian lives in a pretty good place. He originally owned a more luxurious and beautiful house, which was the property of the Adrian family, but he sold it at a low price 3 years ago and obtained thousands of balloons. The gold coins have been squandered by him in the past few years. Although the place he lives now is good, he rents it for 5 balloon gold coins a month. This city is in autumn. After a cold shower, he felt that he had taken half of his life in. His skin was blue and purple. If he was stimulated by the cold water, he could feel the pain of the flesh, and he could see it when he came out of the bathroom. The neat suit was folded in front of him. Remember that her name is Shirley. Harvey put on her clothes. Yu read the book www.yuyugonshu.com and knew that the maid who depended on him was preparing for him. Shirley was the slave of his parents when the Adrian family hadn't completely declined. I bought it from the market. It is said that I have a lost elven blood. When I bought it, I spent hundreds of balloon gold coins. The subtle thing is that when he thinks of the maid, Harvey feels inexplicably fearful in his heart. After changing his clothes, Harvey came to his bedroom to clear his thoughts. He was dizzy and very uncomfortable. He felt that he could not get up again after he fell on the bed with a lead-filled body. After a while, he fell into a semi-coma state, and his consciousness was already incapable of thinking. All kinds of noisy sounds and movie clips came from his ears. It was the growth of Harvey Adrian, the original owner of the body, from childhood to childhood. Memories, these memories are all accepted and absorbed by Harvey while sleeping. Lived a wealthy and worry-free life after an hour. Soon after his parents passed away unexpectedly, the picture of his memory began to lose color. And the next thing was his memories of lingering in various luxury places. The next day, Harvey, who was more mentally and physically more comfortable, could look at himself. There was a dressing table in his bedroom, and the tabletop was full of various bottles, some for men. Perfume, some are for skin care. Harvey looked at the strange self in the mirror. He didn't look handsome. Fortunately, his facial features and the bridge of his nose were straight. With skin that was comparable to women, he had the potential to make a pale face. Just when he was considering whether to hook up some ladies to help him pay off his debts, a mysterious message suddenly flooded into his mind. He was startled first, and then overjoyed. I'll go. There really is. The things he wanted most finally came. It had always existed in his consciousness before, but because his consciousness was very unstable last night, he didn't notice these mysterious information. Chapter 3, Panel. Harvey Adrian. Physique, 9. Intelligence, 11. Charm, 10. Spirit, 12. Dexterity, 11. Energy, 8/10. Weakness. Remaining distribution points, 1. Skills, no. Talent. Magic talent. Level, D. Description, it seems that because of the blood of the caster, he is closer to the etheric element than ordinary people. If he learns magic from a young age, he may be able to sense the magic network and become an official spellcaster. Harvey's mouth grinned, and the arc became more and more crooked to the root of his ears. He swept away the depression and decadence just now, stroked his palm and laughed, it's really there. According to my own understanding of novels and RPG-type games, I can't understand the function of similar attribute panels. He called out from his heart. Sure enough, his mind clearly showed the same attribute panel as before. The first is to understand the attribute template. The meaning of each attribute. When he has this idea, relevant explanatory information automatically flows into his consciousness. Intelligence is literal, and it also affects the spells of the prophecy system. Spirit is closely related to intelligence, but an increase in mental strength does not mean that the caster's intelligence will increase, and it is the attribute that has the greatest impact on the cast. Dexterity is similar to agility. It will affect Harvey's mastery of skills. With dexterity, he can learn swordsmanship faster, and he can learn drawing or needlework better. The other attributes are basically literal. Each attribute is inextricably linked. The attribute panel is just the data presented in Harvey's most intuitive way. After understanding this, he checked the remaining allocated points. The data in the attribute panel is defined by adult males as 10. The number of allocated points for 1 point seems to be very small, but the actual impact is huge. Take his original level as an athlete in the world as an example. The world's top 100-meter sprint record is about 10 seconds, and the average person can run 15 or 16 seconds. In other words, the world's top athlete record is only half the difference from the average person. The athlete still belongs to a certain athlete. The type of continuous professional training. This 1 point of assignable points seems to be the reward he got for completing the task last night. Escape from tiger's mouth, completed. Explanation: find a way to get out of this dangerous situation. Reward: 1 dispensable distribution point. This is a live-action RPG game? But his physique is worse than that of an average adult male. Harvey smashed his mouth, thinking about trying to concentrate and add the so-called assignable points to his intelligence. He suddenly felt a warm current that made him feel more comfortable injected into his head. The drowsiness of consciousness was swept away, the mind could imagine and understand things more clearly, and the memory became more profound. This feeling is fleeting, and Harvey returns to reality before he can enjoy it. He can clearly feel the strange changes in consciousness. It is really not bluffing to come to this thing. 12-point intelligence, IQ equal to 1.2 times that of ordinary people, in the eyes of ordinary people, is a complete genius. I still have a talent for magic, which is a great thing. I must go the way of a spellcaster in the future. Otherwise, I will still be a salted fish. Harvey is pleased to accept the panel information. Not everyone in this world can learn magic. There is no one in the world with magic talents, and most of them are inherited by blood. This is the root cause of the decline of magic in this world. With the development of the times, the decline of magic and the progress of science and technology, most people think that there is no longer a need for magicians, and the status of spellcasters has plummeted. Although it is still a respected profession, it is far less respectable than Tianwei in the past. He tossed the property panel in his mind. There was a knock on the wooden door of the bedroom. Before he could say a word, the wooden door was opened. An elegant woman dressed in a classical maid costume pushed in and saw Harvey, who had woken up. Some accidents. Good morning, sir. Today, Harvey can take a good look at the maid who takes care of him and understand why the original owner of this body feels afraid. In front of him was a tall woman, wearing a black and white traditional maid outfit. The black skirt was matched with a white apron. The hem of the ruffled skirt almost dropped to the floor. Years of washing made the hem of the white skirt slightly yellow. Maybe it's because of her elf blood. Her appearance is very beautiful. She has been doing housework, but her skin is more white and flawless than Harvey, who has been caring for it. Her black hair is coiled up and fixed with a maid's hat. A white lace ribbon fell down, and finally her eyes. It was appropriate to use the term gujing wubo, calm and with the coldness of autumn rain, and when squinted, it became as sharp as a blade. Shirley Adrian, her full name, acting as a maid and sister, has taken care of Harvey since she was a child. It is because of her unsmiling and the right to discipline her parents that Harvey has always had a psychological shadow on her, even though she is regarded as she exists as a family, but because of her own lifestyle, she will deliberately avoid her. She came in with the tray in both hands, put down a cup of hot milk and the sandwich set on the tray, with a copy of today's newspaper. "Master, what happened yesterday?" Shirley asked softly, her voice as cold and calm as hers. Harvey's heart beats. It feels like being asked by the teacher why he didn't do his homework when he was a student on Earth. Damn it, it's not because of a guilty conscience by yourself. Besides, I am not Harvey now, why should I feel uneasy? He touched his stomach. He had already vomited out for dinner yesterday. When he saw the sandwiches, his intense hunger made his stomach gurgle softly. He came to the table and sat down to pick up the sandwiches and ate them vaguely. Nothing. I just accidentally fell into the puddle, because this date between me and Miss Catherine was messed up, which is really unlucky. He was fortunate that he protected his face when he was beaten last night. The bruises were mostly on him, and he couldn't see it without taking off his clothes. Shirley nodded, and stood beside him silently, waiting for him to finish breakfast. After Mimi finished drinking a cup of hot milk, Harvey asked intentionally or unintentionally, "Shirley, is the living expenses enough?" "Yes, there is about 1,400 barons, which can be used until next month." The baron pound is a newly promulgated paper currency system in this country. The exchange rate with the baron gold coin is about 105:1. A baron gold coin can be exchanged for 105 baron pounds, which belongs to the old currency system. Because the relationship between the production materials itself has a certain value, so the baron gold coin is still an important currency recognized by the public. Shirley's living expenses are basically given to her by Harvey every month. Harvey's money comes from the family property that he sold 3 years ago, but from Harvey's memory, it can be known that he has no savings now. It is 10 gold baron coins. Otherwise they would not choose to borrow from private banks such as Leicester. Harvey thought about it. The bankruptcy could really collect 30 barons to pay off the debt, but if he did that, he could only drink northwest wind from the next moment, and reluctantly shook his head to give up the idea. After Harvey had breakfast, Shirley packed up the tableware and left, while he picked up the newspaper and looked through it to find useful information. Newspapers still have a hint of warmth. The printing technology in this world is not well developed. The inks of the newspapers that were printed urgently overnight were not completely dry when they were on sale. There are also reasons for the cold and wet weather. The newspapers presented to the owner should generally be hot in advance. The bucket is scalded. Harvey read the newspaper page by page to learn about the latest news of the world. After reading it for a while, he fixed his eyes on the advertisement on the left side of the newspaper. "Yes." Harvey laughed out loud, "There is no way out of the sky. There are so many beautiful things in the world. It may be a bold adventure, it may be a crazy idea, or it may be the beauty that exists in dreams. The beautiful things need to be witnessed. Why not mention that your pen will belong to your own story? Write it down, just like a heroic epic. The world will witness, the words will spread it widely, and your thoughts will be preserved forever. We are looking for the most talented novels. Looking forward to your submission. Leonard Press. Chapter 4, Novel Creation. The essay advertisement published in the newspaper. To say that the level of civilization in this world is actually not low, although it is not as good as the modern era of the information explosion, it is also in an explosive state. Those fairy tales that scare children and the heroic epics sung by wandering poets cannot meet the needs of people, especially among the nobles. In the field, having read the works of well-known novelists or poets of such and such can be a capital of ostentation, representing the educational difference between them and the ignorant masses. Harvey doesn't understand poetry, novels are his area of expertise. When he was still on the earth, he was a fan of online novels. It is no exaggeration to say that the number of words in the novel he read is more than the number of words in the collection of a library in this world, and he has also studied the field of online novels and planned to write one that belongs to. Of course, my work is not very satisfactory. His novels don't have the slightest advantage in the modern era of the information explosion, but there are not so many demanding requirements in this world that is still in the transition of civilization and barbarism. The world's literary field is undergoing an explosive development period. Ordinary civilians have also begun to come into contact with literary works because of the popularization of books. The society's thirst for culture is like a bottomless sinkhole. Online novels do not have an advantage in the face of traditional literature. Coupled with the cultural differences between the two worlds, Harvey's experience in creating online novels does not help Harvey at all. Harvey's huge advantage in the field of novels is to broaden his horizons, and secondly, even if he cannot refer to the internet, his experience in novel creation and Western classical literature can also inspire him. The three Bronte sisters' works Jane Eyre and Wuthering Heights, which once made a sensation in the literary world of London, the foggy capital of England, are one of the most famous popular novels in the world. The Earl of Monte Cristo, the scientific novel 20,000 Miles Under the Sea, and even it can be used in the Grimm's fairy tale series full of fairy tales. Haven't you ever seen a pig run if you haven't eaten pork? Harvey has indeed never dabbled in traditional literature, but these works are not only presented in words, but also in more specific and more appealing film expressions. Before Y Way crossed, he liked the English period dramas full of Victorian style, and the slightly famous English period dramas were basically adaptations of famous classical novels. If you are selected in this essay advertisement, you will be awarded the Leonard Award issued by Leonard Press for the most talented work, including a pure gold medal and 5,000 barons. It's been a month. It's been evaluated by the publishing house staff and all readers who watched the collection. It seems to be tailor-made to solve his current situation. Harvey's eyes are shining to lock in the prize money for the essay advertisement. It is difficult for him to spend a month. Time to collect 30 Baron gold coins. The essay activity held by Leonard Press is a good choice. After being selected, the bonus is enough to pay off his debts at one time. On the other hand, as an author, he also enjoys royalties from the novel. The fame of being selected for the novel will surely increase greatly, and the royalties will allow him to worry about food and clothing for several years. The question is he capable of picking this attractive fruit in front of him? Harvey's eyes fell to the deadline for the essay displayed under the ad, and he frowned. The essay advertisement has been published for a while, and the deadline is within this week, which means there are 5 days left. It must be prepared as soon as possible. When he made up his mind, another mysterious message appeared in his mind. There was no text to explain, but Harvey could understand the meaning of the message. The mysterious attribute panel in his head was not for him abilities for nothing, it was more like a mission system. Only Harvey pays a price to complete something to get rewards, and the rewards are as good or bad as the impact he has caused. If he becomes a world-famous novelist, then the mysterious system in his head can even make him one of the top spellcasters in the world at once. Harvey is even more excited. This is a great thing for him. He is very interested in magic, but the threshold and mystery of magic make it impossible for him to get started. Now he can't touch this domain. If he can get the mysterious system in his head, it's much easier to use this as a springboard to become a formal caster than to use conventional means to become a caster. Time is running out. Harvey dare not delay for a moment, and tells Shirley to prepare a sandwich for him and put on his coat and leave the mansion. He lives in a prosperous area, the roads are spacious and unobstructed, and the streets are neatly paved. Floor tiles come and go are basically well-dressed gentlemen and ladies. Being able to live in such a place is itself a status symbol. Stopped a carriage and ordered the coachman to go to the library not far from this street. After getting off the bus, pay the coachman £2. In front of him is a Victorian-style complex building. Victorian style is a very general term. It actually contains no less than 10 architectural styles, each of which has distinctive features. Characteristic: this building combines plural styles to interpret the beauty of Western-style classical architecture, and its grade is obviously much higher than that of the surrounding buildings. Harvey pushed the door in. As soon as he arrived at the counter, a well-dressed woman asked respectfully, "Sir, how can I help you?" Harvey was a little surprised. According to his understanding, there are not so many jobs available for women in this world. The Elroy Library is also the name of the city. The interior of the library is spacious and bright. There are 2 floors. The shelves filled with books are neatly arranged. One can't help but wonder if one of the columns will be overthrown. It will cause a domino effect. In addition to the bookshelves, tables and chairs are placed for borrowers to read. There are also carefully taken care of flower pots in the corners. The quiet and comfortable environment is no less than that of modern libraries on Earth. The Elroy Library is donated by the Elroy family. Most of the books are in the collections of the Elroy family or common books bought from various places. UU Reading www.uugonshu.com is generally only available to people with identities. People and students from some schools in this city watched and read. It is impossible for ordinary civilians to come here if they are not introduced by someone with status and status. Harvey was thankful that he still had the identity of a nobleman. He took off his hat and put it on his chest and said in a warm voice, "Yes, ma'am. I want to apply for a loan certificate here. May I ask what procedures are needed?" "Okay, please leave your identity information here." After completing the form and paying a gold baron coin, after the library staff confirmed his identity, Harvey obtained the library's loan certificate, which is a small document-like book with instructions and borrowing records. Time does not allow him to hesitate. When he came here in a carriage, Harvey thought about which novel to write. The works of the three Bronte sisters were not suitable for him. The cultural style of 20,000 Miles Under the Sea was quite different from the world's cultural style. A certain risk, thinking about it, Harvey decided to write a popular novel in the budding stage of this world, The Count of Monte Cristo. There are considerable cultural differences between the two worlds. For example, the protagonist in Count of Monte Cristo was framed because of Napoleon's letters. Napoleon does not exist in this world, and he needs to find an existence with a similar status in the history of this world. It's not that he is nitpicking. The world's culture is not yet very developed. Without actual history as the writing background, the attractiveness and value of the novel will be greatly reduced. And he still needs to take a good look at the translation of novels. What he speaks now is neither English nor Chinese. It is a language that has not been touched at all. The translation work is not done well, and no matter how good a novel is, it is a pearl of dust. Harvey stood in front of the huge bookshelf and sighed with intricate thoughts. There are still 5 days before the deadline for the essay submission. The creation needs are eliminated, leaving him running out of time to consult materials. Chapter 5, Popular Masterpiece. What kind of novel is The Count of Monte Cristo? As one of the world's masterpieces, many people think that this novel must be very esoteric and difficult to understand. Just looking at the title of the book, it feels like a biography of a famous historical figure. The actual Count of Monte Cristo is classified as a historical popular fiction. The two characters are popular enough to explain the nature of the novel. It is in line with the nature of The Water Margin, one of the 4 great Chinese classics. The Count of Monte Cristo is about a captain who was framed and imprisoned. After more than 10 years in prison, I met a lunatic priest. Later, he learned knowledge from the priest, analyzed who was the person who framed him, and finally found the treasure left by the Italian nobles through the treasure map left by the priest. The Count of Monte Cristo avenged those who framed him. Putting aside the limitations of the times, The Count of Monte Cristo is a cool essay in the online mode. Edmond Dantes was once an energetic captain, who is about to marry his beloved and embark on the pinnacle of life. Xiao Yan was once a stunning genius, breaking countless family training records. Edmond Dantes was framed by a friend and went to jail. Xiao Yan was reduced to waste for unknown reasons. Edmond Dantes met the identity of Faria, his benefactor of his life, helped him analyze the person who framed him, and granted him the power of knowledge. Xiao Yan met the mysterious old man Yao Lao who changed his waste material career and granted him the ability to make alchemy. Edmond Dantes' fiancée remarries her enemy. Xiao Yan's fiancée came over to divorce. Of course, The Count of Monte Cristo can become a world masterpiece, of course, not because of such simple reasons. It is a revenge drama in a cool text mode. It has many explorations of human nature and descriptions of the dark side, even if it settles into the era of the information explosion. It is a masterpiece not to be missed, and the limitations of the times are enough to prove that this work is excellent. Taking into account both literary and popular entertainment is an important reason why Harvey chose this novel to create. Harvey found the bookshelf that records the history of this world, and rummaged through books looking for the background of the story creation Count of Monte Cristo. When he removed several historical and biographical books from the bookshelf, he suddenly saw someone who surprised him. A young girl who is not much different from him is standing in front of the same column of bookshelves. She is wearing a school uniform that should be a certain college. The school uniform is British style. The women's suit is matched with a knee-length skirt, and the golden wavy hair shawl is exquisite and beautiful. But there was a cold arrogance that turned away thousands of miles away, and the slightly raised eyes always felt arrogant. Perhaps because of the girl's delicate appearance, the arrogance on her body would not be too offensive. Diana Cromwell, who is the fiancée of Harvey Adrian. There are huge class differences in this world. Although social culture extols free love, it is actually as ridiculous as gentlemen respecting ladies. It is the right class concept that governs marriage. The marriage of Harvey Adrian and Diana Cromwell was agreed by Harvey Adrian himself for no other reason but a combination of interests. If the previous Adrian family still looked down upon Diana, Diana was born in a merchant family, and the Cromwell Chamber of Commerce in Elroy is one of the famous chambers of commerce in Elroy, specializing in selling all kinds of toys. You can find everything from internal combustion engine cars to magic items made by spellcasters, and the targeted customers are basically young nobles who are interested in this aspect. Harvey Adrian is one of them. When the Adrian family declared bankruptcy, Diana's father took the initiative to ask for a kiss. What was it for? This answer is very simple: social status. A few decades ago, businessmen were businessmen for their entire lives, and their status was only slightly better than that of common people. Now that the civilization is enlightened, different class ideas have suffered a huge impact. In order for businessmen to enter the circle of nobles, the simplest and most effective way is to find the declining nobles to marry them, so that they can enter the social circles of the real power class without fail. The nobles who fall into the family line generally do not refuse. Joint marriage allows the merchants to obtain social status, and the nobles obtain the merchants' wealth. As just said, the current era promotes free love and women's rights, and the actual status of women is as unbearable as commodities. The law expressly stipulates that wives are the husband's property, and women have no right to vote, sue, and property rights. Because of the same social environment, the works of the three Bronte sisters caused a sensation in the fog of England at the beginning. Their identity as female writers and their depiction of women's pursuit of love stories subverted the common sense of that era, and at the same time catered to the needs of public opinion at the time. In such an era, trading a daughter for the title of nobility is a very worthwhile transaction for merchants. The original owner of the body, Harvey Adrian, did not have a good impression of Diana. There are beautiful ladies everywhere, and they can even hook up those noble ladies without paying the price. Why look at the face of a businessman's daughter? The reason for agreeing to the marriage with Diana was entirely because her father was willing to provide the Adrian family with 100 barons every year before getting married. Diana in front of the bookshelf with one hand on his hips and a book in one hand, with a few exceptions in her arrogant eyes, she said in a natural tone, "It's really unexpected. I didn't expect you to come to such a place because of the nobles." A game between. The Harvey Adrian she remembered was an unlearned playboy, a type who had no money but had to go for it, and she was completely disgusted by it. She is not opposed to her marriage with Harvey. UU reading www.uugonshu.com has no right to choose. This is beneficial to her Chamber of Commerce, and with Harvey Adrian's character, even marriage does not restrict her. It will be big. The natural tone, the natural inquiries, the natural arrogance, not so much the question is more like a kind of contempt towards Harvey. Harvey smiled and didn't care to answer. The aristocratic circle is not as simple as you think. If you don't read a little book, it is easy to get out of touch with the social world, especially when facing a smart woman like you. Don't find something you are interested in. The topic is easy to be hated. His evaluation of Diana was that she was born with the wrong gender. The problem was not her appearance and temperament. Her arrogance was accompanied by her natural ability to help her father deal with the Chamber of Commerce issues. At the same time, her academic performance was top in her school level. Harvey can occasionally hear Diana's name from her peers. If she is a male, she will definitely become a great businessman, and even become a real nobleman and become the top figure in the social world. In modern times, Diana is also a strong woman. Diana raised her eyebrows, and Harvey's words were a joke. However, her impression of Harvey remained the same as before. She sounded sarcasm, and her tone was not convinced. I can understand this as a sarcasm to me. I am still a man. As a student of Adolph College, studying is a student's own job, but you, really understand the books in front of you? This is not a place where noble princes come to play. Harvey said frankly, I hate boring things, and these books are the same, but there is no way I can find some historical biography about the king, preferably similar to a good king being framed or imprisoned for seizing power. Do you have any clues? He is looking for Napoleon's stand-in and the background of the story in The Count of Monte Cristo. Chapter 6, Standing on the Head of a Giant. Diana walked to Harvey, raised her small head and stared straight at Harvey with her beautiful eyes. The distance was very close. Harvey could vaguely smell the fragrance from her body, because the expression in her eyes was too straight. He didn't do anything wrong or made him subconsciously turn his head and dare not look at her. Diana saw that Harvey's face didn't seem to be joking. She hugged her hands and gestured to him to move the movable wooden stairs not far away. He was very relieved to see that she was willing to help Harvey. He was ignorant of the world and couldn't even call out the full name of the previous monarch of his country. It would be a waste of time to find the historical background that met the requirements one by one. Harvey Adrian usually has nothing to do with Diana. Her erudite comments are heard from others. He was too busy pushing the movable stairs for stepping over, and Diana stepped on the stairs to remove several thick books from the shelves and asked, "Why do you need such historical stories and want to show your political ambitions these books? It's not suitable, let alone you are not a material for being a politician." From Harvey's perspective, you can appreciate the graceful curves of her slender legs, leaving no traces, and candidly replied, "I need to create a novel, and the novel to be written must use a similar historical background." Diana Binksue was smart. She was briefly surprised when she heard the word need for creation, and then she knew what Harvey wanted to do. She motioned him to push the movable ladder aside. She took out the books on the shelf and frowned and said, "It's Renner, the German publishing house's essay? There is still 1 week away from the deadline. Now you are looking for creative materials, which really fits the theme of this essay." He spoke naturally with ridicule, disdainful of this essay advertisement and Harvey's half-hearted approach. "What do you mean?" Harvey stroked his chin in a daze, feeling that there was something in her words. Diana got down the stairs with a few books and pushed the movable stairs back to the original place without paying attention. "It's nothing, you are just wasting time. There are many historical figures that meet your requirements. If you are writing stories, these books record the deeds of the 5th king of the Augustine kingdom. He was a wise monarch who wanted to save the country from decline. However, because of the obstruction of the corrupt nobles, he was slandered and imprisoned. 3 years later, he was sent to the guillotine by the nobles. Ironically, because of the noble propaganda, all the people agreed that he was a mediocre monarch who ignored state affairs and only enjoyed pleasure." She gave the book in her hand to Harvey, looked into his eyes and continued to explain, "You should have heard this story. It has been included in the textbook in some colleges to describe the consequences of blindly acting. It meets your requirements." "Hey!" The latter sentence is more like saying to Harvey. He looked at the books in his hand that were as thick as the Xinhua dictionary. The 4 books were The Glory of Augustine, The Autobiography of Augustine v. Blinded Eyes, The Kingdom Collapse. The popularity and fit are very high with Napoleon, so he nodded to thank her. "Thank you very much, Ms. Cromwell." "Mr. Adrian, it's rude. Diana picked up her golden hair in her ears, glanced lightly at Harvey, and left here. If it's a male, it fits the image of Prince Charming perfectly. Harvey, the background who watched Diana leave, sighed inwardly. He sat down in a remote place in the library and began to read the historical biographical books Diana found for him. Unsurprisingly, he expected the content of the book to be very boring, not as interesting as a history textbook. He found a notebook to bite the bullet and study it. He reads the book very fast, and only when he finds useful information will he stop and take a closer look. The content recorded in several books fits with the background of the Count of Monte Cristo. Harvey stayed in the library from morning to night to concentrate on his research. When he was hungry, he ate the sandwich lunch prepared for him by Shirley, and when he was thirsty, he asked the librarian for a glass of boiled water. In the evening, Harvey, who had gained a lot of money, returned to his home. When Shirley was preparing dinner, he had no choice but to find that although the house was good, there was no study room for office use, and he couldn't even find a book. Throwing away the cosmetics used by Harvey Adrian's men, and after clearing an empty space, he took out the transcripts in the library and began to prepare for the creation of the Count of Monte Cristo. The Count of Monte Cristo is the creation of a well-deserved French writer Alexandre Dumas. Even in modern times, Harvey does not think that his writing level can surpass this writer. He recalls the novel, animation, and film content of this work. Restore all of the work from different angles. The novel version Count of Monte Cristo is a story belonging to Dumas. The film, animation, and other versions are the interpretation of this story by later generations. Harvey sits in the spacious bedroom, the yellow light is spreading on the white paper, holding the pen in one hand. He hasn't started writing, and after putting it down, he closed his eyes and leaned on the table to meditate. He has a 12-point intelligence attribute, his thinking is much clearer than before, and his creative resistance feels very small. When he focused on the story of the Count of Monte Cristo, you read the book www.yuyuganshu.com and the plot content in his mind slowly emerging from the water, he opened his eyes and quickly began to write the outline of the Count of Monte Cristo based on the historical background of this world. The background of the story is set in the Augustine Kingdom. At that time, the king was framed and imprisoned in the desert island prison. The protagonist was to help the king deliver letters according to the old captain's order. The crew at the time informed the nobles and was arrested. The identity of the priest needs to be carefully considered. I have long known that I should continue to ask Diana for advice if there is any story about the treasure. How should the protagonist's childhood sweetheart Mercedes be defined? She married the protagonist's enemy. The movie and the novel have different endings. I remember that in the movie version, she reunited with the protagonist. In the novel version, the protagonist and the adopted daughter of Governor Ali, Heidi, went away. The movie version is not good, but the character of Mercedes has lost its highlight feature. Although she is innocent and loves the protagonist, her identity is always the wife of the enemy, and the character description in the novel does not seem to be a composite type with the protagonist. Heidi is the person who redeemed the male protagonist for the second time, and the identity of the female protagonist could not be more appropriate. Inspired by the fountain of inspiration, all the plots of the Count of Monte Cristo and the information he found are naturally integrated. The nib falls on the white paper. As Harvey's memory remembers one bright character after another, they are both novels. The characters in the movie also have the looks of the movie characters, as well as Harvey's different opinions on them. Mercedes, who loves the protagonist Edmund. The wise father Faria Faria. Tangrel, the crew member who betrayed Edmund's rival Fernan. The impression of each character is so clear, because all of their actions are seen by Harvey. It is not a creation, but a retelling of the classic. He completed this classic work on the head of a giant. Chapter 7, Outside Eyes. Ha! Harvey stretched out and yawned, looking tired, putting down the pen in his hand. The right hand used to write felt sore, and the fingers that held the pen holder could feel sore when touched slightly. He shook his numb right hand and came to the window and opened the curtains to see the dark streets outside. The oblique shadows of the Victorian buildings stretched by the moonlight and the deep alleys made the streets particularly gloomy. The buildings on both sides of the road. Only he has the light on here. Even the street lights are off, which means it's past 12 o'clock. Harvey was surprised that he had been indulging in novel creation for so long. His smooth thoughts made him feel like he couldn't stop at all. He touched his stomach and remembered. My hunger is getting stronger before I eat dinner. He found an oil lamp from the cupboard, opened his door after it was lit, and prepared to go out to find some food. He was a little surprised that the frosty maid Shirley did not call him out for dinner. When he came downstairs, he was stunned and saw that the kitchen light was still on. When he walked in, he found Shirley in white pajamas sitting and reading a book. With the long hair tied up, her temperament was better than usual. She was quite supple. When she saw Harvey came to the kitchen, she closed the book in her hand and stood up and nodded to him. Master, please wait a moment. I'll help you warm up dinner. Why don't you sleep yet? I just couldn't fall asleep, so I just came to read a book. She skillfully picked up the white apron and tied it on her body, preparing the dinner on the table to heat it up again. Harvey nodded silently and didn't say much. Just now I saw the clock showing that the time was 1 o'clock in the morning through the lobby. As far as he knows, Shirley is usually used to go to bed at 10 in the evening and get up at 6 in the morning to prepare breakfast for him. The next day, Harvey continued to the Elroy Library. This time he was specifically looking for the historical background of the Augustine Kingdom to complement the historical background of the account of Monte Cristo and the flaws in the outline of the novel. The library is very quiet. It is estimated that there are less than 100 people in one morning. There are few people who will stay in the library to read like him. It is a pleasure to be in such an antique, elegant, and quiet library. He was immersed in the ocean of knowledge, until in the afternoon he felt a familiar sight. Not far away, Diana was surrounded by several female classmates and stars holding the moon. The lively and beautiful female students were whispering something. Diana was holding a few books with a calm attitude, and found that Harvey had noticed that she nodded at him. Her calm eyes still made people feel contemptuous. The eyes of the two did not overlap too much. Diana was a little surprised that he could still see Harvey here the next day. Harvey saw Diana surrounded by a circle of young and beautiful female students, so he couldn't get interested in asking for advice. I didn't realize that he was actually not much older than Diana and the others. Harvey did not act. Some female students followed Diana's eyes and noticed that Harvey, who was reading, was a little excited and whispered, "Ah, Diana, is that your fiancé? I remember the name is AI. Heir to the Darien family. Ah, I also know that. I heard my father said that now the Adrian family has very few social activities. Diana, you are so good, just put down this marriage. There are also many identities and talents in the school that are better than him. People, why would Diana marry that kind of person?" The girl student glanced at Harvey and said with a low voice, "Yeah, I also heard that he is still a playboy, and there are students in the school who are molested by him. He only looks back, without a gentleman's demeanor. No way. Really nasty, such a person is not worthy of Diana." The female students' chirping discussions were clearly audible in the quiet library. Harvey, who was reading, heard a smile. In other words, he would definitely feel sorry for the marriage between Diana and Harvey Adrian. Now he is the client and doesn't care very much. It is his blessing to marry a smart and beautiful woman. Walking out of the library, Diana didn't agree with them this time. She glanced at them with her delicate eyes and whispered, "Don't talk about unnecessary things." I don't know why, she doesn't want to be heard by Harvey. The female students around her were startled when she heard her unpleasant expression. They nodded and stuck out their tongue to vaguely cover this topic. Women in this era can't live without learning some social skills. Behind the scenes, the girls were a little surprised at each other's eyes. Is Diana angry because they said bad things about her fiancé? Or is it simply to maintain the reputation of the Cromwell Chamber of Commerce? Indeed, the Adrian family is no longer worthy of Diana's identity. 3 years ago, the Cromwell Chamber of Commerce had already squeezed into the social world under the name of the Adrian family. After 3 years of precipitation, the Adrian family became unknown. On the contrary, the Cromwell Chamber of Commerce has gained a place in the social world. The Adrian family has completely lost the use value of the Cromwell Chamber of Commerce. If this marriage is rejected, even if the reputation is stained by her ability, she can still find a better place. The destination. Diana's father did not intend to do this. The acquiescence of the right to choose lies with Diana herself. In any case, the Cromwell Chamber of Commerce still established its social status in the name of the Adrian family. In the era of creditworthiness, going back and forth will make the Chamber of Commerce bad. Stained. On the other hand, in this era when nobles can marry merchants for profit, this taint is not fatal. In addition, the Cromwell Chamber of Commerce also rewarded the Adrian family with 100 gold barons per year. Whether or not is not very important to the Cromwell Chamber of Commerce today, so Diana has the right to choose. Diana's own thoughts are quite complicated. Yesterday, I saw Harvey after a few months away. When she first saw Harvey, she was a little suspicious of her own eyes. Why did Harvey Adrian appear in the books? And she vaguely felt that a major change must have taken place in Harvey Adrian. She could not describe her feelings, as if standing in front of her was a stranger, other people with the appearance of Harvey Adrian. Character. She didn't turn down this marriage mainly because she wanted to set herself free. Read www.uuganshu.com. Harvey Adrian is just like an unlearned in her heart. She also knows that Harvey Adrian is not interested in her. If this marriage is rejected, her father will definitely arrange another for her. One game, why not choose a safe ending? What's incredible is that she was still hesitant to marry Harvey Adrian before. After meeting Harvey yesterday, the hesitation disappeared, and her ill feeling towards him was slightly reduced. Harvey's words and deeds yesterday are not as mature and steady as before, and he can no longer read his thoughts through his face and eyes. In the evening, when the library was closed, Harvey reluctantly left. She returned home and Shirley prepared hot water for him. After he took a shower, he saw the dinner prepared at the kitchen table. The dinner for two was not counted. It's difficult. Master, what's wrong? Is dinner not your appetite? Shirley looked at Harvey, who stopped his knife and fork after taking a few bites. Harvey gave a far-fetched smile. It's not about dinner, let's eat. Is for dinner. Harvey is a bit uncomfortable with the food of this world. It is basically bread, potatoes, and beef. It's not that Shirley's craftsmanship is not good. It's that the country's recipes are the same as the British Empire on Earth. Harvey thinks that most foods are good. Entering the existence of the dark cooking world, not to mention the spice in this world, is a luxury thing. To exaggerate the price of spices equivalent to gold, the upper-class nobles are not necessarily able to eat. He complained psychologically that the world's high-end cuisine is not as good as Shaxian snacks. After enjoying dinner, Harvey went back to his room and continued to write the outline. Yesterday he basically completed the outline of the Count of Monte Cristo. Today is just a supplementary work. If the workload is not too much, she will go to bed as early as Shirley. Tomorrow that's when he really fights. Chapter 8, Creation Problem. The sky was beginning to light up, a ray of sunlight sprinkled through the building complex on the street, the light dispelled the gloom of the alleys, and the city of Elroy awakened from the silence. The street where Harvey lives is quite quiet. After all, it belongs to the upper-class activity area. The orderly and elegant buildings continue to the periphery of the city and become uneven. There is an area belonging to the common people, and all kinds of simple horse-drawn carriages pull goods in and out. At the market, the mud carried by the wheels splashed on the pedestrians. The pedestrians are accustomed to this situation. Instead of going forward and having a dispute with the carriage, they should arrange their own goods to make a living. Hey, sir, let's take a look at the freshly picked apple. Try a free one to ensure you are satisfied. The fruit vendor in the market yelled a few times, and when someone came over, he used his pocket knife to place a green-red apple at his stall. The top carefully cut a piece for passers-by to taste, the delicate knifemanship. Even the chef was amazed, and every piece of the flesh that was cut for passers-by was as thin as a cicada's wing. The owner of the fruit stall next to laughed jokingly, "Potter, I really don't know whether you should praise your knife skills or say you are stingy." Passers-by also heard the butchers yelling, "Pigs that have just been killed, the meat is fresh, and if you don't buy it, you'll be gone." At the vegetable stall, the rough-faced boss screamed and screamed at his child's ears, "Hurry up! Send these tomatoes to Mr. Smith's house, God bless. It's been half an hour sooner or later. You want to starve me to death. Customers? If Mr. Smith is dissatisfied, don't even think about eating dinner these few days." In the morning, Shirley came to the lively market in a taupe coat to choose the ingredients for cooking. Her dress is not gorgeous, and the color of her clothes is as ordinary as most women wear, but she is unique and elegant. The cold temperament suddenly distinguished her from the lively atmosphere of this market. With her arrival, the market became a little quieter, and then it became full of people. "It's her, she's so beautiful. I swear to be more beautiful than any lady I have seen. Elena can't even compare to 1% of her. Owen, how did you say hello to her in the past? You are the son of the butcher shop owner, and you have a bit of status, maybe you can make it. Let's give it up, it's such a beautiful maid from a noble master's house, no matter how cheap it is, we won't have our turn." The guys in the market peeped at her with a sullen face but were afraid to talk to her, for fear of desecrating her quiet and noble temperament. Shirley's face was flat, and after choosing the ingredients for the day, she returned to the mansion on the same route. She took off her go-out jacket and put on a classic black long skirt, fastened her white apron, and tied her hair up with a white maid's hat. She prepared at breakfast. I saw Harvey got up, standing in front of the sink to wash. In her eyes, Harvey has changed people in the past 2 days. Although she doesn't know what happened to Harvey, she is definitely much better than before. She looks at Harvey's back and she doesn't smile. The cold smile on his face is fleeting. "Shirley, I'll prepare a cup of coffee for me first, don't add sugar." After washing, Harvey's face was still sleepy and told him, at this time, he was still asleep and his body was not used to the current biological clock. "Yes, please wait a moment, please." When he was about to go upstairs, Harvey suddenly turned his head and said to Shirley, "By the way, Shirley, can you lift the skirt with both hands and turn it around?" Shirley, who wore a maid dress, was a little confused by Harvey's instructions. She twisted the skirt with her hands and turned it around gracefully. The skirt of the maid dress was very long. When she lifted the skirt, she could slightly see the boots and the white dress. The calf of the glass stockings, the delicate body is not fast or slow, and the 2 similar ribbons of the maid hat flutter along with it. The lightness and elegance of that moment can touch people's hearts more than any dance. Shirley put down the hem of the maid's long skirt and asked softly, "So?" Harvey nodded with a serious face, "It's okay." On the way back to the bedroom, Harvey was very satisfied with the results of his whim, and muttered under his chin, "Sure enough, the maid is justice, and the maid is the romance of a man." Seeing something good, Harvey was very excited, and he took out the manuscript paper, pen and ink he bought yesterday to start his own writing career. In fact, this world has typewriters and machines with similar functions made by magic. He even heard that some magicians can make a magic pen that can write automatically according to the owner's wishes, but no matter what his current assets are, can't afford it. The pen was filled with ink and landed on the manuscript. Harvey took a deep breath, and the tip of the pen flew to write a banquet for the Avengers, a discussion of human nature, a dialectic of hope and redemption. The Count of Monte Cristo. Chapter 1, Homecoming. On the 29th of Liu, 1913, the watchman on the watchtower of the haven sent a signal to the people that the three-masted sailboat Hyun had returned. It came here from North Val via Hex Island. A pilot was immediately dispatched, bypassing the southern side of the haven and boarding the Hyun. This world has the honorific title of God, but there is no word for Christ. Harvey still intends to keep the original title and treat it as a pure pseudonym for the protagonist. He can create Count of Monte Cristo and Count of Monte Cristo in this world. But it does not belong to his work, and what he did is no different from the film adaptation. Harvey has completed the outline of the novel The Count of Monte Cristo, but the process of creating the novel is not as smooth as he thought. Reading www. When he was on Earth, UUGonshu.com tried to create 40 in one day. This writing speed is absolutely appalling in this era. But now it took more than 2 hours for him to complete 2,000 words, half of the content of a chapter. Used 3 sheets of manuscript paper. The font on the manuscript paper is not very decent, just enough to let people see what they are writing, and the traces of alteration are slightly sloppy. This world has poor vocabulary, no substitutes can be found, and the novel style is not perfect. A disaster movie. Harvey put down his pen and rubbed his temples in pain. He had to admit that he underestimated the difficulty of handwriting novels. What made him most annoying was that he had to undertake translation work while creating novels. Different languages have different laws. Chinese idioms may not be appropriate to English and the world language may not be interlinked. He needs to consider how to interpret the meaning of words and reshape the novel in this world language. But who is Harvey Adrian? An unlearned dandy who didn't read a few books, and the ink in his stomach was splashed on the white paper without leaving any traces absorbing his memory would have no effect on the current Harvey. He went downstairs to finish breakfast, added a cup of coffee to refresh himself, gritted his teeth and returned to the original dressing table to continue creating. The process of creating the novel The Earl of Monte Cristo is extremely difficult, and the impatience of impatience has turned into mental torture. Harvey still has to suppress his irritability and persistence, racking his brains to persevere little by little. In the afternoon, he took the time to visit the Elroy Library, but did not find any information about novel creation or vocabulary. After asking the librarian, he still found nothing. In this world, he really depends on himself to become a novelist. With the accumulation of knowledge, he reluctantly resisted the urge to vomit blood and go back. Chapter 9, Self-Cultivation of Backpot Man. Harvey is creating masochistic style every day. Maybe it's very easy for ordinary people to create a novel. Just use their brains and then move their fingers. The reality is that creating works is a squeeze of the brain. The essence is no different from moving bricks, and the mental torture is even more difficult. There. In the case of unsuccessful creation, the feeling of irritability and depression is like a poisonous snake entrenched in Harvey's heart, eating all patience. Harvey can't remember how many times he had the urge to lift the table in 3 days, and he gritted his teeth again and again. His reason overcomes his impulse, and he can only bite the bullet and write it down if he can't find other ways to raise money. I don't know if this feeling of stubbornness is similar to that of the protagonist who was framed and suffered jail time. When he wrote about the torture and pain that the protagonist had suffered, it was unexpectedly smooth. All the negative emotions were poured into his own writing. The protagonist, through him speak all dissatisfaction. In the bedroom, the pen in Harvey's hand spins quickly, the fonts are connected to each other, and the degree of recognition becomes lower. His eyes flashed with divine light, ignoring the sorrow of his right hand, venting all the negative emotions, he felt the pleasure of creation for the first time. Edmond Dantes, the protagonist of his novels, is in prison for unprecedented suffering. He was framed during marriage and was innocently imprisoned. He fell from the peak of his life. He prayed for hope every day, and he had promised him an agent prosecutor. There was no news from the officer Villefort, and the prison inspector did not bring back any news. As time passed, Dantes fell to in his heart, and he was desperate. A lonely and maddening prison, only iron bars and unchanging sea views outside. The sea breeze mixed with the smell of the sea blows into the prison from a small window. The young sailor Edmond Dantes, who once thought to be a man, left his regret. Tears. The new warden took office. He thought it was too troublesome to remember the names of prisoners, so he simply replaced them with their cell numbers. There are more than 100 rooms in this ghastly prison. The prisoners are named after their room numbers. The unfortunate protagonist is no longer named Edmond Dantes. He is now the 34 without a name. No 34's skinny, claw-like hands grabbed the window bar and roared out, "Lord! Please tell me what I have done wrong. Why should an innocent person, a person who is about to be happy, suffer such a disaster? No one. No one. No one coming. Why should I be imprisoned in this cramped and dirty prison at the best moment of my life? I have been tortured by loneliness and I am going crazy. Should I be in this gloomy place like this? Spend the rest of your life in the corner. Spend the rest of your life here. Obviously I am innocent, is that really the case? Or maybe I have committed certain crimes before I will be punished. No. I did not commit any crime. At that time, the prosecutor of Villefort should have burned the letter transmitted by your Majesty. Ah, everything is the fault of that informant letter. Without that informant letter, I should have been married to Mercedes, we would be very happy, maybe we already have children. Who is it? Who is the informer? I want to curse you. Curse you to hell. You will be pushed to the guillotine. Your vile spirit will be cast aside by everyone. Your filthy soul will endure the fire of purgatory forever. Uncontrollable fury occupied his mind. Dantes used his body to hit the stone wall of the prison, cursing loudly at God. He hadn't taken care of his appearance for a long time, and his hair and beard were very long. When the blood on his forehead cursed God, it looked like he was possessed by the devil, so that the jailer who guarded him was so frightened to stop him. Dantes transferred his anger to everything around him. He angered himself, angered every meaningless thing around him, such as his broken bed, such as the cold stone wall, or the cool sea breeze coming in from the window, while the informant letter that Prosecutor Fu showed him resurfaced in his mind, and the font was as blood-red as blood. He waited in despair and numbness, lack of communication and dull thoughts. He could not even recognize that it was God's retribution or human hatred that pushed him into the abyss of pain. When Edmond Dantes was preparing to commit suicide on a hunger strike in the solitary prison, he heard the abnormal noise from the prison stone wall. He talked to the mysterious prisoner, Edmond Tang, who had been alone for too long. For the first time Tas felt comforted. For him, it was a ray of sunshine in the abyss of despair, saving him from the desperate situation of madness and loneliness. The plot of the novel comes to an abrupt end here, and there is no time for Harvey to write it down. 3 days have passed since the beginning of the creation of The Count of Monte Cristo. Harvey was limp in the bedroom seat, staring at the manuscript on the desktop with sluggish and tired eyes, because his eyes were bloodshot, and his right hand couldn't help trembling. The palm skin was stained black with ink. For a long time, Harvey, who was gasping for breath, timidly packed the manuscripts. He didn't even confirm the energy of these manuscripts. After reading www.ukancha.com installed the folder with the folder, he stood up on the table, feeling dizzy. Going straight to the forehead, he staggered and almost didn't fall. His physique is only 9 points, which is not as good as the average person. In the past few days, he has been exhausted to create, and his physical and mental strength have been exhausted to the limit. After a while, Harvey went out and gave the manuscript to Shirley, ordered her to make a copy and submit the copy to Leonard Press. He collapsed on the bed, his upper and lower eyelids did not stand up, and every blink made him feel that he would fall into a deep sleep at any time. When he gave the manuscript to Shirley, the mysterious attribute template in his mind sent him a bit of information, and there was a new change. He was too tired. Before going to bed, he consciously called out the attribute panel in his mind to check the changes. Harvey Adrian. Physique, 9. Intelligence, 12. Charm, 10. Spirit, 12. Dexterity, 11. Energy, 3/10, extremely weak. Remaining distribution points, 0. Skills. Writing. Level, C. Explanation: I am already a qualified writer, even if there are many shortcomings, he can't hide the highlights of the work. Talent. Magic talent. Level, D. Description: it seems that because of the blood of the caster, he is closer to the etheric element than ordinary people. If he learns magic from a young age, he may be able to sense the magic network and become an official spell caster. Remaining skill level promotion times, 1 time. Skills seem to be active skills. Talents can be understood as passive skills. Can you raise your skill level once? Harvey, who was lying on the bed with his eyes squinted, muttered in his mind. He closed his eyes as soon as he could not think about the changes in the attribute panel. Sound asleep. Chapter 10, Audit Standard. Leonard Publishing House is well known in Elroy, not to mention the huge industrial chain. Leonard Publishing House is most proud of its name. Leonard is the surname of a hereditary viscount. All the nobles with this surname are well-known figures in the social circles of Elroy, and they will attract the attention of guests when they enter and exit any banquet. More than a decade ago, the rapid advancement of printing technology started a literary wave. At that time, the Leonard family founded the Leonard Publishing House and took a share of this wave. Because of its prominent social status, Leonard Publishing Houses soon entered people's field of vision, and with the support of wealth and fame, they won most of the publishing industry's cake. There is a saying in the publishing industry in Elroy: there are only 2 publishing houses in this city, the first is Leonard Publishing, and the second is an affiliated publishing house attached to Leonard. The advancement of the printing level has promoted the leap-forward development of literature. In the past few years, newspapers were only used by the upper class to pay attention to social dynamics. At that time, newspapers usually published political or social scandals. Now, with the decline in printing costs, newspapers have become households. With Yu Xiao's information circulation tool, even ordinary civilians can spend a small amount of money to buy the latest news and information. The same is true for the novel industry. There have been more novelists in recent years than in the past century, especially female writers, girls hidden in boudoirs, and ladies all regard writing Gothic novels as a hobby. Leonard Publishing will obviously not give up an industry that can shake social culture and social status. Shirley brought a copy of The Earl of Monte Cristo to Leonard Press, and after explaining her intention, she was taken to the reviewer's office by the lady at the front desk. The open-plan office is quite spacious. Looking at the past, there were more than a dozen desks. Most of the countertops were messy. There were hills of manuscripts everywhere. Many manuscripts fell to the ground and were unconsciously stepped on by the staff who came and went. There is no interest in picking up these manuscripts, the sound of the phone and the fierce debates of the reviewers are endless. Shirley stopped holding the manuscript, feeling a little uncomfortable with the noisy environment, frowning around the busy reviewers, wondering who should give the manuscript to her. Not long after, a male reviewer noticed the unique temperament of Shirley. His eyes lit up and he quickly put down the document in his hand and got up to meet him. He politely leaned forward and asked, "Madam, can I help you?" Shirley's dress is no different from ordinary class women, but her temperament cultivation will only appear in educated nobles, who are either collateral members of ordinary wealthy families or family members belonging to nobles. No matter what, you should be treated with courtesy when you come here. "Yes, sir, my host has asked me to deliver this manuscript to your publishing house." Shirley took a step back and bowed in return. A novel manuscript? I'm Plan Garcia, one of the reviewers of Leonard Press. Today is the last day of our call for novels by Leonard Press. The time is just right. We have always come for excellent works. Don't refuse. If you don't mind, can you hand over this manuscript to me for review? Poulin said eagerly. Shirley nodded, holding the folder in both hands and handing it to him. Poulin took out a form from her office and gave it to Shirley to fill out. Poulin pretended to take out the manuscript for review in front of her, but his brows wrinkled as soon as he opened the folder. Handwriting? Is this a writer living in an old age? If you want to be a novelist now, who doesn't have to have a typing machine? Handwritten manuscripts have been eliminated from the writer's industry 10 years ago. There is no other reason. Different writers have different habits. Some writers can write ugly as indistinguishable. In addition, the handwritten manuscript needs to be reviewed and input by the reviewer before it can be printed, which is extremely wasteful of manpower and material resources. Poulin remained silent. After reading a few pages, he lost the patience to read it, and he did not pay attention to the plot of the novel. Or it should be said that after reading a few chapters, it is impossible to know what the plot of the novel said. He waited for Shirley to fill out the form and hand it to him. When I quickly glanced at the author's signature, Harvey Adrian. Poulin smiled quietly to Shirley and said, "We have confirmed that we have received the manuscript. Please keep this voucher. If there is any news, we will send someone to your residence to notify you." After Shirley left the Leonard Press, Perrin reloaded the manuscripts of the Earl of Monte Cristo into the folder, and threw them into the pile of manuscripts like a small hill on his desk. These manuscripts were all substandard products. No qualifications to be listed in magazines. That kind of shabby nobleman and such a high-level maid, it should have been formally educated to read the font. It's a pity. Poulin shook his head and felt sorry that such an outstanding woman as Shirley was a maid of the Adrian family, and did not want to spend energy on reviewing it. The most important thing about a handwritten novel is that he has a little knowledge of the Adrian family. The founder was a court mage who was awarded the Medal of Hereditary Baron by the Emperor at that time. However, since the accidental death of the court mage, one generation has not been as good as one. Now the name of nobility has no influence on both business and politics. It is worthless to get rid of the social world. The only heir left is Harvey Adrian, a well-known in the social world. What good novels can that kind of person write? Leonard Press places the most importance on the identity of the contributors, followed by the work itself. They were originally a publishing house that served nobles and some well-known writers. Harvey Adrian does not have a share of the two. Do I need to use writing skills for a skill upgrade opportunity? I only have writing skills displayed on the panel now. UU Reading www.uugonshu.com has this skill after writing the Earl of Monte Cristo. So I won't be able to learn magic or other things. Other skills will be displayed. Harvey, who woke up from a sleepy state, opened his attribute panel for the first time and carefully considered the use of a skill upgrade opportunity rewarded by the creation of the Count of Monte Cristo novel. He hesitated. Sooner or later he would involve magic, not to mention the value of a skill upgrade opportunity. I don't have other skills now, not to mention that novels are my stepping stone. Since the first half of the novel The Earl of Monte Cristo can be awarded for skill upgrades, I will definitely get more in the future. It is very necessary to upgrade my writing skills. After that, Harvey's consciousness moved slightly, and the attribute panel in his mind changed again. Skills. Writing. Level, B. Description: I already have the writing level of a well-known writer, able to create excellent novels, moving poems, and skillfully play with beautiful rhetoric. When inciting emotions, I can make those boudoir girls cry. After completing the writing skills upgrade, Harvey felt that his thinking had changed again, as if Messiah suddenly opened up, and the hard feelings of the previous novels were gone. When he was conceiving the plot of the novel, it was natural to draw inferences from one another and think more of what he had neglected in the past. Where, I know clearly the structure of a novel and how to write it to achieve the best results. The only shortcoming is that his personal knowledge reserves are still slightly insufficient. The upgrading of skills is like turning a bowl of water into a wooden barrel. He has the ability to hold more water, but how much water can be in the barrel depends on him. Harvey is very satisfied with this result. Although the writing skill level is only B, the classical masterpieces used to plagiarize the earth are completely sufficient. Chapter 11, Reviewer and Number 039, S-Chat. The publishing of novels and periodicals in this era is still dominated by traditional methods. Generally, publishers are responsible for reviewing manuscripts, and the approved works are published. After that, the author can get a part of the sales share every month. As for the wealthy businessmen or nobles, they can choose to publish at their own expense, which is equivalent to paying the printing fee to the publishing house, and relatively they can obtain most of the sales share. In this era, there is no complete copyright law and the distribution of publishing benefits is simple and rude. Harvey asked Shirley to submit a copy with the idea of preventing copyright disputes in the future. Publishing houses belong to a large number of people, and they really dare not do anything to occupy the copyright of novels. In this era, the literary field has developed breakthroughs. Many large cities have established organizations similar to novelists' associations. They are in the society. The status of the junction is not low. The status of a well-known writer is not as good as hereditary aristocrats and is much higher than the average wealthy businessman. The Leonard Press's call for papers is over. It takes a week for the reviewers to decide which works to publish. In the future, readers and reviewers will jointly determine the winners of this batch of published works. The actual works to be published have basically been decided at the time of solicitation. Every novel manuscript sent to the publishing house will have the reviewer's first judgment on the value of the work and the value of the author's identity. Now that the Earl of Monte Cristo has been sent to Leonard Press, Harvey can relax a little bit. He has strong confidence in whether the novel can stand out from the first round of review. He was also at the El Roy Library. After reading many novels, I think Count of Monte Cristo is one of the best in all aspects. As long as I read the beginning, I will naturally be attracted by the story. Next, Harvey still wants to go to the library to read books to enrich himself and prepare for the next story creation of The Count of Monte Cristo. As his writing level increases, he needs to improve his knowledge reserve to give full play to the advantages of this skill. Reading in the library, he borrowed books in the evening to read at night. He reads books very fast, and when he devotes himself wholeheartedly, it is more than enough to get dozens of books in one day. Harvey reads books very fast in the library. The woman who received guests at the front desk has wondered many times whether Harvey is pretending. How can anyone turn a dozen or 20 pages a minute? After seeing Harvey doing this for several days, his suspicion turned into admiration. If someone could sit in the library for several days and read the book aimlessly, his patience would be admirable enough, compared to reading a book. Faster is a more reasonable explanation. Harvey discovered the influence of writing skills improvement on his reading. When he read the book, he quickly figured out the style and plot structure of the whole book, and greedily ingested the knowledge and concepts contained in it. It was obviously a classic he did not catch a cold before. Literary novels can be read with gusto. While reading in the library, Harvey met his nominal fiancée Diana several times. And the two had nothing to do with each other except for their daily greetings. Leonard Press, the publication meeting about this call for manuscripts ended. A group of reviewers sat in the open-plan office drinking and chatting about interesting events encountered in the call for manuscripts, or interesting plots in the submitted novels, or something who is the author of this work, or proudly announces which author's reviewer he is. Perrin Garcia is one of them. Compared with his colleagues, his reviewing experience is much dull and there is nothing to be proud of. The reviewers of Leonard Press are young people who have recently graduated from university. They love literature, are talented, can accept new ideas and understand the trend of literature. The flaw is that they have no experience. The young reviewer was drunk and proud to announce, "There are so many excellent works this time. I am in charge of Mr. Bradley's new work, The Girl by the River, which is a good work." Other reviewers gave admiring glances. "Just fine with you. Mr. Bradley is one of the famous writers in recent years. Novels are very popular. Many aristocratic women have difficulty seeing him. Perhaps you have had several good affairs based on this. Those the noble lady would certainly be willing to please you in order to meet with Mr. Bradley." The drunk reviewer waved his hand and pretended to be humble. "Haha, let alone that exaggeration, I'm just a reviewer." Seeing his colleague's triumphant look, Pran drank in silence. After thinking about it, he suddenly said, "It's not all boring to talk about it." The maid from the Adrian family came over to submit the article on the last day of the deadline. A novel written by Dryan. Ah, the maid with elven blood in the rumor. The young reviewer was attracted by this sentence, and automatically ignored Harvey Adrian's name. "I also know that it is said to be very beautiful. How about her ears? It's a pity that I didn't pay attention at that time, otherwise I wouldn't let Poulin take the lead. It would be an honor to just talk to her." Poulin put down the wine glass, his heart was floating, and on the surface he shook his head and explained dumbly, "The appearance is indeed the most outstanding woman I have ever seen. She is submitting the article on behalf of the host. Instead, what I want to say is this matter." She took it. The manuscript turned out to be handwritten. "That Harvey also writes novels. It's not surprising that many of the participants in this essay are young nobles. Anyway, this essay was originally held to make them stand out." The young colleague asked with interest, "Handwritten novels, how about the quality of the content?" Poulin shook his head, "I don't know, anyway, Harvey Adrian is just a playboy. The works he wrote have no review value, and they are still handwritten. How can I manage so much?" "Haha, that's what I said. Instead, I will definitely check it out, so that there is an excuse to visit. That is a maid with elven blood, it is hard to meet in this era." The laughter of young people in the office was endless, but there were also reviewers who could not blend into the lively atmosphere. A stern-faced middle-aged man packed up his office documents and prepared to leave here. As he passed by, he glanced at Poulin and said indifferently, "You are a reviewer and do your responsibilities well." Poulin raised a glass to him and smiled indifferently. The middle-aged man leaves, and there are comments about him in the open-plan office. The young reviewer commented in a mocking tone, "That guy is still like this, I can't understand the atmosphere. Who made him one of the veterans of our agency? I heard that he brought many writers to our agency to publish, so that our agency's novel industry will develop. I have the ability, I just don't know how to be a human being, otherwise I won't be just a reviewer now. If I can get acquainted with those beautiful ladies in the social world, maybe there is a chance to get to know Fangs. 1 week is not long. Harvey reads books every day to enrich that he feels very comfortable. When he was very proud, the list of the first batch of novels solicited by Leonard Press came out, and it was published in the newspaper 1 day in advance. There is no Count of Monte Cristo on the publication list. In the living room, Harvey furrowed his brows and stared at the newspaper in his hand. Reading www.ukansha.com looked gloomy and ugly. A large page of the newspaper published a list of novels that will be officially published tomorrow. There were more than 10 novels in total, but he could look for them no matter what. Not a word in Count of Monte Cristo. The Count of Monte Cristo was unsuccessful in the first round of review, and he did not even qualify for publication. He didn't believe this result in his heart. He thought that his translation work was in place, and he also used his experience as a later novelist to perfect the plot structure of the novel. Is the quality of The Earl of Monte Cristo, a masterpiece of the Earth world, not good enough? Are Leonard's reviewers eye-sighted? Harvey believes that it is the latter. It is impossible for a masterpiece witnessed by billions of people around the world to be even qualified for publication. He put down the newspaper, closed his eyes and leaned against the chair, taking a deep breath. Now how to do? The result was completely unexpected. To be honest, he couldn't swallow this breath. Whether he can win the prize is the next best thing. This is the work he spent a whole week working hard to create, combining the last world masterpiece with his modern writing experience. Creation. But there is no publishing qualification. Harvey smashed his mouth and whispered to himself. The fingers holding the armrest of the chair turned white due to excessive force. The body and mind once again tasted the bitter taste, and he was unwilling to give up in vain. After pondering for a long time, he took out the attachment that Shirley had brought back from the publisher from the drawer. It clearly stated the proof of his submission and the name of the reviewer responsible for reviewing the Count of Monte Cristo. He needed to personally confirm that it came from him. Is the handwritten Count of Monte Cristo really so unbearable in the field of world literature? Harvey changed into a good outfit, overcoat and hat, and he looked alike. He was handsome and delicate, with a calm and gentle temperament. He changed his previous frivolous image and became a young scholar. Chapter 12, Restricted Everywhere. Harvey waited on the side of the street to invite a black carriage, opened the door and unexpectedly found that there were already guests inside. It was the first person he encountered when he traveled through the world. He was dressed in an old-fashioned suit with a high hat and was chasing debts. Lester, the person in charge, sat on the side of the carriage, holding the iconic gentleman's stick in both hands. Harvey looked up at the coachman sitting on the top of the carriage. His simple suit could not hide his burly figure. After getting in the car silently, he sat opposite Lester and said, "Thank you, Leonard Press." The carriage started slowly, and Lester seemed to sneer and looked at Harvey's outfit with contempt. "Mr. Adrian, you must know that even the cost of riding in the carriage will belong to you until your debt is paid off." "We?" Harvey replied, "Neither overbearing nor overbearing, Mr. Lester, you should have agreed to give me a month of grace. Of course, our businessmen are most concerned about credibility. I hope that Mr. Adrian will do the same for you. This time we will take you for free to show our respect for you." Lester laughed and said no. The indifference and jokes that have appeared bluntly indicate that they are monitoring Harvey. The purpose of meeting with Harvey this time is to convey this message to him, so as to dispel his escape or other thoughts. Harvey is not used to talking in circles, and said indifferently, "Thank you, I'm trying to raise 30 barons to pay off the debt. Leonard Press's call for papers, the bonus is 5,000 barons, and there is still a lot left to pay off Mr. Adrian's debt, which seems to be a good choice." Harvey looked at him openly. "It's true, what's the problem?" Since these people are monitoring him, he should also know about his commuting to and from the library and asking Shirley to send the manuscript to Leonard Press. It is not difficult to guess Harvey's plan. Lester leaned back on his chair and raised his legs. "No, I just want to congratulate Mr. Adrian's work in advance on the sale. Allow me to ask a rude question. Did your work appear in the newspaper this morning?" Harvey shrugged. "It should have been, but there was a small accident. I need to go to Leonard Press to confirm this. It's a masterpiece, Mr. Adrian is as innocent as ever." Upon hearing the words, Lester laughed impolitely, full of mockery of an overpowered person. Harvey Adrian once naively thought that it didn't matter if he borrowed money from a private bank. He naively thought that Lester would not dare to do anything to such a hereditary aristocratic heir. In Lester's view, Harvey is now just repeat this mistake, but the object becomes someone else. The carriage sent Harvey to Leonard Press. Before getting off the carriage, Lester gave him a final notice. "Dear Mr. Adrian, we hope you can understand that there is only 18 days before your repayment date. It's better to think about how to beg your fiancé for help or sell your maid instead of doing a pointless stupid thing. Mr. Lester, thank you for your advice. I can't understand my situation better." The wagon that Harvey watched as he left became more ugly, and he was incapable of being restrained by people's feelings of sorrow. Lester didn't say a word of impoliteness on the face of the door. His lofty arrogance and the irony of his irresponsibility all made him. It's uncomfortable, and things are exactly what Lester expected. The Count of Monte Cristo he created didn't even have a chance to publish it. Damn it! He cursed, and turned to see this duplex office building in front of him. The architectural style is biased towards Baroque. It has 2 floors. The exterior decoration of the building is extremely luxurious and complex. Part of the exterior wall is painted with light blue wall paint, and there are 2 on the side of the door. A thick marble column is carved with exquisite and complex patterns, full of artistic style, and the window design is modern, neatly arranged in rows, and the moving figures can be seen through the transparent glass. This architectural style may have been criticized as deviant in an earlier period. However, with the development of art, the renaissance of classicism and the conflict of new cultures, such a passionate and free architectural culture ushered in new developments just like the field of literature. After entering, he found that the interior was much more lively than he thought. Many well-dressed people came in and out, and they were all different in age. The youngest was about the same as him, and the older ones were frosty and white on their temples. These people were obviously not employees of Leonard Press. Are you the same as yourself? Harvey sighed with a heavy heart, guessing that these people are just like him, contributors whose works have not entered the publication list. Most of the contributors have blind confidence in their works. As a result, they don't even have the opportunity to publish. They think they are extraordinary. Contributors will definitely come to ask for an explanation. He and the reception staff explained their intentions and were arranged to the open office of the reviewers. According to the instructions of the reception staff, they found the reviewer of the Count of Monte Cristo, Pran Garcia, is a mature man who seems to be experienced. He is dealing with contributors who have the same purpose as Adrian. Harvey stepped forward to express his intention and sat aside and waited quietly. More than 10 minutes later, Pouland dismissed the contributors who had come to question the failure of his work before turning to Harvey and politely said, "Sir, this is Pouland Garcia, may I ask you?" Harvey is not badly dressed now, and his mature and polite attitude makes Poulang look at him. Harvey stretched out his right hand and shook him to indicate his identity. "Harvey Adrian, the author of the novel The Count of Monte Cristo, is submitted to you. The purpose of this trip is to retrieve the contribution of the novel The Count of Monte Cristo. You read www.yuyugonshu.com. This is Harvey Adrian?" Pouland was taken aback for a moment. Is the young man with a good demeanor in front of him the rumored social Harvey Adrian? It's not that the person he just dealt with has a higher status than Harvey, but Harvey surprised him. He shook his head and sighed, "Ah, it is a pity that your work has not passed this review. The quality of your work is undoubtedly very good. However, there are too many writers participating in the call for submissions this time. Excellent works are endless. After careful selection, we only have choose the batch with the most potential for publication. Have it not been for Harvey's knowledge of the popular sleek style of work in the world's social circles and confidence in the quality of The Count of Monte Cristo, he would have believed this statement. The purpose of his trip was to confirm whether the reviewers had taken a good look at Monte Cristo. Earl, the polite rhetoric has already given the answer. The failure of my work really gave me a big shock, but I came here to see that your publishing house felt much better today. There are so many people who have the same hope as me but returned in disappointment. My work is at least not the worst one." Harvey smiled freely and replied politely. Pouland looked at Harvey unexpectedly. As a contributor, he didn't even defend his work. After chatting for a few words, Perrin found the Count of Monte Cristo manuscript delivered by Shirley and returned it to Harvey. He opened the folder to confirm that the manuscript paper inside was as new as new. Leonard Publishers gave up The Count of Monte Cristo. Harvey couldn't let go of his face and argued with them about whether the novel was worth publishing. It's better to beg Diana than to make a fool of yourself here. There is still more than half a month left. If it really doesn't work, I can only rely on my cheap fiancé. Harvey thought discouragedly. Chapter 13, Conflict of Ideas. When Harvey retrieved the copy of The Earl of Monte Cristo and was about to leave Leonard Press, a middle-aged man with a sparse beard greeted him and looked up and down Harvey. His piercing eyes were steady and oppressive. "You are Mr. Harvey Adrian, are you?" Standing next to the two of them, Poulin frowned subconsciously. The middle-aged man in front of him was Motley Evelyn, one of the veterans of Leonard Publishing's reviewers. He has been a reviewer since the creation of the Leonard novel section. The person's identity and qualifications are higher than that of all the reviewers present. However, Motley's character is dull and serious. He doesn't please his boss or has a good relationship with his colleagues, so he has not climbed to a higher position. Regardless of his behavior, Motley's quality as a reviewer is undoubted. Any work that has been reviewed by him, even if it cannot be sold, is a good reputation. What does he want to do? Poulin remembered that in a small talk a few days ago, he had indeed not spent energy to review Harvey Adrian's work. This incident was heard by Motley and he reprimanded that he had not fulfilled his duties as a reviewer. To be honest, if Motley wants to take over his audit work, isn't it just slap him in the face? The unhappiness on his face swept across, and he whispered that Motley really couldn't be a human being, and he deserved to be a reviewer all his life. Harvey felt unexpected in his heart, stretched out his right hand and shook his head and said, "I am, what's the matter?" "Motley is serious, my name is Motley Evelyn, and I am also one of the reviewers of Leonard Press. In fact, there are still disputes between our reviewers about Mr. Adrian's work. We hope to review your work to decide whether to publish it." Harvey thoughtfully, "Isn't the publication list confirmed? Excellent work is an indispensable thing for our Leonard Press. Compared with an excellent work, the rules and systems are second. If Mr. Adrian's work passes the review, I will apply for an additional publication." Motley spoke with a sonorous voice. Harvey turned his head and glanced at Poulin, and found that he was thinking about it with a strong smile, and nodded, "Well, then I will send someone to retrieve the account of Monte Cristo the next day, hoping that my work has not disappointed you." Leaving Leonard Publishing House, Harvey's gloom in his heart dissipated a little. He didn't know what happened inside Leonard Publishing House. Has Count of Monte Cristo really been censored? Motley's words were given to him again. Hope. Motley Evelyn made Harvey more trustworthy than that of Plan Garcia. In the Leonard Publishing House, Perrin caught up with Motley, who was holding a copy of The Count of Monte Cristo, aggressively asking, "Mr. Evelyn, what do you want to do? The list of novel publications has been confirmed and cannot be changed. And what's worth reviewing about a playboy's work created out of interest?" The eyes of the other reviewers in Leonard Publishing House focused on the two of them. None of them spoke. Motley Evelyn has extremely high qualifications in the publishing house. Motley returned to his office and put down the copy of The Count of Monte Cristo before slowly asking, "Garcia, what do you think of the handwritten manuscript?" Poulin answered without hesitation, "A product of the backward era. Now all writers are popular to write novels with typewriters." All. Motley's serious expression rarely showed a sneer and disdain. "Most of the writers I have met still keep the habit of handwriting novels. I have come from that era and understand the inconvenience of handwriting." Motley added with a complex tone, "Slow speed, messy manuscripts, and troublesome printing. The shortcomings are far more than these." "Mr. Evelyn, then why would you not ask those novelists who keep the habit of handwriting manuscripts with this question? Are they better than a reviewer who is less clear about the shortcomings of handwritten manuscripts? They are the real creators who personally transform the text into cultural people, then why do they keep the habit of handwriting? This one. The times are different, I can understand your point of view, but I also have my own persistence. For whatever reason, I think novelists who can write in handwriting at least retain the enthusiasm for creation. Since this is the case, even this work is worthless. The reviewer needs to review and confirm the value of the work. This is the most basic respect for a novelist and the reviewer's own responsibility. This review is a request made by me personally, and you don't care. Poulin was speechless, unable to refute Motley's words, and was unwilling to lose face in vain, and his face was strong to refute. This will only reduce the efficiency of reviewing novels. During the call for submissions, we have to review dozens of works submitted a day. These are not considered. The novelists who came to the publishing house lacked sincerity, so how could the quality be better? Motley shook his head, and slowly said in a disappointed tone, the novelist only needs to be responsible for his own work, and the reviewer is responsible for the novelist, nothing more. Then we have nothing to talk about. Poulin turned and left with a green face. The open office experienced a short period of quiet and lively, and Motley's words made many reviewers thoughtful. Motley Evelyn looked at the photocopies on the desktop with folders and sighed silently. The ideas he insisted on are probably products of the old era in the eyes of others. This is the inevitable result of the advancement of the times. The popularity of the field of literature has made people lose their respect for literature, because anyone can create beautiful poems and write their own imaginations, but how much of it can be accepted by others' works? The previous job of reviewers was to help novelists create and solve all kinds of troubles. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com is now the person who selects and reviews novels in a true sense, and his status and concepts have undergone fundamental changes. At night, only 2 oil lamps are lit in the dark study room. The study room is full of bookshelves filled with hardcover books. The bookshelves can no longer hold more books, so that a small number of books are neatly stacked next to the bookshelves. These books are neatly sorted and spotlessly clean. It can be seen how much the owner cherishes these books. Mortley, the reviewer of the Leonard Press, put on his glasses and white gloves and took out the novel Count of Monte Cristo that he took over from Harvey today. He requested re-examination in his own name, and he needed to treat precious things carefully. Manuscript. Count of Monte Cristo. Seeing the title of the novel, Motley thought about the meaning of the title in his mind. Is it a biography of a certain celebrity? Or a fictional character story? Turned the first page, he read the novel as a reviewer. The handwriting cannot be said to be beautiful, it is only the degree of distinguishing the meaning. Edmond Dantes, an energetic young acting captain, returns to Hong Kong. He is about to become the captain of a large ship and marry his beloved woman. However, he still has another task in his life. He is entrusted by the captain to meet the exiled island. King Augustine, the king commissioned him to deliver a secret letter to his cronies in the kingdom. The writing method is a bit strange, otherwise the words and sentences have never been seen, but the meaning is very easy to understand. Motley keenly felt the strange writing method of the Count of Monte Cristo. Although many are easy to understand, there are a few that need him. After pondering over and over, combining the context to understand, he often suddenly realized that he marveled at the author's whimsical ideas for creating new vocabulary. For ordinary readers, this is a point reduction project, but Motley read it with gusto. Chapter 14, Review. Harvey created a total of about 50,000 characters in 3 days. The price is that all the time is spent on creation except eating, sleeping and going to the toilet. Although the creative process is difficult, more agile thoughts than ordinary people and a lot of time can still achieve the goal. The Leonard Press requires more than 30,000 words, so that it can be selected for publication and print 1 volume. The serialization of novels for this time is published in a bound collection, requiring more than 2,000 characters to be created every day. All published novels are bound to the same publication. Similar to the situation of a story meeting, bound novels will be sold on odd days of each month. Harvey looks more like a simplified version of the operation of the later Jump comics. The famous French writer Alexandre Dumas created the Count of Monte Cristo, which took 1.5 years, about 900,000 words, and was serialized in 136 issues in the London and Paris, France. During the revisited Catalan fishing village and Château d'If, the serialization was intermittent. Finally, in that era, the door of popular novels was knocked on and the popular novels were classified and carried forward. The Count of Monte Cristo became the pride of the Marseille people. There is also the street of Monte Cristo named after this novel in the city of Marseille, Edmond Dantes Street, and so on. The extensive influence shows the social sensation caused by the Count of Monte Cristo at that time. It is not an exaggeration to call it a social phenomenon of that era. It is not that there has been no article in the classification of popular fiction before. However, at that time, the status of popular fiction was like the existence of CDC literature on the earth, and it was not recognized by mainstream literature. The same is true in this world. There is only a vague definition of popular fiction. The senior reviewer Motley has never seen such a peculiar novel. The content of Count of Monte Cristo is easy to understand, but it is fascinating in its short 50,000 words. The whole article does not deliberately show any moral principles, but promotes all of this with plot. The characters in the novel naturally express what is in the world of the novel. Different ideas express their own identity position. The story is based on the Augustine kingdom 100 years ago. There is a difference in the concept of rule between the king and the nobleman. The nobleman explained the cruelty of the political struggle. The protagonist is the innocent victim who was involved in this dispute. Being wronged and imprisoned at the best time of life, this experience alone can make kind readers feel angry. Compared with the original Count of Monte Cristo, Harvey does not have a wealth of knowledge and insights, and it is impossible for him to go to the Augustine kingdom to investigate in person. Therefore, he pays more attention to plot performance. The disputes between characters and classes refer to the novel itself and combine him as a later character. The experience is not difficult to create. Same as the era of the Count of Monte Cristo, Harvey also needs to incorporate theatrical elements into it, quoting some classic quotes to package the work itself. Harvey divides the Count of Monte Cristo into 3 parts. The first part is about Edmund's imprisonment and the encounter with the first person to redeem him, Father Faria. The second part is retribution, and the third part is revenge. There are 3 parts combined to be called a popular novel, the theme of the complete Count of Monte Cristo. 50,000 words can only be regarded as the beginning of the story. A young man who was involved in an innocent struggle found a ray of light to redeem him in the desperate situation. Besides, he could not see anything. Motley is a senior reviewer, but he can find clues to guess the story network of the whole work with the little pitiful information in the eyes of ordinary people. Now he is also a bit confused, and he can't let go of it for a long time after putting down the draft of the novel. It is certain that this novel does not belong to classical literature. The context of the story is clear. The protagonist should be the Captain Edmund in jail, but what can he do? How can a person who has been marked as a dangerous political criminal break free from his predicament? The priest who the prison guard thinks is a lunatic must be an important clue. The plot of the novel is very smooth, especially after Edmund was imprisoned. I can feel the despair and madness of being suppressed to the extreme in the description of him. This part of the handwriting has become more messy, but it is completed in one go. It is a pity that it was published. Works cannot be published in handwritten manuscripts. After printing, this part of the plot will lack some flavor. Late at night. After reading the 50,000 character novel, he never forgets. The current progress of the plot of The Count of Monte Cristo is like opening a huge net to trap his mind. He can't help but guess the fate of any character in it. Will Meng prove his innocence and be released from prison? How is Edmund's beautiful young fiancée now? Who is the person who framed him? And as a lunatic priest, why was he imprisoned to the bottom of the harsh environment? Prison. Masterpiece. This is an undoubted masterpiece. In his career as a reviewer, he rarely encountered a work that attracted him so much. The last one was 5 years ago, and that novel has now become a classic work that no one knows in the kingdom of Baron. Motley was grateful for his request for this review. Because of this, he did not miss an outstanding work, and he felt regret that this work did not belong to him after all. If Poulin can seize this opportunity, there is a high probability of doing one thing in one fell swoop. Fame. From the very beginning, his explanation to Harvey was that their reviewers had disputes over this work. No matter whether the work is good or bad, Motley did not the opportunity of another reviewer. Thought. I hope this work can change his attitude as a reviewer, and at least it will stop him from disagreeing with the handwritten manuscript. Motley reluctantly included The Count of Monte Cristo in his folder. The next day, Motley approached Poulin to return the copy of The Count of Monte Cristo. Mr. Evelyn, I just said that Harvey Adrian doesn't know anything about novels, and the works he created are impossible to qualify. Plano said somewhat proudly, thinking that since Motley returned the novel manuscript, he must also believe that there is no meet publication standards. Motley frowned and shook his head. Garcia, you haven't seen this work. It's up to you to judge whether this work is good or bad, but if you choose to give up, I will take over this work by Mr. Harvey Adrian. The right to choose the work is yours. Poulin was taken aback, and he noticed the different meaning of Motley's voice. He wants to take over this novel. Which means that this novel has already passed the publishing standards in Motley's mind. How can it be? Motley is well known in Leonard Press for his pickiness of works. Being a reviewer for many years has made him have a very high vision of novels. Motley is not a joking person. Poulin's face is uncertain, and he nodded in response after taking over The Count of Monte Cristo manuscript. Well, since Mr. Evelyn said that, I will review this work. The two didn't talk too much, and Poulin went back and opened the folder and started to watch Count of Monte Cristo carefully. It was not the unconventional font, or it made him a little bit conflicted. He originally planned to bite the bullet and read it, but after reading the 2 chapters carefully, he said attention is not consciously poured into the plot. Chapter 15, God's Strange Tool Shop. In politics, there are no people, only ism, no emotions, only interests. In politics, we are not killing a person, but removing an obstacle. The conversation between Villefort and Noirtier and his son easily decided the life and death of a person, exposes the cruel and cold nature of politics. Poulin, who was deeply impressed, couldn't help but applaud this sentence. The manuscript in his hand became thinner and thinner, and Poulin realized that he had read more than half of it unknowingly. Damn it! Why is this novel so short? I have lost everything that is worthy of nostalgia in my life. The of death is smiling at me and inviting me to sleep. I voluntarily died. I died of exhaustion. It was like in those few nights, I walked around. After walking back and forth 3,000 times in this dungeon, I fell asleep with despair and hatred. I was trapped in desperate loneliness and tortured me. How much I want to be with my dear father, my beloved Mercedes. Meet, but no one listened to this plea, even if it was a mumbling. Edmund's desperate murmur in the dim and humid prison touched Poulin's heart. Like Edmund, he prayed for a miracle to save the poor sailor. The Count of Monte Cristo review work went on until noon, and he came back to his senses when his colleague called Poulin to eat together. He stared at the messy font in the manuscript, and the feeling of nostalgia in his heart did not dissipate for a long time. Edmond Dantes was imprisoned in prison, and the words were filled with despair and madness. In just 50,000 words, the plot was coherent as if a huge net was opened. No, the whole sky collapsed and fell as the plot unfolded. As a reader, he stood on the plain and watched the sky collapse little by little. He couldn't breathe, trying hard to think about every character, the meaning of every sentence, and to speculate on the development of the subsequent plot. When he came back to his senses, he was curious about Edmund's encounter with the mad priest. What role would this character play in the novel? Can Edmund be rescued from despair? What happened to Edmund's fiancée, Mercedes, and who was it that framed the protagonist? Poulin can infer it from the clues of the handwriting, but he can't figure out the meaning of this setting. Even Poulin, who graduated from university, has never been exposed to such a peculiar novel with a passion for literature. A strong feeling told him that this novel is likely to create a new genre and become a fierce development of literature. Another great fire of the times. This kind of work is beyond the limit of excellence, and Poulin himself cannot complete a specific evaluation of this work. But there is no doubt that such works should not be buried, and should not even be watched. He felt ashamed. Poulin's unrestrainedness towards Motley disappeared, turning into respect and gratitude. If he wanted to, Motley could take over the review of the Count of Monte Cristo novels, but he did not take advantage of Poulin's fault. While ashamed, he also had lingering curiosity in his heart. Is this kind of work really the creation of Harvey Adrian, a famous in social circles? The plot of the work is methodical and powerful. It is difficult for the average novelist to achieve this level, and the conversation between the characters can be written by a mere aristocratic son? God, it's not right. It's because of Harvey. Adrian spends many years in the social world, so he can understand people of different classes. Recalling his first impression of Harvey Adrian when he met Harvey Adrian, Poulin became more and more certain in his heart, with such observation and insight, he is absolutely impossible to be as simple as the rumors. I must apologize to him, and must thank Mr. Evelyn. After eating, Poulin formally apologized to Motley under the surprised eyes of many reviewers and submitted an application for additional publication. Harvey completed the creation of The Count of Monte Cristo with 6,000 words. Since the submission of The Count of Monte Cristo, his burden has been much less. Anyway, the speed of writing and publishing more words is determined by the publisher, and the publication of Monte Cristo Earl has greatly affected his confidence after the event of losing the election. If you are not sure whether it will be published, don't dream of winning the Leonard Award. He was prepared for the worst and wrote an invitation letter for Diana Cromwell to have a meal together, ready to be sent out at any time. Now that he is prepared for the worst, Harvey is in a much lighter mood, and he is ready to go out for activities and find things he is interested in. When he walked through the corridor, he found an empty room with the door open. When he walked over, he saw Shirley sitting in the center of the room. She was tall, and her maid's dress that was ordinary in this era exudes amazing classical beauty. Shirley looked at the drawing board in front of her, bathed in the sunlight from the window, and the temperament was more dignified and elegant. Harvey believed that even a highly skilled artist would not be able to paint this scene. Close to the past, Harvey discovered that Shirley was painting himself, and he used the way of sketching to paint the expression of his expression when he created The Count of Monte Cristo. His superb painting skills are comparable to some professional painters in the field of sketching in later generations. However, because of the pursuit of perfect details, Harvey's expression or bedroom background is too large and small, but when you look at it, you will feel that the level is a little chaotic. Harvey knows that Shirley is interested in painting, perhaps because she has a trace of elven blood. She has excellent talents in painting and music, but the Adrian family has not fallen behind, and Harvey Adrian is also the only piano in the family and can't afford the paint for painting. There are still some drawing boards piled up in the corner of the room, all of which she has created in recent years. Shirley has to take care of this big house. It is usually difficult to find time to do what she likes. It takes several months to draw a picture. Noting Harvey's arrival, Shirley stopped the pen and turned and bowed to him. "Master." Ming Ming grew up together since childhood, the relationship between the two is not very good. Harvey looked at himself in the painting and clapped his hands and admired, "The painting is good, don't care about me, just continue to finish." Shirley nodded lightly. Harvey picked up the drawing board stacked in the corner of the room and discovered that Shirley's paintings were basically his own. Each one has subtle changes, especially the one currently painted by Shirley, even though the appearance is the same, and at first glance, it is difficult to associate the same person with these drawing boards. Do these paintings represent their own image in Shirley's heart? Harvey touched his chin and asked, "Shirley, do you have anything other than portraits? It should be no problem." Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com has also tried painting still life before. Harvey opened the wooden window of the room, looked at the street scenery outside the window and smiled and said, "So how about drawing the scenery outside the window? Maybe it will be useful for my novel." Shirley came to Harvey's side and looked at the street scenery together. The buildings are generally not high, and the surrounding scenery can be seen very well from the height of 2 floors. She squinted to see the pedestrians and buildings on the street, and her look seemed a little hesitant. Harvey looked at her hesitantly and thoughtfully. Leaving the mansion, Harvey wandered around in this British Victorian-style city, purposefully looking for traces of magic. Magic is not a legend in this world. As far as he knows, the shops will sell items related to magic. If he can learn magic self-protection ability and identity, he will definitely improve. After shopping several streets, he finally found a shop with a weird style. Magic item house? This is magic. The shop is very small, only the size of his bedroom. It is located in a quiet and unmanned street. The glass cabinets display all kinds of strange things, including animal skulls, colorful gems, branch staff, and some steampunk flavors. Small toy. Pushing the door in, I saw a fat man with a tired look sitting in front of the counter. Even if the guests came to the door, he didn't even stand up to say hello. He glanced at Harvey and continued to be in a daze. Harvey took off his hat and nodded politely to him. The shop owner didn't ask anything but made him feel relaxed. He started to browse the products with relish. The items sold in the shop were marked with names and specific functions. Most of them were low-level for casting spells. Materials. After walking back and forth a few times, Harvey found something he was interested in. A spell book that records zero-order spells magic tricks, and the price is 70 balloon. Chapter 16, First Contact. Harvey is a little distressed to spend 70 barons to buy this magic trick. As a descendant of the spellcaster, Harvey has still been exposed to knowledge about spells. These general zero-order spells basically do not have any confidentiality, as circulation the true value of knowledge is only the cost of printing. The Adrian family itself has a library, many of which are spell books left by the creator, but they were sold at a low price by the Harvey Adrian Security Department. However, even if there is no confidentiality in level 0 spells, as a kind of knowledge, it is still an unpopular among the unpopular. Only people who have been exposed to magic knowledge and have a certain talent can learn it. Such people are not in a city with a population of 100,000. No, if there is more than one hand. Back to the mansion, he couldn't wait to shut himself in the bedroom and study this real spell book. After reading a few pages, Harvey frowned, and then roughly read the entire spell book and let out a helpless sigh. The spell book was not faked, and it was written in a language he knew, but if these languages were connected together, he and falling into a cloud like reading a book. The spiritual guidance of casting spells, the structure of spells, the connection with the so-called magic network, and various basic theories are almost the same as the internal force novels and martial arts novels. Most people don't understand meridians at all. Harvey called the attribute panel in his mind with a fluke mentality. Harvey Adrian. Physique, 9. Intelligence, 12. Charm, 10. Spirit, 12. Dexterity, 11. Energy, 10/10, normal. Remaining distribution points, 0. Skills. Writing. Level, B. Description: I already have the writing level of a well-known writer, able to create excellent novels, moving poems, and skillfully play with beautiful rhetoric. When inciting emotions, I can make those boudoir girls cry. Magic trick. Level, E. Explanation: just as the name of this spell can be used to perform some simple tricks, it can lift things up to a pound, and can make simple tools, but it cannot simulate any other spell effects except for specific spell effects, so it can generally only be used to please children or clean up. Status: inactive. Activation requires magic talent E level or higher, 10 spirit points and energy points that match magic talent. Talent. Magic talent. Level, D. Description: it seems that because of the blood of the caster, he is closer to the etheric element than ordinary people. If he learns magic from a young age, he may be able to sense the magic network and become an official spellcaster. The number of remaining skill level upgrades, 0. Harvey widened his eyes and whispered in surprise, "Really? What the is in the inactive state?" He focused on the inactive status bar, and a stream of information flowed into his mind. In addition to the basic attributes required by the attribute bar, learning a spell will require a certain amount of energy, which is related to him. If you have a D-level magic talent, you need to consume 10 energy points. If it is an E-level talent, it needs 15 points, and if you don't have a magic talent, you need 30 points or more. 10 points of energy, it's a life. Harvey's mouth twitched. He knew what energy value means. Some time ago, he stayed up all night to create the Count of Monte Cristo, and his body and mind were in a state of extreme exhaustion, but it was only a waste of 7 points. I slept for more than 10 hours before recovering, and I was afraid of sudden death when I consumed 10 points at once. The energy value is equivalent to the blue bar, MP, and it is also related to the red bar, HP. It should not be fatal if it is consumed all at once. Harvey considered it for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth and decided to try it. The consciousness is placed in the inactive status bar, and this attribute bar gradually disappears when he calls activation in his heart. There was a sudden dizziness from Harvey's head, the world was spinning and the slight tingling sensation surrounded his consciousness. His face suddenly turned pale, his body fell on the bed and panted heavily, and a feeling that could not be described in words was eroding. His body is like a black hole, and his stamina and consciousness are all swallowed and shattered by the terrifying suction. Damn it! It's worse than expected. Gradually, Harvey couldn't move a finger, and as soon as he closed his eyes, he plunged into the boundless darkness. It was already the next afternoon when he woke up again. Harvey's throat was as thirsty as a fire, and he could feel hot and painful when he breathed in the air. He saw the vague figure beside him whispered, "Water, give me water." The fuzzy figure brought a cup of warm water to his lips, slightly salty. Drinking the warm salt water, his consciousness improved, and he could still feel the dizziness of the spirit being torn in his mind. At least he resumed his thinking. Ability. He turned around and glanced at Shirley, who was standing next to him. There was a stool beside the bed. It seemed that she had been sitting here and waiting for a long time. "Shirley, how long have I slept?" Harvey lay on his forehead and groaned. He still couldn't drive the collapse out after shaking his head. From yesterday evening to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, there are 22 hours in total. This morning, Mr. Poulin from Leonard Publishing House of UU Reading www.yunsha.com personally came here to ask for a meeting with the master. I have postponed it to tomorrow afternoon. Shirley put a hand on Harvey's forehead to sense her body temperature. Her cold face appeared worried and whispered, "Master, are you sick?" The doctor came to see it in the morning and said it was caused by too much fatigue. Harvey reluctantly smiled and waved his hand. "It's not a physical matter, don't worry, just rest for a while. Yesterday, I wanted to learn the magic knowledge my grandfather left behind. It really wasn't that easy." Shirley went to prepare dinner for him. Harvey called the attribute panel again and looked at the skill bar. Magic trick. Level, E. Explanation: just as the name of this spell can be used to perform some simple tricks, it can lift things up to a pound, and can make simple tools, but it cannot simulate any other spell effects except for specific spell effects, so it can generally only be used to please children or clean up. Proficiency, C. He recalled all the knowledge about this spell, and found that he could understand the originally profound knowledge. Magic trick blended into his instinct. Just like his hands and feet can be waved at any time. He also saw the change in the attribute value column. The energy value has returned to 3 points, the maximum value has become 11, and the spirit value has become a little more flat. Is it the change caused by the overdraft energy value? He has come into contact with online novels and knows that he can't break the theory, and he understands a little bit in his heart. He overdrafts all mental power and restores it to the caster to be a partial method of enhancing his mental power, but he generally does not overdraw all mental power as much as Harvey. This method of increasing his mental strength is very unstable. If used repeatedly, the effect will be greatly reduced, and there will be schizophrenia or mental abnormalities and other negative effects. Chapter 17, Flatter. Looking at the explanation of magic trick, Harvey was very interested and remembered a famous magic concept: if the fireball can't destroy the enemy, it is not that the fireball is not strong enough, it is that the fireball is not big enough, and the temperature is not high enough. If you cast a fireball, the technique can achieve the same effect as the sun, and even the first level fireball technique can achieve the effect of destroying the world. Magic trick similarly, this is a very comprehensive and very tasteless spell. If this spell can be developed to the extreme, can it be possible to resurrect the dead, forcibly stop the planet's rotation, make any props out of thin air, etc.? Harvey shook his head and chuckled, making his own thoughts amused, knowing that it was almost his whimsical. Take Fireball as an example. The spell structure of Fireball can only support the mobilization of a certain amount of ether elements. If this limit is exceeded, the spell structure will collapse on its own. If the spell structure of Fireball is changed, then this spell cannot be called a fireball. Surgery. Harvey knows magic trick. The whole process of the operation almost has an understanding of the world's magic system. In a simple way, the spellcaster is a human computer, the spell network is a network, and spells are all kinds of software. If the computer performance is not good, it will not be able to run large software, advanced spells. The computer performance is sufficient and no software is installed, learning spells. It is impossible to operate out of thin air. All the casting process needs to go through the magic network. The computer uses a certain software to calculate a certain result. When this structure is uploaded to the network, it can mobilize the ether element to cause a certain effect. In addition, the caster is not unable to cast spells without the help of the spell net, but without the help of the spell net, there will be a more complicated calculation step in the casting process. The magic trick activated by Harvey gave him two kinds of spell knowledge. One can rely on the spell net to cast, which is relatively simple and convenient, and the other is purely to mobilize the ether element to cast on its own, which is more complicated and requires the preparation of casting materials. The spell effect is more flexible. He does not expect to rely on magic trick to eat the entire spell system, the first one is enough. He lay on the bed and looked at a hardcover book on the desk, spitting out a few difficult and incomprehensible letters, and the books that would be placed on the table trembled slightly, swaying to his hand under his gaze. Harvey looked at all this with a novel look. A simple process opened the door to a new world for him, and the floating books moved with his consciousness. How amazing, beyond the knowledge of the earth. No, I feel that the burden of the spirit is heavier. Although magic trick is a zero-order spell, my current mental power can only be considered to exceed the level of ordinary people, and is far below the standard of a passing spellcaster. Feeling heavier eyelids, Harvey put down his books and yawned tiredly. After Shirley brought the dinner up, Harvey took a few bites and went back to bed to rest. The next morning, Harvey got up refreshed, his mental power and energy were even more calm for no reason, and he felt more relaxed physically and mentally. He gathered his thoughts, created Count of Monte Cristo in the morning, and tried to use magic trick to complete the printing in the afternoon. Simple zero-order spells do not have any casting conditions, only the most basic chanting. Harvey is energetic and casts the spell, magic trick abides by his consciousness to achieve the effect he wants to achieve. In the bedroom, Harvey sitting in front of the desk squinted his eyes. After singing, a drop of ink in the ink bottle floated up and dripped onto the white paper next to it. Then the ink was absorbed by the white paper, and the white paper surface contorted like standard words. Success! Harvey sighed with joy. This printing effect did not exceed the limit of magic trick, but Harvey could not cast a spell while creating a novel. This blank page was created in the morning. The content can be copied onto another sheet of paper at most, and his next goal is to use magic trick to complete the code word. He was very tired to try. When he felt exhausted, Shirley knocked on the door and came in and told the reviewer of Leonard Press to visit. The reviewer came to visit yesterday because Harvey was in poor health. It was postponed by Shirley to today. He didn't see Harvey yesterday and even came to see him personally. Harvey had the confidence to let Shirley arrange for him to wait in the living room. Putting on his formal attire, when Harvey walked down the stairs, the reviewer Poulin he met the other day hurriedly stood up and smiled and said, "Mr. Adrian, take the liberty to visit. Please forgive me for the inconvenience I caused you." Now Poulin is wearing a black suit, he should be waxed, and looks very formal. Harvey nodded silently. Mr. Poulin's personal visit means that the review of my novel has come to fruition. I really hope it's a good ending. Of course, this time I brought good news to Mr. Adrian. After Harvey sat down, Poulin stood and hesitated, bowed his head, and apologized sincerely. "Mr. Adrian, there is one thing that I must personally apologize to you. Regarding your work, I didn't read it carefully before and I jumped to conclusions. Had it not been for Mr. Evelyn, I would have made a big mistake." Poulin graduated from university and belongs to advanced intellectuals in this era. He used to look down on Harvey Adrian's critics, but now he is completely impressed by the Count of Monte Cristo. Regardless of Harvey's external reviews, the Count of Monte Cristo is a masterpiece, and it will definitely become a well-known work in Elroy. Oh! Harvey raised his brows, and it was true that the Count of Monte Cristo is a world masterpiece of the earth, and it is impossible to do nothing in the same era. I am ashamed of my stupidity. In addition to discussing the publication of your work The Count of Monte Cristo during this visit, our Leonard Press has prepared this apology and delivered it to you personally. Poulin took out the slender gift box from his pocket and put his hands on the table. Harvey was also polite to let Shirley put it away. Seeing that Harvey was willing to accept the gift of apology, Poulin was greatly relieved, and the apology should also be the time to discuss business. The Count of Monte Cristo is scheduled to be published tomorrow and will be added to the second issue of Leonard Publishing's collection of novels. It could have been published yesterday, reading www.uugonshu.com, but because it is Harvey's handwritten manuscript, it needs to be digitally reviewed. The manuscript can be printed only after retypesetting. I am very happy that my work is on the publication list. I have no objection to publication. Poulin hesitated and asked, "Is there any excess manuscripts left by Mr. Adrian? Your work is written by hand, so we hope you can provide as many manuscripts as possible so that we can prepare in advance." Of course. Shirley went to Harvey's bedroom and took out the copy of the novel that Harvey had completed in the past few days, totaling more than 20,000 words. She looked at the thick pile of Poulin and took it in surprise, with more weight than he thought. He might be able to see the follow-up plot of Edmund's encounter with Father Faria, and see the true beginning of the whole story. Harvey completed the more than 10,000 words today and didn't plan to hand it over to Leonard Press without a copy. He didn't plan to print it out. The remaining fee was just to practice magic trick. Poulin looked at the novel manuscript in his hand and looked embarrassed, half-jokingly explained, "Mr. Adrian, let me tell you, since I read your novel, I have been deeply attracted by the stories in it. Edmund, now I can't wait to return to the publishing house to study your work. I want to know what happened to the Captain Edmund who was framed and imprisoned." When he heard the protagonist's name, I understood that he was right, at least he had actually watched The Count of Monte Cristo. Harvey stood up and stretched out his hand and smiled at him. It's a great honor. In order to live up to the expectations of readers and your company, I also need to think about it. Purin flattered and praised, you are an amazing novelist. I believe that your work will shock the entire Elroy literary world after it is completed. After the two shook hands, they looked at each other and said goodbye with a smile. Chapter 18, Social Games. Harvey took the time to look at Shirley's sketches, and now he somewhat understands why Shirley doesn't like painting landscapes very much. The close-up scenes in the sketches and landscapes he saw were acceptable, but the lines became messy a little further away, and the scenes became quite blurred, and the style was no longer so refined that it lost the sense of hierarchy. The problem is with Shirley. If Harvey is not wrong, Shirley should be myopic, and the degree is not low. Harvey Adrian himself remembers that Shirley squinted her eyes and looked at him for exactly this reason. Pairing with her taciturn appearance is indeed a deterrent. Harvey burst into laughter inwardly, put down the sketch to consider one day if she was going to wear a pair of glasses. Shirley's painting skills are very exquisite, at the level of professional painters in this era, and those professional painters usually serve the nobles and wealthy merchants. They do not open for 3 years and eat for 3 years. Any famous painter's works can basically be sold to support the painter. The leisure life of hiring servants without worrying about food and clothing. Harvey can't afford to hire these painters. Shirley is different. With a little guidance, she should be able to draw good fiction illustrations. It is not uncommon for novels to have illustrations in this era, but most of them are ordinary simple strokes, which can outline characters and landscapes in a few strokes. What Harvey pursues is a sketch illustration that can rival the standards of later generations. Elroy Library. History category Epic of Bazel, collection of poems The Wandering Poems of Blaise, and the novel The Fallen Leaves of Bays. 3 books have been registered. This is your proof of borrowing. Diana from the librarian Lee took the borrowed record book, and when he was about to leave, he hesitated to look in a certain direction on the second floor of the library, where no one was there except the empty tables and chairs. Did you give up? Diana sighed slightly with disappointment. That man is her fiancé, at least I hope he can do something. Madam, do you care about the gentleman who often sits over there and reads a few days ago? The female librarian suddenly asked. Few people come here. Diana and Harvey are both very eye-catching types. The former was because of his looks and temperament, and the latter because of his weird behavior. The librarian confirmed that Diana knew Harvey. Diana replied indifferently, I don't care. That gentleman would rarely come here to read books now, but he would come to borrow books in the afternoon every day, borrowing 6 or 7 books once a day, and then returning them the next day. It really makes people wonder if they have not finished reading them. Covering his lips and explaining with a smile, he was deeply impressed by Harvey. Diana raised her delicate eyebrows, nodded to the librarian and left here. Ons Air University, an academy founded in Elroy by a royal nobleman hundreds of years ago, covers a very large area, and the accumulation of hundreds of years is enough. This academy is famous because it retains the glorious tradition to this day. One of the first choice schools for the children of nobles in Iraq. As for the so-called glorious tradition, the one inherited from the social world, this college does not pay attention to knowledge education. Women are obsessed with dressing themselves up with all kinds of gorgeous clothes. When they wear heavy makeup on their faces and participate in various social activities, they seem to have found the meaning of life. The blooming flowers will naturally attract bees and butterflies. As for men, aristocratic men of good standing basically enjoy themselves here, and those with low identities are basically flattering in order to squeeze into that circle. Diana hates this college, but it was her father's intention to come here to enroll. She didn't have the right to choose when she was a female before marrying. You can graduate from here in 1 year. Diana glanced at the iconic bronze statue of the founder at the entrance of the college and shook her head. She loathes this place and feels confused about the future. After graduating from here, she will marry her. Harvey Adrian, a disdainful male, has a bleak future. Sometimes she also sighed that it would be great if she were a male, free to do what she likes. Passing the school's aisle, she saw women in costumes everywhere on both sides of the lawn. They were holding umbrellas with big smiles and wearing crinoline skirts that were only used at banquets. The skirt skeleton doesn't even allow them to sit down. Was originally a place for learning knowledge, but it was preaching ignorance and vulgarity everywhere. She lives in the college's student dormitory, but it's quiet only in the middle of the night. She has no choice but to go to the last quiet sacred place of the college, the Ansair Library. The college's library is not rich in books, but who cares what? Those women who wear luxurious skirts all day long? Stupid, arrogant, coquettish male aristocrat? Here, they don't even bother to understand the knowledge used to decorate themselves, because this is the most beautiful period of their lives and they don't need to be decorated with anything. But today's college library doesn't seem to welcome her very much, and she has heard the sharp laughter of women before entering the door. Diana frowned and walked in and saw a group of luxuriously dressed noble children sitting inside whispering to each other. It can be seen that they are not at the same level as the students outside. Even if the clothes are not so conspicuous, they can be seen in the elaborate lace and lotus leaf skirts. These clothes are expensive. Everyone is holding an exquisite folding fan. These folding fans are essential props for every lady to socialize. Different actions will express completely different meanings and are used to implicitly express their wishes. As for the men's dressing, they are much more casual, and the confidence revealed by their dazzling looks is enough to confirm that their identity is definitely not bad. She is going to leave here, wherever she is, just a quiet place. Diana. An aristocratic man got up and stopped him. He had broken blonde hair and a handsome face. The confidence and heroic spirit he revealed was enough to make most women look at him. He got up and ran to Diana to apologize. Sorry, we can't find a quiet place. If you want to read, we won't disturb you. Hearing him calling his name, Diana Willow frowned, glanced at the women who used a fan to cover half of their face and revealed their smile, and said bluntly, "You are here to prevent me from reading. This is the library, not a playground. You reading www.uyugonshu.com." The handsome aristocratic man scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "We are discussing about the novel. Basically no one uses it here, so I can find a lot of reference materials." Diana looked coldly and said, "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in novels." After finished speaking, he turned and left with the 3 books in his arms, one of which was a novel. Looking at the back of Diana's departure, the handsome aristocratic male's eyes swept past with reluctance and helplessness. When he turned to look at his companion, he changed back to the appearance of aristocratic gentleman and caused a burst of laughter. "Kathy, how about you just abandon her? You can find as many lovers as you want. Her kind of incomprehensible woman will be worthless to marry. I don't know how long she can pretend to be so tall." Of course, Diana knew what he was talking about. The Leonard Press's essay was circulated in this college at the beginning. After all, the essay itself was initiated by members of the Leonard family in this college. It's just a social game between the nobles, adding a little brilliance to their prominent family reputation. Who are the winners of this essay event? Kathy Elroy, the second son of the Elroy family, is the only one in the college social circle who often shows off literature. The prominent family, handsome appearance, coupled with good literary accomplishment, this is not all women's, is it the girl in the dream? Diana doesn't catch a cold very much. He hates him hundreds of times higher than Harvey. With her eyes, you can see through Kexie's narrowness under perfect conditions. The literary accomplishment is indeed high in this college, but that's all. Kathy's vision is limited to this, feeling proud of everything he has, deliberately showing off everything he owns. Falling into Diana's eyes is out-and-out childish arrogance. Chapter 19, Her Doubts. At night, the student dormitory where Diana lived finally showed signs of calming down. She came out of the bathroom in her white pajamas, her golden wavy hair curled up, and the moisture-stained skin was white and ruddy, which made people have the urge to take a bite. The environment is not bad. The room is spacious and comes with a toilet and bathroom. The layout is relatively simple. In addition to the bed for sleeping, there is a wooden table on which a dozen hardcover books are stacked. Diana doesn't like reading very much, but she can't find other joys of life besides reading. On her desk is now placed a simple book Leonard Press collection of novels, which publishes all the collections of novels that have participated in the solicitation of contributions. Because of Leonard Publishing's fanfare call for contributions, this collection of novels is still well known in Elroy, and it will soon be sold out when it is sold in bookstores. She sat down and opened the collection of novels, and naturally turned to one of the pages, which was marked with the title His Daughter. Looking at the content, she recalled the warm memories of her young age over and over again, and a warm smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The novel is only the beginning. It is about a businessman who has a particularly naughty daughter. Diana knows that all the plot development will follow. The businessman's daughter will leave the businessman and go to the kingdom's metropolis, where she will fulfill her dream of becoming a painter. Diana is the author of this novel. Even though she disdains the subject of this essay, she still participated in this call for contributions from Leonard Press. This is not a contradiction. She never thought about winning, she just wrote it out and let the readers see it. Revisiting the novels she wrote, Diana noticed that the thickness of the second issue of the collection of novels has increased a lot compared to the previous issue, and there is one more novel title in the list of novels that is not on the first issue publication list, The Earl of Monte Cristo. What is the title of this book? Which historical figure is it? Diana was a little curious to turn to the catalogue page of this novel. After reading it, she suddenly noticed that the background of this story was in the Augustine Kingdom. She had recommended the historical background to Harvey Adrian. At that time, Harvey did said to be used in the background of the novel. It's him? Diana felt confused, and moved her fingertips across the pages of the book. Although Harvey is a member of the social world, she does not think that Harvey has any intersection with her academy circle. In that case, why should his work be selected? It's a strange writing method. The concocting of words and sentences is completely different from traditional writing, but it clearly shows different characters and places. After reading the first chapter of The Count of Monte Cristo, Diana noticed a huge difference in the writing of the novel. The style of this novel is not very complicated. People who are literate should be able to understand the meaning of expression, but it will not give people a sense of boring and empty reading. To say that Harvey's ability to write novels is not as good as that of the famous French writer Alexandre Dumas, it is certain, but his writing will not be bad. In the era of information explosion, language itself is also evolving. On the one hand, this is Harvey's distress. On the other hand, it is also the innovation in The Count of Monte Cristo. Is this still a novel she is familiar with? The one who wrote such a novel was her famous fiancé Harvey Adrian. Diana read it all at once, pausing from time to time to turn back a few pages, chewing every sentence and every word of the novel carefully. Unknowingly, her expression became serious, forgetting things other than the content of the novel, and was attracted by the content of Count of Monte Cristo itself. The night darkened until she reached the last page. Diana was shocked. The first publication of The Count of Monte Cristo was less than 30,000 words. The plot that unfolded firmly attracted her desire to read. After a long absence, I feel that reading is a kind of enjoyment. I can find fun in it and look forward to the follow-up development of the novel plot. Compared to her own novel His Daughter, Diana has to admit that Harvey's novels can be more attractive. The character image, plot control, and plot design are quite excellent. Harvey did not completely copy the beginning of The Count of Monte Cristo. As an old reader of online novels, he still knows the principle of the golden 3 chapters. In any case, the beginning of the novel must firmly attract readers. Therefore, the beginning plot of The Count of Monte Cristo has been cut a lot, and the whole is compact and exciting. I can't draw a conclusion yet, maybe it's just a coincidence. Slender and Catkins closed the collection of Leonard Press collection. Diana unexpectedly produced bursts of unbelievable absurdity in her heart. No matter how you look at Count of Monte Cristo, it doesn't seem to come from a person without any literary literacy. The hand, but it does indeed use the historical background of the Augustine kingdom. The author of The Count of Monte Cristo is signed by Alexander, and it belongs to another person. Is it just a coincidence? Only Harvey knows that Alexander is the name of Alexander Dumas, the original author of The Count of Monte Cristo, and his full name is Alexander Dumas. The second issue of the collection of novels by Leonard Publishing has been officially published. Many readers have noticed that there is an extra novel in the second issue of the collection. There is not much explanation that arouses readers' strong curiosity. Many readers are deeply attracted by the plot after watching the newly added Count of Monte Cristo. Although Count of Monte Cristo has not proposed the main line of revenge, the wonderful plot itself is better than other works of Leonard Press collection many. UU reading www.UU. Some readers of Com also reported disdain. There is not too much gorgeous rhetoric in The Count of Monte Cristo. The plain dialogue between the characters cannot stir up their love of words and shake their perceptual cognition. Therefore, they criticized The Count of Monte Cristo. There is no beauty of classical literature at all. The newspapers of Leonard Press will randomly publish some comments from readers on the novel every day to increase popularity. The most commented and admired novel is the novel called Wild Rose, which tells the social life of a commoner. The social world is struggling, criticizing the luxurious and corrupt life of the upper-class society. The content of the novel is good and has been highly praised by the reviewers of Leonard Press. The novel review section in the newspaper seems to have been established for this novel, full of admiration for this work. Oh my God, this is a very wonderful work. It can be seen between the lines that the writer himself knows the social world very well. I really hope to see more stories about the social world. Poor little Judy, as a commoner, in the social world, she can only depend on the big people. I hope she will have a good ending. This is a great work. The writer must be a novelist with rich literary accomplishments. Every line can affect my heart. Every time I read my thoughts, it's like the ocean that cannot see the edge and cannot calm down. The Count of Monte Cristo received a favorable comment in the second edition of the newspaper's commentary section, and it came from the reviewer of The Count of Monte Cristo, Fran Garcia. This is an innovative novel. The plot and text bring the author's unique and strong style and integrate the dramatic elements. Each character on the stage has rich lines and full image. It is a masterpiece in conjunction with the fierce plot. Chapter 20, Big Boost. The content of the newspaper depends on Leonard Press. Only they know the authenticity of the evaluation content. Harvey has experienced the ups and downs of the Earl of Monte Cristo not being selected for publication, but he doesn't care. There was also that cheap fiancée who really couldn't make up the money, so she borrowed 30 gold barons on the condition of retiring. In the eyes of the Cromwell Chamber of Commerce, the 30 gold barons were just a fraction of a coin, which was not used as a way to get rid of the value of the Adrian family is a reasonable price. Harvey slowed down the progress of writing The Count of Monte Cristo, completing 4,000 words a day, and instead spent more energy on studying magic, but he was ashamed of his pocket. He couldn't find more money to go to that magic props room purchase books or props related to magic. A black eye can only be used to fiddle with the only zero-order spell he has learned, magic trick. In a few days, the proficiency of magic trick rose by 1 level. After reaching the B level, he could use this spell instead of writing. The effect was good for cleaning the room. After casting, all the dust in his bedroom was cleared. The clean, high-end wooden furniture has a new look. Harvey laments that the effect is comparable to high-pressure water gun washing. On the third day of the publication of The Count of Monte Cristo, Harvey just woke up and felt that the attribute panel in his mind had changed again. Harvey Adrian. Physique, 9. Intelligence, 12. Charm, 10. Spirit, 13. Dexterity, 11. Energy, 11/11ths, normal. Remaining distribution points, 3. Skills. Writing. Level, B. Description: I already have the writing level of a well-known writer, able to create excellent novels, moving poems, and skillfully play with beautiful rhetoric. When inciting emotions, I can make those boudoir girls cry. Magic trick. Level, E. Explanation: just as the name of this spell can be used to perform some simple tricks, it can lift things up to a pound, and can make simple tools, but it cannot simulate any other spell effects except for specific spell effects, so it can generally only be used to please children or clean up. Quantity degree, B. Talent. Magic talent. Level, D. Description: it seems that because of the blood of the caster, he is closer to the etheric element than ordinary people. If he learns magic from a young age, he may be able to sense the magic network and become an official spell caster. The number of remaining skill level upgrades, 1. There are 3 more assignable attributes and 1 skill level increase. It should be the Count of Monte Cristo that has caused enough influence. Harvey was happy, his mouth was almost grinning behind his ears, which was the biggest since he came to this world, an improvement. The 3 assignable attribute points are added to intelligence without hesitation. As a great young man in the 21st century, he has always implemented the principle of knowledge is power. As intelligence increases, his ability to learn in all aspects will improve his level of logical thinking. Less. A familiar warmth poured into Harvey's mind. He squinted his eyes and enjoyed it, and his consciousness became clearer. He still felt that his consciousness seemed to have a new change. After thinking about it a little bit, Harvey was pleasantly surprised to find that he can do 2 things with 1 heart. This way, it is more convenient to use magic trick to create novels. While maintaining the magic effect, while thinking about the subsequent plot of the novel, it is perfect. After the intelligence value reaches 15, a new information prompt about the attribute panel appears. After the intelligence reaches 15, it is the bottleneck of ordinary people. In the future, if the intelligence attribute wants to increase, several times the attribute points are needed to pile it up. Harvey had anticipated this. If intelligence could be piled up without limit, this would definitely be a very terrifying thing. You must know that Einstein's IQ, who developed the atomic bomb, was about 146, while the IQ of ordinary people was 125. Although this is the data of Einstein's time, it may not be accurate, but it can also explain the ratio of genius to ordinary people's IQ in the eyes of ordinary people. Harvey's current intelligence is 15, which is about 1.5 times that of ordinary people. In theory, he is a genius beyond Einstein. It's only theoretical. There will be many geniuses who have surpassed Einstein in IQ tests in later generations. It doesn't necessarily mean that they can surpass Einstein. It also depends on personal efforts and opportunities. Harvey coughed. Quickly suppressed his swelling thoughts. There is no need to improve writing skills for the time being. I didn't even fill up the water. What's the use of increasing the volume of the container? The remaining opportunity to increase the skill level can only be added to the magic trick. It shouldn't be. It's as simple as just improving your proficiency. After thinking about it, Harvey gave him a skill upgrade opportunity to give him the only zero-order spell he can now. As he silently reads, the magic trick on the attribute panel shows a blur and turns into another one. A completely different spell. Small miracle. Level, D, cannot continue to improve. Description: it can cause a tiny miracle. You can make double water out of thin air in the desert. You can create an invisible hand that can lift a substance under 10 weights, or treat a weak physical injury. Proficiency, B. Based on magic trick, a brand new and more comprehensive spell knowledge flooded into Harvey's mind, and his intelligence of up to 15 can easily understand and absorb it. This is still a zero-order spell, but the magic effect of magic trick has been perfected to the extreme, and no room for improvement can be found. Although it is still a zero-order spell, its effect is better than most first-order spells. The biggest difference from the first-order spell is that the spell effect is tasteless but versatile, as well as the casting conditions and low cost of the zero-order spell. This is a brand new spell, which may never have appeared in this world. Harvey is very satisfied, it helps him a lot. Very big. It can almost be assumed that he has stepped into the magic world with half his foot, and got rid of the powerlessness of being arbitrarily manipulated. Now even if he meets Lester's group again, he is confident that he can use this spell to protect himself. In the next few days, Harvey simply used small miracles instead of Shirley to complete the housework. The effect of casting a spell is equivalent to Shirley's busy life. He learned painting knowledge from Shirley and at the same time instructed her to draw a sketch that meets her own expectations. Draw, and create illustrations that are comparable in quality to light novels on the earth. Harvey does not have professional painting knowledge, but he has seen more paintings than all the paintings in the world. A little analysis can lead to advanced and useful knowledge. Shirley learns very quickly. Harvey puts forward her own painting requirements and gives demonstrations and can quickly master it. After a few days, she finally completed a novel illustration. The content is that the protagonist Edmund returned to the port after becoming the captain. The illustration style is biased towards the beauty of comics, and the lines are not too tough, which caters to the art style of this world. Chapter 21, Unexpected Invitation. At noon, Harvey finished writing The Earl of Monte Cristo and was ready to enjoy a leisurely afternoon tea time. Shirley, the only maid in the mansion, came over and told him that there was a visitor. Harvey felt surprised when he saw the visitor. The visitor was not someone he knew, or should be said to be a friend of Harvey Adrian, a young man who was also born in a noble family, Jared Evan, he wearing a black suit with the latest style and a high hat. When he saw Harvey, his handsome face was full of joy. "Oh my God, I almost thought you were caught by Mrs. Mary's husband and thrown into the river. You know how long hasn't I seen you?" Mrs. Mary is the wife of a wealthy businessman. She was well known in the social world when she was flourishing. She was a well-known socialite. However, she married an old man who was half a century older than herself. She and Harvey Adrian are in a romantic relationship, but if Jared doesn't mention the name, Harvey will almost forget that he still has such a romantic experience. Harvey does not intend to inherit the complicated interpersonal relationships of the original body. He is not too lazy when his nominal friend comes to the door. He smiled and shook his head and said, "This time is relatively busy and it is not convenient to participate in those social activities." Compared to hypocritical social activities, Harvey prefers to be alone. It would be more perfect if he had a computer. Jared was taken aback, took off his black top hat and looked at Harvey up and down, and said with a doubtful tone, "Harvey, it always feels like you have changed a lot. What happened?" The current Harvey is much better than the original owner's decadence and debauchery, and he is not sure if it is due to the increased intelligence of the attribute panel. The temperament of his eyes has undergone earth-shaking changes, and his deep eyes make it difficult to guess that he is there. What to think? It has changed. The one standing in front of you is basically another person. Harvey said silently in his heart, intending to fool this Harvey Adrian's friend, but he saw Jared take out 2 papers from his pocket and said triumphantly, "Don't talk about this, my dear my friend, I got a ticket for the Brenda Theatre Company that is touring across the country. This is a VIP seat that can only be bought for 200 ballons, or the one with a price but no market. Are you interested in seeing it together? The Evan family is the owner of the largest opera house in El Roy." "Oh? You are not interested in drama?" Harvey asked. As a member of the family who manages the opera house, Harvey often hears from him complaining that drama or opera is too boring. Jared shook his head and said mysteriously, Everything has accidents. Besides, the performances of the Brenda Theatre Company will not be so boring. I heard people say that there are even magicians in the theatre company to serve them. Even if the drama is very boring, I believe there are other reasons to watch this drama. Tomorrow is the day when the Brenda Theatre Company will perform. Do you know how many nobles are on the reserved guest list? I think those gentle and beautiful ladies will definitely not give up this opportunity to show your charm. Harvey secretly said that, indeed, drama is also part of the current cultural trend. It is sought after by young aristocrats, and larger theatre troupes can become popular topics in social circles. Harvey and Jared never missed such an opportunity before. They can see beautifully dressed ladies, and if they are lucky, they can hook up one or two. He is a little interested in this performance. Firstly, he has little memory of this world drama. Secondly, the Brenda Theatre Company is one of the well-known theatre companies in the country. The most commendable thing is that he uses magic props to assist in the performance. It is said that there is a magician to serve them. Since it was invited by Jared, Harvey agreed to visit the World's Theatre performance if the tickets were free. After Jared gave Harvey a ticket, the two chatted for a while. When they learned that Harvey was writing a novel, Jared was surprised that he could put an egg in his mouth and repeatedly said that he would go to watch The Count of Monte Cristo. In fact, like Harvey Adrian, he is a non-reading type. The next night, Harvey put on formal clothes for a long time, a black dress and white shirt, and Shirley's hair was combed. After some sorting, the whole person looked vigorous and calm as a young man. The Avon Opera House is located in a lively street in El Roy. It is a huge Roman-style building about 3 stories high. The appearance is majestic and solemn. You can see the spacious balcony on the second floor from downstairs. Huge glass doors and windows are a leisure place for VIPs. You can also see more than a dozen stone sculptures of the same size on the eaves of the Opera House. Entering the interior of the Opera House, the lights are bright and the combination of the cross arches of the dome, the cylindrical arches, and the vaults creates the illusion of a more complex and spacious interior space, as if you have come to the kingdom of giants. You can still feel open inside the building. Harvey was already overcrowded when he came here. The road outside was only the sound of carriages and horses. The dressed lady got out of the car with the help of the gentleman. The jade hand in lace gloves played with a folding fan, and the wonderful eyes rushed to attract the attention of others. Harvey frowned, not used to such a lively scene. The different perfumes in the air were mixed, sweet and greasy, and fragrant and disgusting. Covering his nose and squeezing in, he found his VIP seat according to the instructions of the staff. After pushing the door, he saw that Jared was standing on the balcony looking at the crowds below with relish. Of course, his eyes were more focused. Put it on the half-exposed snow white of those ladies' chests. The interior decoration of the VIP seats is luxurious and stylish. The balcony faces the performance stage. There are crimson curtains on the sides of the balcony. If you don't want to watch the show, you can pull down the rope to cover the interior of the VIP seats. www.readaloud.com. According to Harvey, I know, many nobles like to pull down these curtains during theatrical performances to do some unknown activities. There is also a sofa in the VIP room. The tabletop is covered with fruits and 3 binoculars. Guests can use these binoculars to watch the drama if they need it. The actual telescope is basically an indispensable prop for watching dramas in this era. Even the average audience downstairs has most of them wearing telescopes, especially the ladies in costumes. They hold the telescope holder in one hand and look through the telescope. The posture is more elegant and noble when watching drama. At least they think so. Hey! Harvey, what do you think about that? The one with the blonde hair and white dress, is in the 3rd row. She doesn't seem to have a male partner by her side. I shouldn't stay here and do nothing. Jared called Harvey to come over and look at the dense crowd below. The person he said is a plump woman with a beautiful appearance and freckles on her face, but this is a plus in Jared's view. Harvey responded, not bad. Jared thought about turning his head and patted Harvey on the shoulder. "Harvey, I'll give you this VIP room. I shouldn't have invited you over, so I can invite this beautiful the girl comes to the VIP room to watch the drama together. When she is moved, she will definitely not refuse a gentleman's intimate comfort." Harvey couldn't laugh or cry. "Well, let me talk to the lady. A gentleman in the VIP room invites her to go up, so I can just sit in her seat." "Harvey, my dearest friend, our friendship has always been so strong. It used to be, it is now, and it will be in the future." Jared burst into tears, and wanted to rush to give Harvey a passionate bear hug. Was avoided by him without leaving a trace. Chapter 22, Magic Drama. Harvey in a formal suit is still quite attractive. After he went downstairs to invite the girl Jared was fond of, she agreed with a grimace. In an era when women are not taken seriously, they will not be hypocritical enough to refuse the invitation of an identity person. Even if it is a 1% chance, they may fly to the branches and live without worrying about food and clothing. Envy of the life of a lady. This is not a matter of face, but a necessary means of survival. If a family has children and daughters, the son will get all the property inheritance rights. If the daughter without property rights is expelled from the family, she can only be reduced to beggars or the most common way of betraying her body. Make a living. Harvey sat in an ordinary seat waiting for the opening of the drama with peace of mind. He prefers the excitement of ordinary seats. When the drama did not begin, he chanted difficult spells. An invisible force surrounds his body and disperses the mixed perfume that permeates the air. Taste. Before long, the drama he was looking forward to officially opened. As soon as the curtain of the stage was opened, 2 horses made of flames emerged from the auditorium and ran towards the stage. The fire illuminates the theater, and the heat wave drew countless audiences exclaimed. The flame steed raised their heads and neighed, and they collided from 2 directions into a dazzling firework and wrote a line of text, "Eva's Secret Brenda Theatre Company." The opening effect is perfect, and even Harvey, who is used to seeing Hollywood blockbusters, marvels at the visual effects of magic. The fire was dim, the last spark of the written text went out, and all the audience waited with bated breath. Suddenly there was a thunder, heavy rain fell, and a strong and powerful narration sounded along with the clear sound of sharp weapon confrontation. The calendar is 875 years, great King Jean was poisoned, his sinister brother was peering into his throne, the fragrance of power tempted him to fall, he was so cruel, cold-blooded, and killed his own brother with his own hands, an upright and great man king. He does not allow anything that would endanger his position as a king, even his niece Eva, who is less than 3 years old. The voice swelled and fell, one sentence after another, the illusory black figure on the stage disappeared, representing that the shadow of the king was cut off with a sharp sword by others, and the crown fell and the audience exclaimed. The shadow representing the murderer turned his head, and the outstretched hand turned into a monster-like skinny claw, and this claw was approaching a little girl whose back was leaning on him. Kang! The long sword neighed, and a knight rode up on a horse. The cold blade light cut off the sharp claws of the shadow, and he took the little girl away. The shadow roared angrily, and more shadows appeared behind him to pursue the knight. The most powerful knight in the kingdom rescued the princess. Ah, what a noble chivalry! He would never allow anyone to hurt an innocent little girl in front of him, even if it would bring him to death. His noble chivalry. He will be reborn from the ashes, even if he is dragged into by the devil, the fire of purgatory will not hurt him a bit. Eva's Secret tells the story of a usurped princess who regained the position of king from the murderer of her father. It is simply a textbook-like history of heroic poetry. Princess Eva was rescued by the most powerful knight of the kingdom and lived incognito. Eva has no memory of her hours later. She was too young when her father was killed. The knight who rescued her raised her. The king gave her a lofty lineage, which made her defy danger, integrity, and kindness, and the knight gave her noble spirit and powerful martial arts. The peaceful life lasted until Eva was 17. She went to play in the town. The knights of the kingdom found the village where she lived and slaughtered all the residents of her village. Her adoptive father was besieged by soldiers because of her age. Eventually died of exhaustion. Eva came back. She found the letter written by the knight under a big tree based on the last words of the deceased knight, which detailed all the reasons and asked her to seek the protection of an old friend of him. She was overwhelmed with anger, vowing to kill the murderer of her two fathers, and the despicable usurper sent to the guillotine. According to her adoptive father's instructions, she found another trustworthy and capable man of her true father, and with his help contacted the rebels across the country who were dissatisfied with the current king. Since the new king took office, those knights who were loyal to the old king were either killed or exiled. The nobles and civilians were in danger under the coercive policy. The rebels fought again and again with the soldiers of the kingdom. In the end, the rebels raided the capital under the wise leadership of Eva. The people cheered for her arrival and personally opened the city gate. When the soldiers saw that she was no longer fighting each other, they bowed their heads. The next king offered his loyalty. Eva found the usurper and fought a life-and-death duel at his request, although he was defeated by Eva in the end despite his despicable means. The usurper was sent to the guillotine and died amidst the cheers of all his subjects. The story is simple and clear, and the performance of the drama is greater than Harvey expected, and I don't feel the dullness of the drama at all. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com did use magic in this drama performance, which is mostly used for setting up the scene. Some traces can be seen from the light source or sound effect. Harvey focused all of his attention on the magic performance behind the scenes, knowing and watching it with gusto. What surprised him the most was a projection spell. I don't know what principle was used to directly project a heavy armored knight. The metal texture is quite realistic. Sitting a little farther away, it is impossible to judge the true or false of the projection with the naked eye. It is much more powerful than the three-dimensional projection technology on the Earth. It seems that magic in this world is not so rigid. It can be used in civilian fields to explain a lot of problems. Harvey held his chin in his right hand and meditated. At this time, the drama ended, and the actors from the theater troupe bowed to the audience. Give thunderous applause. At the end of the drama, which lasted more than an hour, Harvey returned to the VIP room where Jared was. Tuk tuk. He knocked on the door politely. After a long time, Jared, who was disheveled, came over to open the door. Seeing his blushing face, he knew what was going on inside. When he came out, he said softly to the VIP room, "Honey, you can stay here for one night, I mean I will be back soon, and we still have a lot to talk about this drama." Harvey touched his nose, and said in an awkward tone, "For a long time, it looks like I'm not here at the right time." "No, you came at the right time. Thanks to you, I was able to get rid of her temporarily." "I can't believe it. She asked me about the wedding date just now," Jared said with a lingering fear, and wanted to take Harvey's. He hit his shoulder again, and God knows what his hand touched just now. Realizing this, Jared slapped, "Haha, then my dear friend, what can you do with me?" Chapter 23, Adrian. Harvey found Jared again because he wanted him to introduce himself to the Brenda Theatre Company. This is not a difficult task. They also need to entertain some local aristocrats after their performances in the opera house. Harvey didn't want to miss the opportunity to contact the real caster. Jared readily agreed. When the two came to the backstage of the opera house, they could see many luxuriously dressed people coming and going, most of them holding flowers or gifts. Harvey noticed that most of the flowers and gifts were given to the girl who played Eva. She is the protagonist of this drama, and her appearance is not bad, of course she will be popular. Harvey asked Jared to introduce him to the head of the Brenda Theatre Company, the Brendas. There are also many people talking with them. Jared walked over and took off his hat and bowed slightly. "Excuse me, Mr. Brenda, this is my friend Harvey Adrian. He has been talking to your theatre group. I am looking forward to it and hope to get acquainted with you." "Oh, of course, I'm Maxwell Brenda. This is my wife Alina. I'm glad to meet you. Maxwell smiled and stretched out his right hand to Harvey. He has a short beard and a long body. Thin, handsome face, calm and gentle. Harvey's still charismatic appearance turned dull in front of him. He did not introduce his wife's surname, because most women in this era married with their husband's surname. Harvey recognizes that he is the person who played Eva's father on the stage just now. His wife, with her long blonde hair curled up, wearing a conservative classical blue dress, with a warm face, nodded slightly to say hello to Harvey. The people around the two frowned and glanced at Harvey, dissatisfied with the two young men who suddenly intervened. Harvey smiled and stretched out his right hand and shook Maxwell. I'm Harvey Adrian, and I'm very happy to meet you. What Mr. Jared said just now is not entirely true. Your theatre troupe performed it's very interesting, and I always thought they were very boring things before I watched your theatre troupe performances. Haha, I am very happy to change Mr. Adrian's view on drama. It is a great honor for us. While chatting, another person interjected, Mr. Brenda, your performance just now was really perfect. I seem to have seen the wise king of Jean in your body. Mr. Brenda, I wonder if our Jacob family will be lucky enough to invite your theatre troupe to dinner. Harvey looked at those people. Before being squeezed out, he stretched out his head and hurriedly asked, Mr. Brenda, I am very interested in your performance by the theatre group, especially in terms of magic props. I meet that magician. Maxwell stretched out his hand to signal the others to stay calm and look at Harvey with a little surprise. He was the only one who raised this question to him. After thinking about it for a while, he said, I have no right to decide the meeting of others. The person in charge of drama magic props, Mr. Kenneth, is in the next room. You can go to him if you need it, but Mr. Kenneth has never liked contact with strangers. Thank you very much. Harvey leaned to thank him, turned and left here to find the magician. After Jared's introduction, he also said goodbye to Harvey. When he came to the prop room mentioned by Maxwell, he knocked on the wooden door. After the door opened, standing in front of Harvey was a thin old man with frosty hair and simple linen clothes. His eyes looked like the twilight. Old man was so turbid and dim. When he saw Harvey, he was taken aback, and then a strange light passed by. Hello, this is Harvey Adrian. Harvey sighed and took off his hat to bow. Adrian? No wonder. The old man babbled and nodded for a long time. My name is Kenneth Randolph, Mr. Adrian, what can you do with me? Hearing his respectful name, Harvey stunned. He nodded subconsciously. The magic performance of this drama is really great. I heard Mr. Brenda say that you are the caster in charge of magic items, so I want visit you once. Hearing Harvey complimenting the effects of his magical items, Kenneth's gully old face slowed down, and he turned back to the room hoarsely and said, It's not convenient to stand in the hallway to talk. Come in first. This room was originally a vacant room in the theatre. Now it is full of props that are needed for theatrical performances. The scene layout and all kinds of strange dressing clothes are available, including armor, weapon props, gothic dresses, and prisoner costumes. In addition, you can see a simple workbench filled with transparent crystals of different shapes. Kenneth came to the workbench full of crystals and sat down and slowly said, I thought that the Adrian family would never show any more spellcasters. He actually also knows the Adrian family? Harvey was taken aback, and he remembered that his family's reputation was not so great that anyone outside of Elroy was known. Kenneth caught a glimpse of the surprise on Harvey's face and continued to explain, the Adrian family is still quite famous in the Wizarding Association of the Baron Kingdom. At least in my time, that Adrian represented the genius among the civilian spellcasters. It's a pity that he died early, otherwise the Adrian family is now probably the leading clan in the capital. At the end, Kenneth's face was a little bit lonely and self-deprecating for some reason. Harvey thought about it for a while and stepped forward and said respectfully, Mr. Randolph, can you tell me something about the Adrian family? I have never understood this aspect of my family, and my parents don't seem to want to. About the caster. Kenneth didn't mind, playing with his crystal slowly and said, "It looks like you don't know anything about your family or magic. This is of course. After all, it is a commoner. Once there is an accident, the family's magic knowledge will be passed on. Fracture. It's all past things, no matter what. I have been tossing these illusion crystals for a long time, and I haven't communicated with others for a long time." He shook his head, his old voice was full of self-deprecating. "Your grandfather www.readaloud.com, Adrian is very famous in our time, because he broke the curse that civilians can never become a higher mages. At that time I was just an apprentice. Adrian was the hope of almost all civilian spellcasters, including me." The old man continued to talk for more than half an hour. Harvey has a deeper understanding of the caster. In the eyes of the caster, blood is a very critical factor. It is related to the affinity between the caster and the spell network, and occasionally among civilians. There will be highly talented spellcasters, but civilian backgrounds represent a limited level of knowledge. Unless they are excavated from an early age and receive orthodox education, no matter how talented civilian spellcasters are, they are all muggles. Now the situation has improved a lot. With the decline of magic, some magic families are very willing to recruit magicians with foreign surnames, and they are also willing to share some basic spell-casting knowledge. The founder of the Adrian family is a commoner spellcaster. His experience seems to outsiders to be legendary. In a very short period of time, he achieved the achievements of the upper spellcaster, standing at the peak of the spellcaster in the Baron Kingdom at that time. But so far, the official has only announced Adrian's death without releasing any other information. At that time, the heirs of the Adrian family did not have much magical talents themselves, and they had no choice but to move out of the royal capital of the Kingdom of Baron when they lost their backbone to inherit the nobles. I came to live in Elroy. As for Kenneth, who claims to be an unwilling middle caster, chooses to serve the Brenda Theatre to earn pension expenses. From his tone, it can be seen that he has respect for the surname Adrian. I didn't expect the Adrian family to have some background, so the word caster in Maxwell's mouth was willing to pay attention to himself. Harvey secretly rejoices in his origin. Chapter 24, Information Crystal. After chatting for a while, Kenneth learned that Harvey had the ambition to continue learning magic, so he turned around and searched for the theatre troupe box. The times are different. Now it is not difficult for ordinary people to come into contact with magic. I found it. This 389th issue of Ethereum is a comprehensive book of magic basics compiled by a titled mage. Kenneth got talking about it. He took out a thumb-sized crystal and came to Harvey. He stared in a daze, and said with a slight emotion, "I personally am very willing to help the descendants of the Adrian family. I sincerely hope that you can create another miracle that belongs to the civilian spellcaster. Take it, my friend. I believe this record basis. The information crystal of magic knowledge will be useful to you. It is the gospel for all ordinary civilians who want to learn magic." Information crystal. Harvey took the thumb-sized crystal from his hand. The crystal was azure blue, and the turbulent flow inside it was very beautiful. Hearing the name Harvey, he knew that it should be something similar to a USB flash drive. How to use it was the problem. He thought of the most common way and using mental power to perceive. "Oh, I almost forgot." Sure enough, when people get old, their memory declines. Kenneth slapped his head, and found Harvey a palm-sized black compass with a complex magic circle inscribed on it, and there was just one in the center of the formation. The cavity that can hold the crystal in Harvey's hand. Harvey asked with gratitude and respect, "Dear Mr. Randolph, how do I use these things? As you can see, I am still at a level where I don't know anything about magic. It's a great honor to receive your generosity." The information crystal is the most commonly used information circulation tool for spellcasters. The value of this crystal is not high for the caster. You can buy it as long as you have channels. However, in the Kingdom of Baron, it is only sold in the magic shop of the royal capital. The method of use is very simple. If your mental power reaches the level of a lower-level magician, you can directly read the information in the information crystal through reading. Although you have a spiritual power beyond ordinary people, you have not reached the level of a lower-level magician. For this reason you need this reader that allows ordinary people to read the information crystal. Put the information crystal on the reader and you can directly project the information inside, which can be operated by touching the projection. Harvey carefully placed the information crystal in the center of the reader according to his instructions. The atmosphere inside the crystal sank, then a blue light appeared and many complicated cuneiform characters were projected in the air. He looked up at the intricate cuneiform writing in mid-air. The font was very strange. The biggest difference from ordinary writing was that these writings were three-dimensional. For people like Harvey who had never been in contact with relevant writing knowledge, he looked better than the wordless scriptures. Not much better. Kenneth was also stunned, touching his white beard and grinning and cursing, "Damn, the Kingdom of Baron is not a magical power. The Chamber of Commerce that publishes Ethereum is unwilling to translate star texts into Baron, but ordinary people want to learn star. It will take at least 10 years to write. Star text? Is it a language dedicated to the caster?" Harvey had a sense of measure in his heart. Seeing Kenneth's entangled appearance, the elderly caster in front of him bowed, "Dear Mr. Randolph, please don't mind. I have received too much help from you. If you don't mind, can you let me study these things for a few days? Mr. Adrian, now they are all belonging to you." Kenneth waved his hand and exhorted, "Although I can't help you more, if you have the conditions, you can go to the capital. You should find it there." For a more comprehensive knowledge of magic, the Adrian family used to serve the royal family. If you want to learn magic, the Magicians Association affiliated to the royal family will provide you with more help. He looked at Harvey with complicated eyes, and finally turned into a regretful sigh. "How many days did you study? It is impossible for ordinary people to understand Zingwen in a lifetime without special teaching. He has a little knowledge of Zingwen but is not arrogant enough to think that he can teach others. Harvey is already a young man, even a genius. It takes 10 years to learn the stars. He perfectly missed the best time to learn magic. Thank you for your suggestion." After receiving Kenneth's gift, Harvey returned to the mansion in a hurry. Although he didn't understand the so-called star text, it was not that he had never encountered similar things. Magic props that sold magic-related items in Elroy Room. He also read a magic trick recorded in Balloon. Although it was not a star text, he didn't know anything about it at that time. To be on the safe side, Harvey used a so-called reader to project all the text of the information crystal and then called out the attribute panel in his mind. Harvey Adrian. Physique, 10. Intelligence, 15. Charm, 11. Spirit, 13. Dexterity, 11. Energy, 11/13, normal. Remaining distribution points, 0. Skills. Writing. Level, B. Description: I already have the writing level of a well-known writer, able to create excellent novels, moving poems, and skillfully play with beautiful rhetoric. When inciting emotions, I can make those boudoir girls cry. Small miracle. Level, D, cannot continue to improve. Description: it can cause a tiny miracle, it can make double water out of thin air in the desert, it can create an invisible hand that can lift a substance under 10 weights, or it can heal weak physical injuries. Proficiency, B. Zingwen proficiency. Level, S. Explanation: the greatest legacy left by ancient magicians is not only the text but also the inheritance of ancient and vast knowledge. For more than a dozen centuries, countless magicians have been obsessed with star texts, but they have devoted their efforts to research but they can't get a glimpse of it. State, inactive, the minimum F-level proficiency activation condition, intelligence value reaches 16, energy value reaches 15. Talent. Magic talent. Level, D. Description: it seems that because of the blood of the caster, you are closer to the etheric element than ordinary people. If you learn magic from a young age, you may be able to sense the magic network and become an official spell caster. The number of remaining skill level upgrades, 0. WTF. Harvey looked dumbfounded. He originally thought that the so-called star text was a special language for magicians. He didn't expect to have such a great origin. A skill was judged to be the top level of A-level, basically human beings, and an S-level representative. Inestimable. With his current numerical panel that is beyond ordinary people, he has not yet reached the minimum activation condition. The intelligence is poor by 1 point. In fact, if Harvey wants to improve a little intelligence, he needs to spend 2 points of assignable attribute values. The energy requirement is 15 points. This is related to his physical and mental power. The better the physical, the higher the mental power. His energy value will be more abundant. On average, he needs at least 4 assignable attribute values to learn this magic language. Harvey suppressed the excitement in his heart and fell into thinking. The most important thing is to get assignable attribute values. This is not difficult. As the readers of the Count of Monte Cristo novels become more and more readers, there should be more free distribution. Attribute value rewards. He recalled the conversation with Kenneth and sorted out his cognition about magic. The magical world is definitely not as simple as in my own knowledge. According to Mr. Randolph, this information crystal is probably similar to the existence of academic journals. The information crystal is the basic tool for the caster to store information. Generally, there are many high-end fantasy worlds. There is a magician organization serving the royal government in the Barren Kingdom, and there is more room for exploration outside the Barren Kingdom, such as the source of this information crystal. Harvey played with the information crystal in his hand, his eyes brightened. There is a God, and I decided to go and take a look at the place where these information crystals are made someday. The things he came into contact with today subverted his, original Harvey Adrian's common sense, and made Harvey excited now. Chapter 25, Crazy. After more than a week, Harvey occasionally visited Kenneth Randolph, the magician of the theater company. As the contact time increased, Harvey knew that he was better at illusion and plastic energy magic, because Harvey had no basic knowledge of magic. Kenneth couldn't even teach Harvey about magic. Just like mathematics, Harvey doesn't even know that 1 + 1 = 2, how could he teach Harvey to learn multiplication and division? But it's not completely impossible. Kenneth was shocked when he learned that Harvey hadn't used any mental training methods and his mental strength was far beyond that of ordinary people. There are different types of magic geniuses. Some people are born with strong spiritual power, and some have a better perception of magic nets. Strong, but also able to analyze magic from a unique level of knowledge. He tried to teach Harvey some basic spiritual meditation methods to hone his strengths. Basic meditation. Level, E. Description: the most basic meditation effect that can be achieved without the use of magic nets has also been popular among the nobles and knights. It can be used to quickly adjust the mental state, but only after a long period of basic meditation can the mental power be exercised. Status: inactive. E-level proficiency activation conditions: intelligence value of 12 or more, energy value of 8 or more. No accident, Harvey mastered this basic meditation technique the next day. After trying it for a few days, Harvey found that this meditation method did not seem to have any more effect except to make his energy recovery faster. This is also, of course, the meditation gate belonging to the magician needs to be connected to the magic net to use it. With the power of the magic net, it peers into the entire universe of stars and performs calculations according to the law. Legend has it that some powerful spellcasters can infer the orbit of a planet based on mental calculations alone. Putting most of his energy into magic research, Harvey has not forgotten his own job. He is currently a debt novelist. If he wants to pay off the huge loan of 30 barons, he needs to win Leonard Publishing, the Leonard Fiction Award of the Society. In the empty room of the mansion, all the office furniture in Harvey's bedroom has been moved here. Compared with the spacious room, the decoration and furniture are still pitiful. Harvey sat at the desk with his hands flat on the desk, his eyes focused on the stack of writing paper in front of him, and a drop of ink from the ink bottle with the cap opened next to it melted into the white paper, and it soon appeared on it. Lines of clear text, vaguely with Harvey Adrian's handwriting style. Send away the Count of Monte Cristo. Albert went back to find his mother, and found that she was already in the female guest lounge. She was leaning on a velvet couch. The room was dimly lit, and the decoration metal ornaments reflected shimmering light. To make this room not completely darkened, Albert could not see his mother's face, her head was covered with a thin veil, like a mist. But he noticed that her voice seemed to change. The roses and crepe myrtle flowers in the vase in the room exude a strong fragrance, but in the fragrance of the flowers, he can distinguish a pungent smell of olfactory salts. He also noticed that his mother's scenting bottle had been taken out and placed on the bookcase, in a silver cup with pierced flowers. Albert came in and asked concerned, "Mother, did your body feel uncomfortable when I went out?" This is a plot clip in The Count of Monte Cristo, and it is also the one that makes Harvey the most heartbreaking. The Count of Monte Cristo meets the former love, but she has married the enemy who framed the Count of Monte Cristo. No matter how regrettable, the essence of this novel cannot be deleted. Make sure that there is no error in the manuscript. Harvey carefully picked up the written manuscript and put it aside. The plot that had been conceived a long time ago continued to be copied into the second blank sheet of paper through the tiny miracle. Now his writing speed is not trivial. Under the circumstance of one mind and two use, he separates a part of his attention to cast his own zero-order magic tiny miracle to write, and pay more attention to the novel itself. Harvey's thoughts are lively, so that he can write more than 10,000 words in an hour of concentration, but his writing time has increased unabated. He now spends 1 hour writing every day, and the remaining 3 hours are either looking up materials or looking through borrowed books to understand the unique cultural trends of the world. Waiting in the living room, the young reviewer Pran Garcia is already sitting in it. "Then I will go back to sort out your novel now, dear Mr. Adrian. Your novel is so wonderful that even the reviewer of me is addicted to it and can't wait to understand the fate of every character in the novel. I wish I could read all the contents of the novel in one sitting." After Pran Garcia retrieved the manuscript of the novel from Harvey, as always, he respectfully flattered him, and his eyes showed sincere compliment. Harvey stood up and shook his hand and smiled. "I really hope my novel can be worthy of your praise." "Of course." Pran replied without hesitation, but after speaking, a gloomy expression appeared on his face, and he stopped talking several times. Harvey caught him with a strange look and asked, "Mr. Pran, are there any questions?" Pran recovered, gritted his teeth and suddenly asked, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm a little distracted, Mr. Adrian, if I can. Can I ask a rude question?" "Please speak. Why did you write a novel? As far as I know, you never seemed to be involved in this field before." Just as there is a sentence in the book that money is the most effective and greatest power to dominate mankind, the bonus in newspaper advertisements touched me, and it happened that I desperately needed money to sustain my life. you.ukansha.com. Pran's complexion darkened again. "Do you want your work to win the Leonard Award?" Harvey nodded. "It's true, what's wrong? Compared to those noble ideas, this statement is indeed more suitable for Mr. Adrian. This is certainly not derogatory, because it makes me feel closer to life, just like your novel. The problem is that your purpose is to think to win the Leonard Award. Maybe I shouldn't talk too much. You should have noticed from the newspapers. This time the essay is to serve another work, Wild Rose." Harvey nodded stubbornly. "There is hope. The quality of the novels of the Count of Monte Cristo is beyond our expectation. In fact, even if we are here to promote Wild Rose, the number of readers' feedback about the Count of Monte Cristo yesterday has exceeded that of Wild Rose. Just like my stupid arrogance at the time, the quality of a work does not entirely depend on the quality, but more on the identity of the author. Do you mean that the Count of Monte Cristo cannot be treated on a level playing field? Mr. Adrian, I assure you that I will try my best to apply to the above. A good work should not be buried and defeated by a vulgar work. Thank you very much. After coming out of Harvey's mansion, Poulin's face was hot. He felt that he must be crazy just to say something to Harvey, which violated the rules of their publishing house. Crazy? Maybe so. Poulin squeezed the manuscript of the novel in his hand and whispered to himself, no. As a reader and a reviewer, he may have fallen in love with this work. He can only protect it as much as he can, and does not want it to be buried by mediocrity. Chapter 26, Reviewer tortured by the novel. My dear Edmund, if you want to know who wants to harm you, think about who is good for your murder. He must now go back to real life, go back to people, and regain his status, power, and prestige in society, and in this world, only money can enable people to obtain all this. Money is the most effective way to dominate mankind. The greatest power. So, the priest said with a painful smile, a total of 18 months, even for the most dedicated lover. After a moment of silence, he said softly with emotion, a poet once said, "Weak, your name is a woman." It is a precious portrait, depicting a beautiful young woman with dark skin and bright and energetic eyes under slender eyelashes. She wore a beautiful civilian dress, a red and black short shirt with a long skirt, and a golden hairpin in her hair. The background in the lake was the endless blue sea and sky. She watched there with hope and anxiety in her eyes as if waiting for her husband to return. The light in the room was not bright, so Albert didn't notice that the Earl who saw this portrait turned pale, and his chest and hands trembled uncontrollably. There was a moment of silence in the room, during which the Earl's eyes never left the portrait. "Your lover is so beautiful, Viscount," the Earl said in a calm tone. "This dress is probably only worn when dancing. It makes her look very beautiful." "Your Excellency." Albert looked sullen. "If you see the picture next to this portrait, I can't forgive you for this mistake. You don't know my mother, so now what you see on this picture, it's her. This picture looks like it was painted 7 or 8 years ago. This costume looks like she imagined it, but it was painted so realistically, it made me feel like I saw my mother when I was young. But this portrait of my mother was painted when my father was out. There is no doubt that she wanted to surprise him, but it is strange to say that my father seemed very upset to see this painting, even if it very expensive, because you have already seen it. This is one of the masterpieces painted by Lolbo Roberts, and this cannot overcome his aversion to it. Really, I can only tell you that the Count of Morcerf is one of Luxembourg's most diligent nobles, was a general who was good at military theory, but he was the most vulgar layman in art. Her mother was different, she painted very well herself, because she couldn't keep this picture. Give me expensive paintings, so as to reduce some of my father's unhappiness." Albert looked up at the portrait and continued in an emotional tone, "Mr. Matherf's portrait was painted by Gloss, this is the one. Oh, please forgive me for talking about housework, but since you are willing to appreciate your face, let me introduce you to it. I'll tell you this, Count, lest you misunderstand this painting. This painting seems to have a magical power, because every time my mother comes here, she always looks at it, and every time she sees it, I have to cry. My father and mother have had trouble with this incident over the years. Although they have been married for more than 20 years, they are still as loving and harmonious as they were on their wedding day." The Count of Monte Cristo frowned upon hearing these words. His deep eyes looked at Albert as if he was looking for other meanings in his words, but the straightforward young man spoke the words in his heart unsuspectingly. Poulin reviewed all the manuscripts of the Count of Monte Cristo for the 3rd time. His eyes became ruddy. He felt the same way as the Count of Monte Cristo. Although he had never experienced anything like this, he was still heartbroken. It is strange to say that he has become accustomed to the novel's strange writing method. This writing method has an illusion that he can substitute for the protagonist's identity. He is both a bystander and the protagonist in the story. Oh my God, how can you treat him like this? It's not fair. Poulin muttered to himself in a depressed voice, only to realize that his voice was hoarse, clearly with a little crying, and the warmth in his eyes also showed his mood at this moment. The previous plot had made him foresee this scene, but he was still defenseless. The Count of Monte Cristo met his beloved again, the lover Mercedes who had supported him through despair. She was married as someone else's wife, and that person still framed the enemy of the Count of Monte Cristo and put him in an invincible hell. The Earl crawled out of and used the power granted to him by the Nemesis in order to draw the husband of his favorite person into the place where he once stayed. Poulin put down the draft of the novel, leaned on the table and closed his eyes to reminisce about the plot. No matter what, his mood couldn't calm down. He felt as depressed as his love was taken away. He applied all this sensibility to the characters in the novel, and hated the despicable man who framed the Earl more and more. While Poulin was thinking, a young colleague came over and said, "Hello, hey, Poulin, has the latest draft of the Count of Monte Cristo been retracted? We can't wait to see it. The Count of Monte Cristo is finished by a plurality of reviewers. They will inevitably be exposed to the content of the novel. However, almost every reviewer who has been in contact with the Count of Monte Cristo is gradually attracted by the content of the novel. Readaloud.com. After Poulin retrieves the manuscript from Harvey and reads it, other reviewers will take the lead in reading the plot of the novel in the name of proofreading. Poulin gave a long sigh and handed over the latest draft of the novel to these reviewers. At the end, he did not forget to add a complicated tone, "I must remind you to be mentally prepared to read it again." The other reviewers looked at Poulin's gloomy face in surprise. It didn't take long for them to experience the same feelings as Poulin, like a tarsal maggot surrounding them for a long time. In the next few days, the reviewer's office was in a delicate state of lifelessness, sometimes still listening to curse Harvey or the grunting of characters in Count of Monte Cristo. Due to the essence of the plot in the Count of Monte Cristo, both Alexander Dumas and Harvey spent a lot of pen and ink to portray the heroine of Mercedes from different angles. She is undoubtedly a beautiful and outstanding. The female is also the love of the actor Edmund, but such a female is married to the despicable villain who framed Edmund. All this is torturing Edmund, torturing the reader's heart. Harvey would smile if he knew what they thought. This plot is the so-called Taurin. He has been depressed because of similar plots in novels or other works, and he has not wanted to live for more than a week. The so-called tragedy is the breaking of beautiful things. This plot is 1,000 times more cruel than tragedy. However, Harvey does not want to modify this plot. This plot can be said to be one of the most dramatic and connotative plots in the Count of Monte Cristo, and there is no need to deliberately shape Mercedes' loyalty to her lover. In fact, she is already an amazing woman. The more so, the more difficult it is for readers to accept it. Chapter 27, Reviewers and Nobles. Early in the morning, Poulin, who came to the publishing house, saw his colleagues gathered around the desk of the senior reviewer Motley Evelyn, exclaiming and talking quietly, turning the open office into a bazaar. Poulin's face changed slightly. He knew what the reviewers were doing. The publishing house was about to publish a list of novels that won the Leonard Award. For this, it was necessary to refer to the opinions of reviewers and to count the popularity of the novel. Currently, publishers do not have a detailed method to count the popularity of novels. The simplest and rude model is to count the number of reader feedback to determine the popularity of novels. Has the number of readers' comments on novels been counted? Let me see. Poulin squeezed in, and as expected, he saw a form posted on Motley's desk, but he did not see him. A reviewer slapped him on the shoulder enviously and said, "Poulin, you lucky guy, the novel you are responsible for won the first place in the reader's popularity ranking. I really should celebrate. There is also a reviewer who praised, I knew that The Earl of Monte Cristo is a peculiar and wonderful novel. I can't wait to see the story of the Earl's revenge. Hey, my poor Mercedes, she is so beautiful and kind. Even though Edmund was imprisoned for more than 10 years, she has been taking care of his father until he died. Oh, I wish I could see her and the protagonist reunites. I can't assume that I have never heard this sentence. The heroine of this novel is not Mercedes. Although she is very good as a woman, she is married to Edmund's enemy. I prefer Haidee. With a noble background, the portrayal of her in the novel is great. Don't be silly, Haidee is just an instrument of revenge for the Earl. When the Earl was in prison, Mercedes gave him the motivation to live. Hey! That's Father Faria's credit. He is the hope of saving the hero from the prison. The reviewers quarreled fiercely with rednecks, and they were arguing about the content of the works that they were not responsible for, although they each had their own specific works. Poulin finally squeezed into the crowd, and turned his head to look hard at the data displayed on the table. The Count of Monte Cristo, 1,223 readers' opinions. Wild Rose, 989 reader opinions. His Daughter, 746 reader opinions. First place. Poulin felt relieved, of course, and couldn't help but smile. The Count of Monte Cristo has not been advertised since the series of Leonard Publishing novel collection. The novels and newspapers of Leonard Publishing have almost all promoted the work Wild Rose. He knew that Wild Rose, the author of, is a member of the Elroy family, and this call for papers is just to highlight his talent and to please him. The third-ranked work, His Daughter, Poulin has also seen it. The author should be a talented woman. There is no gorgeous rhetoric and fierce conflict plot, but a whole novel can give feedback to a woman facing the current social environment. Strong. But all of these are inferior to The Earl of Monte Cristo, with peculiar writing, interesting and rich plot, deep and straightforward truth. Until the hero Edmund met Father Faria, the popularity of the novel suddenly skyrocketed, and the hero gained a treasure. And the revenge plot has attracted countless attention, including the reviewers who are very much looking forward to the completion of The Revenge of the Count of Monte Cristo. This may not be a noble work, but it is a masterpiece that can move people's hearts and applaud it. Recalling the first time he met Harvey Adrian, Poulin was a little bit emotional. Who would have thought that a famous could create such a wonderful work? Of course, now his impression of Harvey has completely changed. After a brief period of joy, Poulin fell into a distressed situation again. The number of readers' feedback for The Earl of Monte Cristo is to add the bargaining chip to win the Leonard Award. If this is a formal call for papers, Christ Earl of Mountain will undoubtedly become the most brilliant pearl. The decision-making power is still in the hands of the top executives of the publishing house, and even a word of them can change the statistical results. Poulin gritted his teeth secretly, and now the situation is very good. He does not want the Count of Monte Cristo that he is responsible for to be surpassed by a mediocre work. Out of his heart as a reviewer and out of the reader's love for words, he will what must be done. In the afternoon, Poulin came to the front of an independent office of the publishing house. The door sign hung on the wooden door showed the name of the owner of this office, Sir Leonard, a member of Leonard's core family, and was directly responsible for this call for papers. All things about the event. Knocked on the door and went in. Poulin saw a middle-aged man with a double beard. His skin was well maintained and his hair was well managed. The first impression was that he was orderly. He glanced indifferently at Poulin, who walked in and continued to work, waiting for Poulin's report. Poulin quietly took a breath and calmed down, and stood in front of him and bowed to salute. "Dear Mr. Leonard, do you know if you are free now? I would like to make a few comments about this call for papers." "Oh." Sir was finally willing to put down his work, and stretched out his hand with Erlang's legs to beckon him to continue. "Mr. Leonard, I know the original intention of this call for manuscripts. But you should know that an unexpected and outstanding work appeared in this call for manuscripts, which is the novel Count of Monte Cristo that I am now responsible for." Belloc nodded. "Ah, that's the work of Harvey Adrian, it's really good." Hearing his praise, Poulin was overjoyed and said in a hot tone, "Yes, sir, the number of reader feedback counted by Mr. Evelyn is precisely this work that won the first place with an amazing number of 1,223 comments. This is undoubtedly a masterpiece. It is very popular with readers. Many friends I know and other reviewers praised this work. I was thinking, why don't we seize this opportunity? It is worthy of our publication works that the Society values." Belliker stared at Prowlin, folded his hands together and thought, "Do you mean you want this novel to win the Leonard Award and the chance to be officially published?" The novels that won the Leonard Award in this call for contributions not only have a rich bonus, UU Reading www.uugonshu.com can also get the opportunity to be officially published by Leonard Publishing. The novel will be printed into hardcover books and then promoted to nationwide, so many well-known writers in Elroy wanted to wade in this muddy water. "Yes, sir." Poulin replied affirmatively. Bellosser calmly added, "Even if its author is just an obscure nobleman." Poulin thought for a moment, and nodded without fail. "Literature has no distinction between high and low, this is not from my selfish intention. Mr. Leonard, maybe we can consider giving this essay a two-person award." Wild Rose and the Count of Monte Cristo was both selected. "This is the best compromise he can think of." Belloker looked at him blankly and said, "The winner of this call for papers has been decided from the beginning, and there is no such thing as a tie for awards. But the Count of Monte Cristo deserves an award." Poulin stepped forward with a firm tone. Bellosser looked at him with disappointed eyes, knocked his fingers on the desk and asked, "Garcia, don't you understand? The author of Wild Rose is the second son of the Elroy family. How important is his identity? It's already too many works. Your idea is good and it is in the interest of our publishing house. But the approach is too ambiguous. The most basic skill to survive in the social world is to stand in line. And Wild Rose are tied for awards. What do you think the outside world will think, and how will the second son of the Elroy family feel? It is precisely because Count of Monte Cristo is so much better than Wild Rose that we can't take it out. Not only cannot the Count of Monte Cristo be awarded the prize, but it must also fade out of the reader's field of vision, at least until Wild Rose has not been out of sight." Chapter 28, Reviewer and Hound. After listening to Berlocker's words, Poulin's hands and feet were cold. Of course he knew these conventions, but he at least retained his respect and love for literary works. Bellosser is different. He follows exquisite aristocracy, looking for the balance of interpersonal relationships, and using this to measure the value of a literary work. He measures the value of a literary work not because the work itself is excellent, but because of the author's own influence. The advantage of this approach is that it is simple and easy and will not cause trouble to discredit the Leonard family. This is enough. There is no safer and better method than this. Bellosser chose to stand on the side of the work of a noble-born man, so the more literary work Count of Monte Cristo is, the more troublesome it will be to deal with. If the two works appear together in the reader's field of vision, it will be a little bit literary. People with literacy can judge whether it is good or bad, and it will be the author of Wild Rose and Leonard Press itself that will be embarrassed. So the best way to deal with it is to refrigerate the Count of Monte Cristo and wait a few months for the impression of this call for papers to fade before taking it out. At that time, even if someone lamented that the Count of Monte Cristo was higher in quality than Wild Rose, it will not cause any waves. Poulin left Bellicle's office unconsciously. From Bellicle's decisive words, he knew that the incident was irretrievable. Yes, how could the value of a literary work be comparable to that of a distinguished person? Poulin is not a nobleman. Not businessmen can clearly calculate the proportion of benefits. He was not reconciled, because the Count of Monte Cristo gave him a feeling that he had never experienced before and awakened his love for literature. During this time, he was often too excited to sleep because he was going to pick up the manuscript the next day. That it. The plot is really attractive. Back to the office, he sat down distractedly and closed his eyes. He thought of Motley Evelyn, who he once despised, whether the most senior reviewer among them had also experienced a similar choice. Must take one of the utilitarian and the love of literature, and discard the other. If you discuss with Mr. Adrian, you may be able to realize what Mr. Leonard said. No. Mr. Adrian would not agree. Poulin's fingers were deeply inserted into his hair, thinking about finding a solution, really like a shell. Locker said to refrigerate the Count of Monte Cristo for a period of time? This seems to be the most correct choice at the moment. The question is whether Harvey will accept this request. Pouland remembered his calm look when he talked with Harvey. He looked down on Harvey's identity and almost missed this wonderful novel. Harvey never even had an attitude to defend the excellence of his work. If Motley hadn't intervened in this matter, he might have retrieved the submission. He is a man of integrity and dignity. Poulin was convinced that Harvey's participation in this call for manuscripts might indeed be for the award, but on the other hand Poulin was certain that Harvey would not succumb to Leonard Press for mere profit. Poulin feels that he may be facing the hardest choice in life. In the evening, the open office of Leonard Publishing was quiet. The wine-colored setting sun was spilled on the white paper of the desk through the glass, and the messy open office paper only had a few people still working, which seemed quiet and sacred. Poulin sat at the desk staring blankly at the setting sun, but still did not find any thoughts to solve the matter. He got up and packed up the papers. He left Leonard Press and found a bar at the end of the same street. He didn't like the bar environment very much, especially in the evening, which was usually the time when the workers were off work. The workers who came out of the factory and built the railway, when they took off their shirts, the smell of sweat would swell to the entire space, and these lower classes would only use alcohol to numb their despair in their future life. Poulin thinks that he is an intellectual, which is fundamentally different from these lower-level personnel. He has no choice but to come to the bar, where there are people he is looking for. Motley Evelyn. Pushing the door in, Poulin really saw Motley sitting in front of the wooden bar with a glass of vodka with ice in his hand, silent and thinking again. "Please give me a glass of Martin, thank you." Poulin sat down next to Motley and greeted the bartender. The atmosphere remained silent until the wine he ordered came up and was muffled by a sip. "Mr. Evelyn, which work do you think will win the Leonard Award?" Motley picked up the wine glass and shook it. The ice cubes mixed with the wine and the color became more transparent due to the light shining. He didn't even turn his head to look at Poulin and said indifferently, "The readers of The Count of Monte Cristo have the most feedback. The evaluation among the authors is also very high." "Yes, but you also know that Mr. Leonard does not intend to refer to these opinions. I cannot persuade him, nor do I have the confidence to convince Mr. Adrian, so I want to seek your help." Poulin was extremely distressed and took another glass of wine. "Drink it all in one go." The cold alcohol fell into the stomach pouch and turned into a raging fire, but he couldn't burn his current hesitation. "Garcia, do you know how old reviewers worked?" "No, no one has ever mentioned it to me." www.readaloud.com. Now you can listen carefully. "At least when I just became a reviewer, the reviewer did not belong to which publishing house. The reviewer, it was a free man. At that time, reviewers were the bridge between novelists and publishers. They needed to judge the value of their works, find suitable publishers, and negotiate the distribution of benefits. I still remember the first time I followed my teacher to the mansion of a novelist. At that time, there were publishers and many professional recitationists. We went to a room full of books. The recitation reader read it out. The content of the book is about sex. I can't believe that they were wearing white gloves and chanting those vulgar words with a sacred look. At that time, even the most vulgar novels would be respected. The lives of reviewers are indeed better now than they were then. It's a lot better, but the reviewers at that time had a better chance than the reviewers now being raised in captivity. Motley missed it, at that time we were hunters, but now we are raised as hunting dogs. Poulin shook his head in confusion. I don't understand what you mean. Motley turned his head slightly and looked at him meaningfully and said, this is an opportunity. The choice is yours. The publishing house has the choice of the publishing house, the novelist has the choice of the novelist, and then you must choose one of them. Hounds, there is no vision for judging the value of the prey, because their actions depend on the hunter. With an order, even if the bloodthirsty beast is in front of them, they must rush to fight. On the contrary, the hunter can choose to advance and retreat, and the corresponding hunter also needs to judge the prey and survive in danger. The ability, Garcia, do you want to be a hound or a hunter? After another round of questioning, the two talked about that at the end. Motley gave Poulin a business card with a look of frustration, with the address and contact information of a small publishing house written on it. The senior reviewer was still willing to push Garcia once. Chapter 29, Poulin and number 039, S choice. Poulin returned to his not-so-high-end apartment, which he rented here. Based on his meager salary, it would take at least 10 years to buy such a not-so-high-end apartment house. When he got home, he threw away his suit and slumped on the sofa, and his mind was full of what Motley had said to him. This choice is very difficult. If he is wrong, he will probably lose his hard-won precious job. Maybe he will end up on the streets and have to do some hard work that he disdains to survive. This is not an exaggeration, because Leonard Press only needs one sentence, and there will be no publishing house in the entire Elroy City publishing world willing to hire him. Motley gave him a business card of a small publishing house. As far as he knew, this publishing house was one of Leonard's competitors and one of the few publishing houses that was oppressed by Leonard and still survived. 1. Does Mr. Motley mean to let me introduce a publishing house to Mr. Adrian again? Perrin stared at the ceiling and muttered, the Count of Monte Cristo was indeed abandoned by Leonard Press, but that doesn't mean that he can do whatever he wants. Bellosser must still stare at the Count of Monte Cristo and wait for it to be released. Opportunity for this work to be included in the bag. If he chooses to disrupt Bellocal's plan, his job at Leonard Press is impossible to keep. He took out a copy of Count of Monte Cristo from his briefcase and quickly flipped through the plot of the novel that he didn't know he had watched for the first time. The choice is his. Poulin heard Motley's words, and Leonard Press chose to temporarily abandon the Count of Monte Cristo. How should he choose? Although the Count of Monte Cristo is not over yet, it has too many factors of instability, but he swears that he has never encountered such a novel that catches people. Every scene is intertwined, wonderful and rich in content. The Count of Monte Cristo is worthwhile. He gave his future to gamble. A few days later, the journals of Leonard Press published the award-winning novel of The Call for Contributions. Harvey did not expect it to be The Wild Rose. The journals of Leonard Press have published the content of this novel too many times. Far beyond the category of partiality. Slightly unexpectedly, The Count of Monte Cristo was not even eligible to be published separately. The novels that won General Leonard in this call for contributions can get huge bonuses and the opportunity to publish separately. At the same time, the opportunity to publish separately is not the only one. In addition to Leonard Award winners, other excellent novels also receive this treatment. For example, his daughter is also listed. Harvey was still in a calm mood and sent out the dinner invitations he had prepared. Not surprisingly, he will meet his smart and beautiful fiancée tomorrow night. Regardless of whether it is stubborn or shameless, even holding her legs can't let her leave this mansion easily, unless she is willing to lend him 30 balloon gold coins. I beg my fiancé to beg the folks in the interbank. If he can't make up the money, he may not be afraid of those strong thugs with his current ability. The trouble is the people standing behind them. You can imagine that if he can't, after the arrears were replaced, a series of chain reactions were triggered which were much more serious than the arrears of 30 barren gold coins. Just as he was about to borrow money to make excuses, Shirley knocked on the study door to tell his exclusive reviewer, Poulin, that he wanted to meet him. It is reasonable to say that after the publication of the Leonard Prize-winning work, the reviewer, Poulin, has no connection with the Count of Monte Cristo. The Count of Monte Cristo did not even have the opportunity to be published separately, and Harvey could only submit the manuscript to other articles. Publishing house or self-financing. Harvey went downstairs to the living room and saw Poulin standing in the center of the living room with a dusty face. His expression was dim and tired. When standing, Harvey was a little shaken, making Harvey wonder if he would faint at any time. Seeing Harvey coming down, Poulin breathed a sigh of relief, and took a few steps forward and took off the top hat on his head and bowed to salute. "Good morning, Mr. Adrian." "Oh, welcome, Mr. Perrin." The two came to the sofa in the living room and sat down, and Poulin smiled bitterly. "I'm very sorry, I have not been able to fulfill my promise to you. The problem is not with your work. The popularity of Count of Monte Cristo is already the number one in this solicitation of novels. Our reviewers also gave high praise. But it was determined that this Leonard Award will be awarded to Wild Rose. Its author is the second son of the Elroy family, Cathy Elroy. You should also understand the impact of a distinguished person. Even a trivial sentence can become a well-known saying in the eyes of others. Elroy, this surname represents the city itself, with hereditary earl status. This family developed the original small town of Elroy to its present size and named it with the family surname. In Elroy, the status of the Elroy family is not inferior to that of the royal family. Even a collateral member will be the focus of most social banquets. Harvey said calmly, "But it shouldn't even have a chance to publish." you.ukansha.com. "Yes. It should have been so." Poulin said angrily, and then reluctantly shook his head. "Sir, it is because your work is so good that they think they can't let your work officially appear in front of readers. If someone compare your work with Wild Rose, and you will find that Wild Rose is less than 1/10 of your work. Damn, they cancelled the opportunity to publish because one work is too good." Harvey looked at his reviewer with an unexpected look. "Mr. Poulin, you don't seem to agree with their decision." "Of course, I don't want to make a mistake for the second time," Poulin replied solemnly, and after a pause, he looked up at Harvey and said solemnly, "Mr. Adrian, please allow me to ask a rude question. What do you plan to do? Deal with your work? The Count of Monte Cristo has never signed a collegial agreement with Leonard Press. You and your work are free." "I haven't figured this out yet." Harvey shook his head. The purpose of his creation of the Count of Monte Cristo is to win awards and make money. As a result, he has no chance to publish it separately, and he wasted half of his creative time. Does he still need to write novels after borrowing money from Diana to pay off his debts? He is more interested in magic than these. He certainly doesn't want to see Count of Monte Cristo be buried." Harvey smiled and looked at Poulin with a solemn expression. "Mr. Poulin, did you bring me the answer?" He is not a fool, and Poulin's attitude and rhetoric have already explained the purpose of his trip. Poulin clenched his hands and said with a serious look, "Yes, I am not going to give up your work. It is so good, it should have had a better opportunity, and it can make all readers admire it. I'm willing to listen carefully." Chapter 30, Different Abacus. Harvey and Perrin talked in the living room all morning. Perrin's suggestion to Harvey is that they work together to publish The Count of Monte Cristo at their own expense. Although the novel did not win prizes in this Leonard Press's solicitation for contributions, according to Perrin's private survey, the popularity of the novel is actually not low. It may not be seen by as many people as The Wild Rose, but they have a lot of interest in The Count of Monte Cristo. There are many readers who are very interested. This is just like Harvey's online novels in his previous life. After The Wild Rose has been vigorously promoted, there are a lot of novel collections, but readers may not necessarily pay for it when it is on the shelves. The excellent quality of The Count of Monte Cristo has attracted a group of core readers. Such readers usually don't hesitate to support their favorite works. In the past few days, Poulin is investigating all the data of The Count of Monte Cristo, and the result is much better than he expected, even if the risk of publishing at his own expense is not great. On the issue of profit distribution, Poulin became Harvey's acting author, responsible for supervising the editing, proofreading, and printing of the novel. At the same time, he was also responsible for attracting sponsors and demanding a 10% profit. As an author, Harvey owns all the copyrights of the novel and can get 50% of the profits. The remaining 40% is basically distributed to sponsors or various channels for publicity expenses. As long as Harvey nodded, Perrin can now contact people who are willing to sponsor the Count of Monte Cristo. All the conditions are very appetizing for Harvey. He only needs to pay for the novel to continuously obtain the follow-up copyright income. The troublesome reviewer will help him solve the trouble. The only problem is that a stable source of funds cannot be guaranteed in a short period of time. Harvey considered it for a while. Since Count of Monte Cristo was completely defeated in this call for contributions, there was nothing to worry about, and he readily agreed to Perrin's terms. Negotiated the terms, and the two sitting on the sofa in the living room stood up. "Mr. Adrian, this will be a win-win situation. I believe it won't take long for Count of Monte Cristo to become popular throughout the city of El Roy and even the kingdom. Both noble merchants and civilians will be amazed by your imagination." Poulin held Harvey's right hand tightly with both hands, her voice trembling with excitement. "I hope so, then I beg you next." Harvey responded with a smile. Sending Poulin away, Harvey sat on the sofa with a headache and rubbed his temples. The grand plan that Poulin portrayed to him was not so beautiful. His influence on the Count of Monte Cristo is very clear, but compared to the future, his urgent need is still higher. Not solved. The Countess's head dropped, and the shadow of the black veil covered her cheeks, as if buried in an extremely painful thought. "Is this man kind to you, Albert?" When she asked this sentence, she had a nervous shiver. She knew the identity of that person. Albert replied unsure, "I think so." "Do you like him?" "Oh, he pleases me very much, although Franz Ipponet has always wanted to convince me that he is a person from a certain world, and we are destined to be a different type of person." The Countess shuddered in horror. She raised her head and said emotionally, "Alba, every time you make a new friend, I always come to ask. Now you are an adult and have your own judgment, but I still have to tell you, Albert, be cautious." Albert could not understand his mother's vague warning, and said in doubt, "My dear mother, in order to understand your advice, I must know what you are afraid of." "The Earl never plays cards. He only drinks water with a little bit of water. White wine, he is very rich. He would never borrow money from me if he didn't intend to mock me. Then, what terrible thing he has for me. Compared to him, I have no place to look at, do I?" "Ah, you are right." The Countess looked uncertain, and finally drooped her head and murmured tiredly, "I shouldn't have this kind of worry, especially for a benefactor who saved your life." "Your father? How did you receive him?" "Albert, we should be more polite to the Count of Monte Cristo. Mr. Morcerf is sometimes upset. He always thinks about his business, and he may unknowingly behave unconsciously." Courtesy. She was still trying. She wondered if her husband recognized the identity of the Earl. The Earl of Monte Cristo was the person she was waiting for in the portrait hanging in the living room. Father's attitude could not be better. Albert said affirmatively. More than that, he seems to like the few compliments the Earl said to him. The Earl's words are very clever, and his attitude is peaceful, just like the art of language. The relationship between the two became as close as they had known each other for 30 years. Albert laughed. "So when they separated, they had become best friends, and my father even wanted to take him to the House of Representatives to listen to a speech." The Countess did not speak any more. She was deeply in thought, her eyes gradually closed. The young man standing in front of her looked at her tenderly, his eyes showing sincere love between mother and child. Later, seeing her eyes closed and hearing her even breathing, Albert believed that she was asleep, so he tiptoed out of the room and closed the door very carefully. Earl, what a weird person. He shook his head and said to himself, I said he would cause a sensation here, even my mother noticed him. Diana carefully closed the Leonard Publishing fiction collection with her slender hands. Her heart couldn't be calm for a long time. She bought the Leonard Publishing fiction collection for the purpose of not knowing when she changed from reading her own novels to paying attention to Christ. Earl of the Mountain, she has to admit that this is an extremely good work. More attractive than all the literary works she has seen before, and there is a magical power that makes her intoxicated, like scratching her boots, looking forward to it every time she finishes it. In the follow-up plot, she never thought that she would look forward to it like a girl in love. The Count of Monte Cristo has never let her down. She has been overwhelmed by the whimsical ideas inside for more than 10 days. Reading www.uuganshu.com. She couldn't imagine her superficial fiancé could write novel characters so vividly, the sinister hearts, the feelings between Edmund and Mercedes, the depression when Edmund was in prison. The atmosphere made her look scared, praying that the hero will not die easily. Can shake her will and change her mind. This alone can judge the value of the Count of Monte Cristo. Works that can achieve this level throughout the ages are regarded as classics. Under the soft lighting, there is a newspaper next to the collection of novels on the desk. It is a new issue of Leonard Press this morning. The main content is the announcement of this call for papers. The winner is Wild Rose. Secondly, his daughter also got the opportunity to publish separately, except for the work Count of Monte Cristo that she cares most about. Diana was unhappy, so she wrote to Leonard Press at noon and declined the opportunity to publish the novel alone. Her frowning Lou May stared at the contents of the newspaper. The work that should have been awarded has not even been qualified for publication. A publishing house doesn't even have a basic love for literature. It's really superficial. But such an excellent novel is really superficial. Is it by Adrian? She believes that the person who can write this novel must not be simple, but Harvey belongs to the simple and superficial type. It is because the Count of Monte Cristo is so good that the publisher of Wild Rose had to refrigerate the novel, but his daughter was on the publication list, not for Diana. Yeu slapped her personally, as if to say again, even if the opportunity to publish his daughter was obtained because of the unfair treatment of the Count of Monte Cristo, the quality of her work is far inferior to the Wild Rose the Count of Monte Cristo. Chapter 31, Awkward Chat. When Diana was still asleep, the dormitory manager sent an invitation letter in which Harvey invited her to dinner in the name of her fiancé. Diana was very surprised at first. They remembered that they had been engaged for more than 3 years. Harvey has never actively invited her to any banquet or dinner together. Why should she be invited to dinner now? After reading the content of the invitation letter, she sat in front of the desk with her hands in her arms and stared at the white paper on the desk for a long time before writing down a reply letter. She had her own consideration. The content of the letter does not show the purpose, and it happens to be an opportunity to figure out things. It is hard to believe that the Count of Monte Cristo is really a work written by him. The white paper quickly left a line of correct and graceful handwriting, which is more attractive than the mechanical printing system. Greeting guests in this era is a hassle, especially when inviting guests to visit. Some large mansions must be prepared a week before inviting guests. First, clean the house spotlessly, and the servants must buy good food. And meticulously tidy up the dining tools. The attitude of greeting guests is equivalent to the weight of the guests in the heart of the host, which is a basic cultural etiquette. Although Harvey used tiny miracles to clean the house, Shirley, the house's only maid, has been busy since the morning. Take out the white tablecloth and cover it. There should be no wrinkles on the 4 opposite corners. Use a special cleaning liquid to wipe each knife and fork clean until it reflects her look like a mirror. The plates and dining tools. The placement of the glasses is very particular. She seems a bit too busy alone. To be honest, seeing Shirley's busy appearance, Harvey felt a little lack of confidence in his heart. He was not good at dealing with a beautiful and powerful woman like Diana. Normal strong women are okay. Pretending attitudes and sweet words can smoothly eliminate their dissatisfaction and easily achieve their goals. Diana has edges and corners that are different from ordinary women. She wisely sharpens these edges and corners into sharp swords, which can be easily pierced. False faces of others. Instead, he hoped that his fiancée was an ordinary aristocratic vase, and coaxed with sweet words and obediently handed him 30 gold baron coins. In the evening, at the beginning of the Hwadeng, Shirley brought plates of hot meals to the table. According to Harvey's eyes, they were not rich. Some sliced roast duck, mashed potatoes, beans, and broth, compared to Chinese delicacies. It made him uninterested. When he missed the food in his hometown, strange bells came from the living room. The last time I heard this ringtone was when Harvey Adrian's old friend Jared was visiting. This ringtone will not ring more than one hand in a year. Harvey stood up and signaled Shirley to continue preparing for dinner. He sorted out his slim suit and made sure that his hairstyle was not messed up. Now he looked like a spirited and educated man. "Shirley, how?" Harvey confirmed to Shirley for the last time. Shirley, who was sorting the tableware, rarely showed a gentle chuckle, an outstanding young gentleman. Harvey nodded in satisfaction, and came to the door to open the door. Standing in front of Harvey was the heroic and beautiful girl as always, still wearing a common school uniform, but the smooth golden curly hair and clean face can be seen carefully managed. "Trace." She raised her head, looked straight at Harvey, and then took a step back. She lifted the skirt with both hands and bowed her body to salute, with a cold voice, "Good evening, Mr. Adrian." "Good evening, Miss Cromwell, you look very beautiful." Harvey opened the door and kissed the back of her hand while holding the catkin she had sent. In a few years, the two met for no more than half an hour, and it was no different from a stranger. Harvey smiled on his face, and he started to chat about his embarrassment in his heart. Damn, she wasn't herself or the type that Harvey could deal with. Invited her to have a meal. During the meal, Harvey would find some topics to talk about from time to time, similar to learning how, what happened recently, and the new one was dealt with a flat attitude. The two of them were almost full. Harvey wiped his mouth with a napkin and saw that Diana had put down the knife and fork, and organized the language to formally enter the topic. "Miss Cromwell, you must feel very confused, although I am you in name. My fiancé, but the last time we met was in the library, it was just to say hello, why now I invite you to have a meal." Diana nodded and said bluntly, "The relationship between us is indeed not close, but the relationship of engagement is enough to become a reason to have a meal together. If there are other things, I am willing to provide voluntary help from my standpoint." Voluntary help does not exceed the scope of the obligation. Harvey showed a distressed look. "I understand www.readaloud.com. Cromwell is one of the few people I can trust. I mean, I'm caught in a despicable competition. I can't get out of it. Don't ask for your help. Is Leonard Press soliciting papers?" Diana thoughtfully. "Do you remember?" Diana stared into Harvey's eyes and asked seriously, "One of the published novels uses the background information of the Augustine Kingdom that I have recommended to you. Please forgive me for the rude question, The Earl of Monte Cristo, is it a novel you wrote?" Harvey showed an unexpected look. "Oh, you know the name of this novel, I feel very honored." "Of course, this is an excellent novel, and I am also attracted by its content. It's just a little hard to imagine that this excellent work will be produced by Mr. Adrian," Diana said in a natural tone. "Clearly not. It is ironic, but the content is quite harsh." Harvey smiled embarrassedly. "No writers are selected for novels. Since Miss Cromwell knows that my novels should also know that my work has failed in this call for submissions, my reviewer told me that The Earl of Monte Cristo, so I lost the election because the award had already been decided in advance. Neither he nor I could tolerate it. This is a blasphemy against literature." He sighed, then paused, and complained angrily, "My reviewer intends to let me publish it at my own expense." I agree. I need to rectify the name of my work. However, we have a problem that we have to solve in this matter. Since we choose to publish at our own expense, we have to bear a considerable cost. I am really ashamed that the current wealth of the Adrian family is not enough to cover this cost. Harvey just found a reason to ask for money. The cost of self-financing publication was originally borne by Poulin, and he was responsible for finding some sponsors. Chapter 32, Miss Cromwell and Number 039, S. Consideration. 10,000 balloon pounds, you and I know it is not a small sum. After listening to Harvey's request, Diana squeezed her delicate chin and groaned. The 10,000 Baron pound converted into Baron gold coins is about 90, which is equivalent to the commission that the Cromwell Chamber of Commerce pays to the Adrian family every year. The Chamber of Commerce in Elroy is just a drop in the bucket. I really can't just stand by on this matter. Mr. Adrian, can you show me the manuscript of the novel The Count of Monte Cristo? Diana looked at Harvey calmly and asked. Although Harvey didn't understand what Diana was hesitating, he readily agreed and asked Shirley to go to the study to take out all the manuscripts of the novel The Earl of Monte Cristo. After the meal, the two went to the living room to continue discussing, until Shirley handed a thick stack of manuscripts of the novel to Diana's hands. The manuscript of the novel The Count of Monte Cristo, you can know if Harvey is the author of this novel by reading this. Diana read it in no hurry, her expression became concentrated, and Harvey, who was watching next, was embarrassed to disturb her. Time passed quietly in a quiet atmosphere. Harvey waited uncomfortably. Although he had a strong faith in the work The Count of Monte Cristo, he would feel uneasy when he was scrutinized by others with attentive eyes. In addition, Diana saw it. It's also too devoted. Since I got the manuscript of the novel, I haven't spoken for more than half an hour. Wow. Diana Jade read The Count of Monte Cristo page by page. The handwritten manuscript is more sure of the authenticity of the manuscript of the novel. The handwriting of the manuscript is slightly messy, and many places have been altered, and there are still Harvey's creative thoughts and materials. By seeing these, I can be sure that the author is a newcomer to the historical background of the Augustine kingdom. What made her feel incredible was that she had already seen Count of Monte Cristo once in Leonard Press collection, and seeing the original manuscript of the novel with her own eyes would have a completely different feeling. The style is more casual, and the writing is obscure and difficult. I often see some unclear words and sentences, and the parts I want to publish are all edited by Harvey and the reviewers. Cough. Harvey coughed impatiently to remind Diana that anyone left out in the cold would do that for more than half an hour. Diana, who was awakened from the addictive state, looked around in confusion. Her eyes fell on Harvey's body and the focus slowly condensed. She realized what. Her small face quickly flashed blush, and she covered her cheeks with a document and pretended to be tidy to explain. It's rude. The Count of Monte Cristo is an excellent work. I accidentally caught my attention. A lot of the content in it is not published by Leonard Press. This is enough to prove Adrian, my husband, is indeed the author of The Count of Monte Cristo. Diana put the original manuscript of the novel on the table and looked at Harvey seriously. Please forgive my offense. You are an excellent novelist. I am very willing to help you, no matter if it is my personal position or personal wishes. But to be able to write a work like The Count of Monte Cristo, you should also know that people cannot get a piece of white bread for no reason. Harvey was taken aback, frowned and thought for a long time, annoyed. It's true, but I can't think of anything else our Adrian family can help the Cromwell Chamber of Commerce. Diana means that there is no free lunch in the world. If you want to get funding from the Cromwell Chamber of Commerce, you have to pay a price. The Adrian family wants money and no money, and it's not as famous as the current Cromwell Chamber of Commerce. Now that Harvey has thrown out the bait, he anticipates the next development. Now the only thing that the Adrian family can still influence the Cromwell Chamber of Commerce is the marriage contract between the two. It is indeed a good deal for the Cromwell Chamber of Commerce to get rid of the Adrian family, and it is a win-win situation for both parties. Diana shook her head solemnly. No, you still have something of this value. I am willing to pay Mr. Adrian 10,000 barons for the entire manuscript of the novel The Count of Monte Cristo. This time Harvey was stunned, not pretending to be surprised. Diana's request was indeed beyond his original expectation. She actually wanted to spend 90 barons to purchase the original manuscript of the novel The Earl of Monte Cristo. Is this trade loss? It seems to others that Diana may become a model of stupid money, willing to spend a lot of money to buy a manuscript of a novel that has not even been officially published. And Harvey has experience in the previous world, and can basically foresee the Count of Monte Cristo fire. Presumably the manuscript of this novel will also become an invaluable treasure at that time. This is a smart option, but it is not the best option in Harvey's view. Obviously it is a good choice to get rid of his marriage contract with this opportunity. Harvey definitely wants to get rid of a bad reputation. Dandy engagement. Of course, I am very happy. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Harvey's face showed a bright smile for the first time, and she couldn't deny that she had a good impression of the arrogant and straightforward girl in front of her. She must have thought about the same thing as Harvey, but she didn't use this opportunity to realize her character. Harvey imagined being upright. At night, Olin Street, where Harvey lives, is dark and quiet. Moths are flying around the not-so-bright street lights. Shadows dance around the long-drawn lamp poles. The lights cannot cover the shadows of the surrounding Victorian buildings, no matter how you look at them. This gloomy feeling is more dangerous than the lively civilian street. Good night, Mr. Adrian, tomorrow I will bring the news you expect. Diana bowed into the carriage under the help of Harvey, holding the original manuscript of the novel The Earl of Monte Cristo in her arms. Good night, dear Miss Cromwell, I wish you a sweet dream. Harvey put his right hand on his chest and bowed deeply and smiled in response, watching the carriage carrying her leave here. In the carriage, Diana looked at the manuscript of the novel The Count of Monte Cristo with satisfaction. For her, it was enough. She did think more than Harvey, but it was definitely not as complicated as Harvey. It is undeniable that she liked the novel Count of Monte Cristo, and secondly, she valued the value of the original manuscript. She is the daughter of a businessman and understands the principle of fair trade better than anyone. In Harvey's request, she can clearly make demands that are more beneficial to her. Dissolution of the marriage is one of them, and she can also lend money to Harvey. Money is one of the most basic units to measure value. 10,000 Ballon pounds cannot be exchanged for things that exceed its own value by many times. Unfair transactions must be established under unfair conditions. Failure to do so is to sell Harvey an unkind favor, especially in the current utilitarian social environment. Chapter 33, His Daughter. Diana did not go back to the school dormitory, and the carriage drove all the way out of the civilian area of Elroy to a luxurious manor adjacent to the city. Even at night, the openness of the manor can be seen. The carriage is driving on the main road leading to the mansion. The street lamps on both sides illuminate the gardens on both sides. Diana is fascinated by the scenery outside. She usually only takes it every other month. Come back here. The carriage parked in front of an artificial fountain. The stairs behind the fountain stood a luxurious and huge building. Judging from the architectural style, it should have been completed only recently, combining popular classical beauty and practical style. She climbed the stairs and was about to step into the luxurious mansion. As soon as she approached the gate, the servant opened the doorknob for her, and then several maids hurried over. "Oh my God, miss, your coming back is too sudden. You can also be prepared to inform us beforehand. Oh, I don't want you to see the mess." An elderly maid came and supported Diana when she saw Diana. His forehead said helplessly, Diana waved her maid back and shook her head with a smile. This is my home. I can't always take it seriously every time I come back. Has anything happened at home recently? Nothing that impressed me has happened. If there is, I must have forgotten it. I don't know if I'm getting older. I forgot to order Tyler to clean the west corridor this morning. This house is too good for me. Big. The old maid sighed. But only Ms. May knows Cromwell's house best. Diana chuckled and nodded. I'll go back to the room first, so please help me prepare hot water. Do you want to prepare dinner? No need, I have had a great dinner just now. Diana walked up the stairs and saw two men in suits and leather shoes happen to come down. A middle-aged man with a mustache. His face was handsome and elegant, but his unsmiling appearance was difficult to make people feel close. His age was not much older than Harvey, his appearance was 7 to 8 points similar to a middle-aged person, and his appearance gave people the feeling of a well-educated nobleman. Diana, it's rare to come back once. If you notify us in advance, you can have dinner together. The middle-aged man looked slightly surprised at Diana, who was about to go upstairs. Diana stopped, lowered her eyes slightly and apologized. I'm very sorry, some accident happened. This time I came back a bit suddenly for me personally. Father, do you seem to be going out? Yes, join the banquet of Viscount Felix with William. Then please be safe. When they got down the stairs, Diana raised her head and continued upstairs. The young man who never greeted Diana frowned and looked at his father and asked, Father, why didn't you ruin her wedding to the Adrian family? If you marry the Elroy family, Cromwell, the Chamber of Commerce, will become one of the largest chambers of commerce in Elroy, and the Cromwell family can also be glorified by the Earl, so that our position in the social world can jump 1,000 miles, no longer need to look at the faces of those nobles. The middle-aged man glanced at him and said indifferently, William, I heard that you and Elroy's second son were very close recently. Did he say anything to you? William shook his head. No, but I can feel that he really likes Diana. Anyway, it would be nice if someone likes her look, not to mention that it is a good man such as Cathy, with outstanding personal ability, or Elroy. The second son of the family. I can't think of a reason for Diana's rejection. You must know that among the people I know, especially women, no matter how beautiful and rich they are, they all hope to be able to climb Cathy. They said that they got into a luxury carriage. The middle-aged man squinted his eyes for a long time before saying to his son, This is Diana's business. Her personality is exactly the same as your mother Tracy. How could it be so easy? William sighed helplessly. Father, let me say okay. Cathy is not a gentleman. He can do whatever he wants to get what he likes. I heard that he has already attacked Harvey Adrian. I don't know the specific method. It is to protect this former family collaborator. Can't we do something yet? The middle-aged man looked at his son with a smile, but a smile. I know about this. The heir to the Adrian family owed a debt. If he can't pay it back, the Adrian family's reputation will be deprived of it. So that we can justifiably distinguish the relationship with the Adrian family. The second son of the Elroy family can think of this very well, so that we don't need to take the slightest responsibility to turn off the marriage contract. But, William, I have told you more than once that others are not as stupid as you think. If Diana wasn't able to inherit the family business as a woman, the position of heir would not fall to you. William looked confused. I don't understand what you mean. The second son of the Elroy family did a very beautiful job. The average person must have contributed to this incident. He even considered that I might not have noticed this incident and let you become a medium for conveying information. From this point, I want you. Understand that the same is true in the social world. The relationship between people is only a tool. There are no absolute friends, only absolute interests. Also, do you know why fans are popular among aristocratic women? William answered without hesitation, it looks good. Middle-aged men spoke of social etiquette in plain terms. Indeed, a lady who does not hold a fan is like a man who does not hold a sword. The fan is just a tool that can implicitly express the wishes of the lady. When a lady closes the fan to you, explain that she is not interested in you. When she covers her chin, then you only need to observe her eyes. I still don't understand www.readaloud.com, my son. Maybe I should reconsider whether to entrust the family business to you. Straightforwardness is not necessarily better than implicitness. Things that are too easy to get will not be cherished. Besides, we also need to consider Diana's own choice. In addition to benefits, we can also choose family affection. Father, you didn't say that when you married Diana and the Adrian family. Diana went back to her room. The layout of the room was as simple as a school dormitory. The biggest difference was that there was a large wooden bookshelf on the wall near the bed with a wide range of books. She took out one of the books and opened it, found an old key, and then found a wooden box from the bedside table. Opened the wooden box with an old-style key, and you could see that there were some letters and some luxurious jewels inside. The jewels were the relics of her mother Tracy during her lifetime, and they were specially reserved for Diana as an emergency. Today's society is praising women. However, the protection of women's rights by law is not even as good as hundreds of years ago. Once a woman is married, she loses her property rights and becomes a vassal of her husband. Therefore, widows in this era are quite popular, especially those with savings, who can easily get all their wealth by marrying them. Diana took out a necklace inlaid with blue jewels from the box and stared at the sapphire necklace. The corner of her eyes dropped naturally, her proud and calm appearance melted into gentleness. Although these jewels are full of memories, she will not miss them too much. Just as her mother left these jewels for her purpose, she is a pragmatist, and simple photos are enough to remember her loved ones. Of course, she will not use these expensive jewelry when it is not necessary. Chapter 34, Before the Conflict. Around the Count of Monte Cristo, a quiet storm is brewing in the publishing world of El Roy. Perrin Garcia, the reviewer, is caught in a controversy that drives him crazy. Since his decision to quit his job and Harvey Adrian Co. published The Count of Monte Cristo, he hasn't had a good day. When the Garcia family was eating, the narrow living room was filled with women's harsh language. "Oh my God, you must be crazy, how can you do this? Take away all the savings from your family, what are we going to eat tomorrow? Do you want all of our family to become beggars? Oh, only good people can give charity, what a luxury to eat a piece of white bread. Poland, you have quit your job in the publishing house, do you want us to feed you as a man?" His mother, Mrs. Greenock, has said this more than once. And his sister soon joined the battlefield to bombard him in language, that is, "There is still part of my dowry in these savings. I can't believe anyone will take a woman without a dowry. They will laugh at us. The Garcia family is a poor ghost. Don't do that. For the sake of my sister, I have never even told you a serious thing. Now I beg you not to use your family's savings to publish a book that others don't see. It's so stupid. Mother and my dear sister, of course I know what I'm doing, I just need some time to prove myself." Poulin rubbed his eyebrows, his words pale and weak to refute. He had to admit that once the Count of Monte Cristo went wrong, the consequences, as these two women said, their whole family will sleep on the street. But don't they know who is supporting this big family now? His father's legs are disabled and he can't work anymore. His sister dreams of getting in touch with those noble children all day long. It is said that she was lucky enough to be caught in the theatre the other day. An aristocratic child took a fancy to, and brought back a bunch of grapes the next day after a lot of fun to show off. Although grapes are indeed expensive fruits, her behavior is too blind and stupid. As for his mother, is an ordinary woman, she likes to nag when she has nothing to do. Since Plan decided to help Harvey publish The Count of Monte Cristo at his own expense, he has temporarily lost everything, including the publishing house he was proud of. Leonard Press learned of his resignation and Monte Cristo. The Earl's novel dynamics did not accidentally announce his behavior to the entire publishing world. Now no publishing company is willing to hire a reviewer who persuades novelists to publish at their own expense. He has no retreat, but his family can only see the immediate interests mocking his difficult decision. Poulin sighed silently and glanced at his father at the dinner table. He slowly drank the vegetable soup with a spoon. His face was old, his once wise eyes became muddy and gloomy, and only 2 of them were literate in this family. His father was a scholar before the accident, and he knew the importance of knowledge. He was very grateful to his father for spending all his savings that year for him to go to university. He once showed the Count of Monte Cristo to his father. That day he only saw his father studying the novel, and then told him to let it go. After eating, he took his briefcase and left in spite of his mother's dissuasion. He also had a list in his hand. It was the contact information of all the wealthy people in Elroy who were interested in literature. Most of them were motley. Written to him. He has to go door to door to look for investment, and secondly, he needs to negotiate the distribution of benefits. The family's urging made him feel a little impatient, but he did not regret this seemingly indiscreet decision. In a tavern on the same street as Leonard Publishing House, Motley is talking to Belloc Leonard, the administrator of Leonard Publishing House. Belloc is dressed in a black suit with a high hat, and his expression naturally reveals arrogance. Incompatible with the surrounding messy environment. Belloc sat next to Motley and said in a hurry, "Motley, the times are different. Your old and conservative methods are no longer suitable for this era. Literature is not something insectable and solemn. On the contrary, it should be owned by all. Everyone knows it, whether it is a humble beggar or a noble nobleman." Motley took a sip of the beer glass, and let out a silent sigh. "If it's just like this, I certainly agree. Literature has no distinction between high and low, but you just treat literature as a commodity. This is the inevitable result of the development of the times. If there is no benefit, who would be willing to pursue those boring words? My father knew this before allowing me to inherit Leonard Press instead of your original partner. People, I actually did a good job. In my eyes it is not very good, especially in dealing with the novel of the Count of Monte Cristo. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Belloc sneered, "This is fair. It may be a good novel, a good product, but unfortunately at a bad time. Did you encourage Garcia to go it alone? The poor guy didn't even see the situation. No matter how good a novel is, the words will be meaningless without readers. Without the support of Leonard Press, even if this novel is published, it can only be used as a foothold, because no one will see it. Time will prove everything. Oh, I don't need that result. Why do we have to make a difference? I am also going to visit the author personally. As long as he agrees to postpone the publication, Leonard Press will definitely not treat him badly." Belloc got down from the high chair and held his black gentleman's top hat with both hands to leave the noisy tavern. Motley, who was still drinking, shook his head and whispered to himself, "A dignified novelist will not accept charity from others. You have to understand this. For foolish notions, the times will naturally weed out you pedantic species." When he went out to the tavern, Belloc glanced at the tavern behind him and his eyes appeared disdainful. He could not understand the ideas of people like Motley. In the current era, the best development can only be achieved by packaging literature as a commodity. Leonard Press is because this philosophy has now become the leader of the publishing industry in Elroy. Belloc is proud of it. Novelist? What is the difference between these people and the workers who work in textile factories? The textiles produced by the workers can be made into clothes and worn on the body, so that people will not starve to death in the winter. The works created by novelists are seen by people and may be praised for their interests, but no novels will not cause people's lives. A little bit of influence. Chapter 35, Arrogance and Dignity. Belloc went to visit Harvey. Harvey came down after being greeted by Shirley in the living room. Harvey's face was slightly pale, and his eyes were dull, because he used spells to create Christ the Earl of Mountain. Publishing novels at his own expense is different from serial publications. A novel must have a large amount of content, and now that he has completed it before is not enough to fill a volume. Harvey's haggard appearance fell into Belloq's eyes and it became a shocking performance. Such a young novelist must be proud of himself. The work he is proud of is not even qualified for publication. It must be an annoyance and frustration. Belloq, sitting in the living room, didn't even mean to stand up, looking up and down Harvey with scrutiny. Harvey frowned and looked at the uninvited guest, questioning, "Excuse me, are you?" Shirley had already told him the visitor's name, including his last name. "It's an honor to meet with you, Alexander." "It should be Mr. Harvey Adrian. My name is Belloq Leonard, the person in charge of Leonard Publishing. Mr. Adrian talks about your work." Harvey suddenly, "Oh, but I have stopped serializing novels in Leonard Press. At this point, I know that your work is quite outstanding. We would not give up a promising work if it weren't for accidental factors." Belloq stared at Harvey, but he didn't see the meaning of questioning from Harvey's look. Doesn't he care about the condition of his work? Harvey came to him and sat down, waiting for his explanation. Belloq deliberated on the words, "If I am not mistaken, do you plan to publish this novel at your own expense now? Although your work is quite excellent, you also need to understand the risks of publishing at your own expense. Excellent novels in history nevertheless, and most of them only become famous after the author's death. Unlike Leonard Press, we have a large number of contacts and resources. Even if you just mention the name of the novel in the morning paper, your novel will be more than 70% of the citizens of Roy City saw it." Perrin Garcia is a young and short-sighted reviewer. He almost missed your novel. I don't understand why you collaborated with him. Harvey squinted at the slightly contemptuous gentleman in front of him. Different from Diana's natural arrogance, he was very upset with this contemptuous contempt, and he replied indifferently, "Garcia, my husband has indeed been immature, but he has fully proved his sincerity. Sincere cannot explain anything, nor can your work appear in front of readers. If you are willing to keep your work in Leonard Press, I can promise to promote your work in 3 months. The entire city of Elroy will remember your name, a talented and cutting-edge novelist, Alexander." Belloq opened his hands and smiled, "Why, he painted a beautiful vision for the future. The sincerity is at least shown in front of me, but what Mr. Leonard said about the future is even more unrealistic. I chose to write a novel after seeing Leonard's solicitation. In fact, you have violated your promise of soliciting articles." Hearing Harvey's words, Belloq picked up his carefully trimmed eyebrows. He had already said that Harvey hadn't paid for it, and his tone was sharp and ironic. "Oh? Do you think your work is better than is Wild Rose better? In this case, what those ladies and aristocrats in social circles often talk about will not be Wild Rose, but it should be your work. The origin and popularity of Wild Rose is indeed higher than that of the Earl of Monte Cristo. A novel written by a member of the Elroy family alone can become a good talk for the upper class. I do think so, and Mr. Garcia thinks so too." Harvey smiled calmly, tilted his legs and stared at Belloq in front of him and said slowly, "That's why we chose to leave Leonard Press. I am not your Leonard Press. Throw the dog you raised to the side to starve, and then kindly feed it when you think about it. But some people are worse than dogs alive. What kind of difficulties will be faced by works that are not accepted by mainstream publishing houses, does Mr. Adrian know? Or you plan to open a bookstore to sell your works yourself? Mr. Leonard, you may be mistaken a little. Please speak. I've heard Mr. Garcia talk about the inside story of Leonard Press's call for papers. If I stood in Mr. Leonard's position, I would do the same. In my eyes, works are also used to earn profits. Mr. Adrian, then you should cooperate with us even more. It's just a delay in publication. We will compensate you relatively well." Harvey dismissed it, but the status of this work in my heart is definitely lower than that of Mr. Leonard. The reason I created this work is just to make some pocket money. In comparison, I suffered from unfair treatment. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Moreover, the reason why I chose not to cooperate with Leonard Press is not entirely due to unfair treatment. Leonard Press has no way to satisfy my appetite. I want to make it myself by myself. Cake. The smile on Belloc's face gradually disappeared, and his eyes when he looked at Harvey became as cold as a poisonous snake. Mr. Adrian is much more interesting than my phenomenon. I'm happy to accompany you to play this game. There will be no publishing house in Elroy willing to print your work. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Even if you find some small workshops with poor printing quality, I can guarantee that your novels will not enter the bookstore. I think see how you promote your products. Belloc stretched out his grey-black bow tie on his suit, stood up and smiled and said, "Of course, our Leonard Press has never refused excellent works. If at that time Mr. Adrian regretted it any time, you can come to me. I don't think there will be that time." Harvey smiled and responded to the provocation with a pleased gesture, indicating that he could leave here at any time. Belloc walked out of Harvey's mansion, and his face was pale when he heard the door closing. He expected that he might be rejected, but he didn't expect it would evolve into a fierce confrontation like the provocation of the two sides. He boarded the carriage and thought about what caused the situation to get out of control. The answer lies in Harvey's attitude. From the beginning, Harvey's attitude of neither overbearing nor overbearing has annoyed him a bit. A novelist in a small area, what capital does he have to maintain a contemptuous attitude in front of the largest publisher in Elroy? It is time to teach these arrogant young people some lessons. Belloc was very upset, and after returning to Leonard Press in the carriage, he contacted all the publishing houses in Elroy by telephone and notified the news of the ban on the Earl of Monte Cristo. Although the publishing houses in Elroy are not monolithic, the combined part led by Leonard Publishing is enough to push a work into the abyss. If you order, all bookstores will not accept the novel The Earl of Monte Cristo. Any bookstore that sells this novel will be blacklisted. In the future, Leonard Press and partner publishers will not give it to them. Available from the bookstore. Hanging up the phone, Belloc still felt uncomfortable. It had been a long time since he met anyone who dared to be so rude in front of him. Chapter 36, Intelligence Trading. Harvey's biggest purpose in writing The Count of Monte Cristo is to pay off the debt. Now that he has already borrowed from Diana, it doesn't matter how many achievements the Count of Monte Cristo can get. To put it bluntly, he did not regard himself as a novelist, nor did he regard writing novels as his main business. Of course, he could offend the largest publisher in Elroy unscrupulously. His greatest confidence comes from the mysterious attribute panel in his mind. With gold fingers, he is confident that he can develop towards the magic profession. Why should he look at the face of a mortal in the novel industry? If he doesn't have an attribute panel and has no contact with magic, then he must obediently accept Belloc's suggestion, delay the sale, at least increase his capital for life in this world. At noon the next day, Diana kept her promise and brought 10,000 balloon pounds. The largest denomination of the balloon pound is 10 pounds. The thickness of 1,000 balloon pounds is equivalent to 100,000 RMB, and the actual value is almost the same, 10,000 balloon pounds. It's almost a year's expenses for a wealthy family. After getting the money, Harvey didn't show his face, but he was already smiling in his heart. In the afternoon, he contacted Lester, the civil banker, and met in a remote cafe. A total of 335 balance pounds. I am sure that I have received the money. Please accept your IOU and proof of repayment, Mr. Adrian. After receiving the money, Lester quickly handed over a contract to Harvey. 6 Adrian's IOU and a proof of repayment. From now on, we will clean up the two. Harvey took the contract to confirm the above. Lester squinted his eyes and looked at Harvey slowly and said, "Speaking of which, I have a piece of information that may be of interest to Mr. Adrian. I personally guarantee that it is absolutely worth the price, as long as Mr. Adrian is willing to pay 100 balloons. Pound, I am happy to continue trading with you. Harvey looked away from the contract in his hand, staring at Lester, who was dressed as a gentleman in front of him, frowned and said, I didn't know that you were still part-time in the detective industry. Lester spread his hands and replied, as long as it is a rewarding job, we are very happy to take it. What do you like? I can guarantee the correctness and value of the message. It may save your life. 100 barons pound saved his life. This deal is a good deal. Businessmen are always boasting that their products are worth high prices. Mr. Adrian, you need to understand that this intelligence transaction is not very necessary for me, and even I personally think that this intelligence transaction still needs to bear considerable risks on my side. If you think it is not worth paying 100 balloons for this intelligence pound, I can just shut up now. Lester put his hands on the table and his tone was low and serious. As long as Harvey said no word, he immediately turned and left. Harvey still carries 500 balloons. He doesn't care about the concept of money. It's not that he doesn't like money, but that the money spent is just to accompany him in a different way. The concept of spending money is extravagant. Kind of. Lester said that the words were very convincing. Since he said it was about his own life, Harvey didn't insist any more, and counted 100 ballon pounds from his pocket and gave it to him. You are a wise man. Lester looked around at the cafe to make sure that no one noticed them. He lowered his voice and hurriedly said, I don't know what grievances you have with the Elroy family, but this time about you borrowing money. The behavior was entirely facilitated by the Elroy family. One of their deacons told me to wait in a fixed place, then meet you and lend you money. Of course, this exaggerated interest rate is also true. In fact, even if we violate the agreement, we generally only charge multiple interest instead of doubling the principal together. After saying that, he straightened his collar, stood up and walked without looking at Harvey and said, Then, I look forward to working with you next time. Elroy family? Why do you have a relationship with them? After Lester left, Harvey drank coffee slowly, his face gloomy and could drip ink. If Lester's words were true, the news was indeed related to his life and death. Why did the dignitaries of Elroy want to attack the heir of a down-and-out family? Lester shouldn't sell him such a false information for 100 ballons. Since it was only a deacon, this matter may not be considered a big deal in the Elroy family's view, and it was an action before he passed through, but from Harvey Adrian's memory, he couldn't find a relationship with Elroy. The Roy family has an intersection. The Elroy family wants to kill a person can't be easier, letting Lester come forward, that is, the purpose is not to kill himself, it may be the complete decline of the Adrian family. The sentence in The Count of Monte Cristo is good. I want to know who harmed you, and think about who is good for you to be killed, but what good is the ruin of the Adrian family for the Elroy family? Harvey can't understand www.readaloud.com, but he doesn't plan to sit still, and is not in a hurry to go back to the mansion. He is also considered a sugar daddy now, and originally planned to go to the magic item house after paying off the loan. He felt a sense of crisis again in his heart, and he felt it necessary to learn some self-defense spells. As a descendant of nobles, he really can't resist the Elroy family. The Elroy family only needs to say a word in the social world, and there will be no place for Harvey in the entire city of Elroy. But this is not the case for a mage. The status of a powerful mage far exceeds that of ordinary nobles, and it is not restricted by ordinary legal provisions. Is still that simple shop. After walking in, Harvey went straight to the bookshelf with spell books, most of which were low-level spell books written in balloon. The bloated boss still looked dumbfounded, ignoring Harvey as a guest. Phantom Sound Art, Phantom Art System, First Order, can produce up to 100 kos volume. Detection Magic, Prophecy, First Level, can be used to search for special messages within a radius of 1 meter. Light Sphere, Plastic Energy System, Zero Order, can produce a light sphere with a radius of 5 meters. Invisible light crossbow, change system, first order, can control arrows or other lightweight materials to launch them, and the shooting power is equal to the light crossbow. Very poisonous bite, incantation system, level 1, can make a poisonous snake composed of special energy. The person bitten by the poisonous snake will suffer muscle paralysis in a short time and die within 1 hour thereafter. They are basically some low-level spells. Harvey is pleased that a few seem to have such a little power. After thinking about it, he feels that he needs to learn offensive spells, and among these spells, the most lethal. It is the poisonous bite of the first order incantation system, which should be more than enough to deal with ordinary people. Chapter 37, Negative Energy Viper. Very poisonous bite. Level, D. Description: a poisonous snake composed of special energy can be made. A person bitten by a poisonous snake will suffer muscle paralysis within a short period of time and die within 1 hour. The power of the venom is equivalent to that of a poisonous snake in nature. Status: inactive, activation requires magic talent E level or higher, 13 spirit, 12 energy. Casting loss: each cast will require 8 points of energy. Back at the mansion, Harvey read the low-level spell book he bought for 150 barons and called the attribute panel in his mind. As expected, he found the relevant information about the spell. With his current attributes, he can just eat this. First order spells. Harvey Adrian. Physique, 10. Intelligence, 15. Charm, 10. Spirit, 14. Dexterity, 11. Energy, 12/14, normal. Remaining distribution points, 1. Skills. Writing. Level, B. Description: I already have the writing level of a well-known writer, able to create excellent novels, moving poems, and skillfully play with beautiful rhetoric. When inciting emotions, I can make those boudoir girls cry. Small miracle. Level, D, cannot continue to improve. Description: it can cause a tiny miracle, can make a glass of water out of thin air in the desert, can create an invisible hand that can lift a substance under 10 weights, or heal weak physical injuries. Proficiency, B. Basic meditation. Level, E. Description: the most basic meditation effect that can be achieved by using magic nets has also been popular among nobles and knights. It can be used to quickly adjust the mental state, but only after a long period of basic meditation can the mental power be exercised. Proficiency, C. Talent. Magic talent. Level, D. Description: it seems that because of the blood of the caster, he is closer to the etheric element than ordinary people. If he learns magic from a young age, he may be able to sense the magic network and become an official spell caster. The number of remaining skill level upgrades, 1. I have a little more attribute points and skill points. Harvey found out that there were a little more free attribute points and skill points that can be allocated on the attribute panel. This is the first time I have found such a surprise. Probably it is because of the continuous fermentation of the novel The Earl of Monte Cristo in Elroy. With the previous experience, Harvey is not in a hurry to activate the first order spell used to defend himself. After taking a shower, he put on his pajamas and went to bed to relax his body. He added the free distribution of attributes to his spirit, and then said silently, "Activate Vicious Bite." A familiar throbbing invaded his body, as if a black hole appeared in the body to swallow all his strength and spirit. Both the body and the spirit could feel a strong emptiness, which was covered by deep fatigue. He just closed his eyes and his consciousness fell into a deep sleep state. Harvey slowly woke up at noon the next day. He slept for about 20 hours. The first time he woke up was to point the skill upgrade opportunity on the poisonous bite to upgrade the only means of self-protection. Unfamiliar knowledge emerged in his mind, forming a new cognition based on poisonous bite, and his head automatically remembered all relevant knowledge, as if instinctively integrated into his body. Negative Energy Viper. Level, C. Explanation: create a poisonous snake composed entirely of negative energy. The body of the bitten person will receive a strong muscle anesthesia effect in a short time. At the same time, the negative energy will invade the bite's spirit and body and cause it to die within 10 minutes. Proficiency, C. Casting loss: each release will require 6 points of energy. Harvey understands a little bit. The level displayed on the attribute panel is not exactly the same as the spell class. This spell is also a first-order spell, and it consumes even less energy after being upgraded. He felt that it was necessary to test the specific power of the spell. He went to the lively market to buy 2 ducks, and then took a carriage to a remote and uninhabited suburb. Is surrounded by old buildings made of stones, weeds are everywhere, there are no traces of living people moving here. He came to a stone wall and put down the 2 white ducks tied with ropes in his hands. Harvey squatted down and touched its white feathers with compassion in his eyes. "Sorry, but I promise you won't suffer too much. It's better than having your neck cut and bleeding." He closed his eyes and began to chant complex spells. Every word was difficult to understand. Although Harvey knew the meaning of these words, he couldn't express it. His ability to cast these spells was more like instinct than learning by himself. The unskilled singing lasted 10 seconds, and a verdant translucent viper formed in his hand. After casting the spell, Harvey's cheeks turned pale, and he almost fell to the ground because he couldn't stand still. What he casts is the first-order incantation Poisonous Bite, which saves him 8 energy points next time. Ga! 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 The 2 tied ducks on the ground felt a deadly threat, and they kept making screams, flapping their wings to stay away from Harvey. He stretched out his hand, the green viper encircling his arm bit the duck, and then bit on the thick trees and walls next to it. Unlucky Duck was bitten and his body twitched violently, and then gradually became dying within a minute, and the bitten wound turned purple-black. "Damn, I finally understand why this seemingly powerful spell is listed as a first order. The attack range is less than 2 meters, and it needs to be distracted to control. It is completely ineffective for plants and inorganic substances. I have a complete grasp of this. In the case of a spell, it takes more than 5 seconds to chant and cast a spell. With this skill, a stick can smash someone's head. Harvey can't laugh or cry and draw a conclusion for this spell. He sat down leaning against the stone wall, closed his eyes and entered a state of meditation to regain his spirit. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Meditated for about 2 hours, he opened his eyes again, and the energy value in his mind showed that he had recovered most of the consumption. Energy, 11/14. Next is Negative Energy Viper, Don't Let Me Down. He concentrated on chanting another mantra. His spirit was connected to the magic network that existed in the dark, and a peculiar spell structure was constructed on it. The etheric element of the void resonated with his spirit. After he chanted for 2 seconds, he chanted a spell. A viper made of transparent liquid appeared in his hand. The venomous snake is transparent and hard to detect with the naked eye. Harvey's arm can feel this peculiar venomous snake feels cold to the touch, not cool, more like a deep cold holding ice for a long time. This is the upgraded Negative Energy Viper from Poisonous Bite. He tried to manipulate the transparent viper to bite another duck, a tree, and a wall. Very good, the operation feels smoother. Harvey nodded in satisfaction. The transparent viper is more spiritual than the green viper. The body of the duck bitten by the negative energy venomous snake was directly stiff, and the flesh from the wound began to blacken and decompose, as if it had been poured with super sulfuric acid, but there was no pungent odor or the smell of protein burning. The same is true for trees that have been bitten to the thick of their wrists. The wounds spread so that the trunks were eroded and broke, and the erosion process finally stopped at the canopy. The duck is completely eroded by negative energy and turned into slag, but the tree is not. Only part of the stone wall seems to be baked under high temperature. There is a certain limit to the power. Negative Energy Viper. It may only take 2 seconds to complete the spell after being proficient in singing. The attack range is within 5 meters of the caster's radius, with its own invisibility effect, and it is invincible. Harvey is happy from ear to ear. With this spell, even 3 or 4 brawny men who are not afraid of death can easily solve it. Chapter 38, Trace. After testing the power of the newly activated spell, Harvey got some dead branches and burned all the 2 hapless ducks and half of the canopy with a fire. Although he is a magician, Harvey feels that he should try to expose his identity as little as possible when it is not necessary, especially since the movement of the Elroy family is unknown, and it is not clear whether it is with Adrian. The family was once related to the Magic family. It should be mentioned that the caster was once brilliant in ancient times, but hundreds of years ago, the status was comparable to a religious witch. At that time, including the kingdom of Baron, the caster was wiped out. Suppressing magicians was originally an activity in the religious sense. They preached magic as heresy, stealing the power of gods to do the devil's activities. However, at that time, the rulers of the kingdom also believed that magicians were a threat to the ruling class and thus catered to religious suppression activities. In the past 100 years, with the civilization and enlightenment, the cognition of magic has gradually cleaned the demonized image in people's hearts, and traces of magic can often be seen in daily life. For example, the street lamps on the streets are mostly made of a special crystal material. The energy is not electric energy, but a magic circle engraved on the base of the street lamp. The destruction of the corpse is complete. Harvey clapped his hands and left the deserted suburbs. Half an hour after he left, a black carriage stopped nearby. An old-faced man got off the carriage. He looked around carefully and found the ashes left by the burning. He took out the white glove belt from his arms. Twisted up the ashes and sniffed. He didn't care that the soiled white gloves continued to search in the ashes, whispering to himself, "Generally, it takes a lot of time for flames to burn the corpses of creatures into ashes. It should be the use of some strange spell to increase the temperature of the flame." His judgment was correct. Harvey used the tiny miracle to extract oxygen from the air to support combustion, and the duck's carcass was burned to ashes in 10 minutes. The old man muttered a few complicated spells. His cloudy eyes were covered with a layer of blue light, through which he could see things that ordinary people could not find. Judging from the remaining spell traces that one is a first-order spell, poisonous bite, the other one. The old man's wrinkled and bark-like cheeks moved, showing a very surprised appearance. He continued to mutter words. Soon the blue light of his eyes almost burst out before he hurriedly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes had returned to normal. Looks like, but the whites of his eyes are covered with bloodshot eyes and become extremely hideous. What kind of spell is this? It turned out to be a residual negative energy. He muttered to himself and his face was incredible. In his cognition, the spells that can mobilize negative energy are all high-level spells, and only those who dominate the apex of the spellcaster can control it. His complexion changed drastically and he got up and left here. From the beginning, he felt the spell fluctuations, but he didn't dare to approach rashly. Only after Harvey left did he want to come and explore one or two. The negative energy was far beyond his control. Range. The old man hurried back to the carriage, opened the iron gate and got in. The coachman sitting on the top of the carriage turned his head and asked strangely, "Master Calvin, what happened?" "Go. Go. Get out of here." The old man hurriedly waved and urged. The groom didn't know why, but he knew Calvin was a spellcaster, so he didn't want to use his whip to slap the horse's ass. The dark horse rushed out with a neigh, and Calvin in the carriage fell directly because of inertia. Instead, he was leaning on the seat and looking around in shock, for fear that some strange magic attack would suddenly burst out. Peeping at others to cast spells is taboo for most spellcasters. No one wants his own magic to be cracked. If his actions were noticed by the caster himself, he would not have the confidence to escape from the spellcaster who can mobilize negative energy. The old man took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. An unidentified powerful spellcaster entered the city of Elroy and must report this to the Earl. Since this day, Harvey seldom leaves the mansion, and focuses on Count of Monte Cristo and studying spells. His research on spells is basically based on his knowledge and simple attempts. He has no basic knowledge of spelling, of course. Unable to verify any useful conclusions, he never gets tired of it. Very quickly, plus the progress of the previous serialization, the number of words in the Count of Monte Cristo has been written to 400,000, which is about half the length of the entire novel, enough to publish the first half of the volume. Good news came from the reviewer Poulin. A nobleman who had read the Count of Monte Cristo praised the novel and was willing to fund Harvey's self-financing publication. At the same time, he contacted a publishing house and only waited for Harvey. Complete the novel. Harvey is not in a hurry about this, he is making the final revision of the Count of Monte Cristo. Since Diana obtained the manuscript of his novel, she has been very interested in some self-created sentences in his novel. Although she rarely visits in person, she will send letters to Harvey almost every day. Whenever Harvey mails the completed novel manuscript to she would receive an opinion letter steadily the next day. The content of the envelope seldom mentioned the plot of the novel, and it was more to help Harvey improve the background of the novel and the question of wording and sentence formation. Diana is different from Harvey. She has been reading books since she was a child and has more knowledge in this world than 10 Harveys combined. Her opinions are more like refining the content of the novel and filling in holes and omissions. In addition, Harvey is not in a hurry to publish the Count of Monte Cristo for another reason. Shirley is sitting in Harvey's simple study room, where there is already a temporary workbench that belongs to her. And the workbench is covered with a piece of white paper and some painting tools. She is still wearing that classic maid dress, the white apron is slightly yellowed, and she sits upright. Even the conservative dress design can't hide her proud figure, and her rigorous and serious eyes move with the tip of the pen. www.readaloud.com. Her pen is not words, but an exquisite sketch. The style has changed drastically from the early days. The realistic style of sketching is still popular in this era, and Harvey directly asked Shirley to try another style based on the impression in his mind, which is very close to modern beauty. "Master, is this all right?" Shirley gave another completed illustration to Harvey for review. It was the part of the meeting between the Earl of Monte Cristo and the former fiancée Mercedes. Ceds and Albert focused on the description, followed by detailed descriptions of the surrounding buildings, delicate and exquisite. Shirley's white right hand has been dyed black with ink, and the sleeves are also stained with indelible black. Because Harvey paints at the level of modern illustrations, this illustration has undergone more than a week of alteration since its completion. The superb painting skills and advanced style give this illustration an unparalleled visual experience, and of course it is also based on this world. As a benchmark, it can only be regarded as ordinary in modern times. Harvey put down the envelope in his hand and took the illustration handed over by Shirley to examine it for a long time, and pointed to Mercedes' eyes inside and muttered, "It's better to draw some drooping corners of the eyes here." The eyes should be opened slightly to highlight her surprise expression, but the problem is not big, it is qualified. Shirley relaxes her eyes when she hears Harvey's words, and pulls up the skirts on both sides to give Harvey a bow and judiciously, "Thank you." Shirley returned to her position, and Harvey stood by her to guide her to draw the next illustration. Shirley has short-sightedness and is hard to control the architectural details and sense of space. Harvey plays her eyes to plan the environment and space sense. It is estimated that it will take another 2 weeks to complete all the novel illustrations, and it also gives Harvey time to edit the first half of the Count of Monte Cristo. Chapter 39, Reader Trends. The novel The Count of Monte Cristo does not only involve Harvey, Plan, and Leonard Press. The Count of Monte Cristo was originally not low in popularity. Since the following text has been lost, it has also caused a lot of disturbance among readers. "Oh my God, why should it be cut off at such a critical time?" it shouldn't be like this. Despicable Fernan. Albert turned out to be the son of him and Mercedes. In a luxurious study room like a small library, Alfuli was in a complex mood and put down the Leonard Press collection in his hands. The experience of the Earl of Monte Cristo inspired his sense of justice in his heart, and he was embarrassing him from the bottom of his heart. A captain who has a bright future and is about to usher in the best period of his life is framed and imprisoned by a conspiracy. At the beginning of the novel, there was an astonishing plot turn. The protagonist was depressed during the period of being wronged and imprisoned, and then transitioned to the expectation that he was grasping hope in desperation when he met Father Faria. Until now, this novel has given him too many surprises. He couldn't stop it, he had been seeing the present since noon, and he was reluctant to let it go even for a minute. This novel was recommended to him by a friend. Originally, he only glanced at the nominated Wild Rose as a social networking resource, but his friend told him that there is another novel in the collection that is more worth looking forward to. In fact, he now agrees very much with what his friend said. The Count of Monte Cristo is a peculiar and wonderful novel. The plot and characters are very outstanding, and it is not like traditional literature that is filled with empty and useless content with gorgeous words and sentences. Afuri once believed that reading novels is a process of enriching oneself, learning how to use reason to defeat ugly desires and stupidity, and using wisdom to defeat desires will of course instinctively feel repulsive, so reading novels requires patience. This peculiar novel called The Count of Monte Cristo is different. He marvels at the twists and turns of the protagonist's bizarre experience, and feels embarrassed by every character in it, especially the wise Father Faria and his legacy. Legendary treasures, all of which tightly grasped his eyeballs, making him unable to resist, and from the bottom of his heart, he yearned for the wisdom contained in the novel. This is a novel that combines reason and impulse. It is so peculiar that it makes people want to stop. He put down the bound book of the collection of novels, and wanted to keep reading but found that it was the last one. He hesitated for a long time and left the study room. When he left the house, he saw that his butler was already standing by the door. "Barrett, you scared me, are you standing here specifically to scare me?" Guanqian looked at him with strange eyes and explained, "Master Alfuli, you really love to talk and laugh. You have not eaten since noon. Madam is very worried about your situation. Let me follow your movements at any time." Alfuli suddenly felt a strong sense of hunger after touching his stomach. "It's incredible, it actually made me forget hunger." He continued to order to the housekeeper in front of him, "Bartley, you will go to the bookstore tomorrow and buy a complete set of Leonard Press novel collection. You can't miss a copy. It's already night, after the normal business hours of the bookstore." The butler bowed and said, "Understood, do you want to eat now? Go and prepare." The next day, Afri got up early. He had been thinking about the novel that seemed to be mysterious and magical. His old butler just brought back a whole set of Leonard Publishing novel collection from the bookstore. He hadn't seen himself for a long time. The owner's restless and eager look, "Is there anything magical about these bound books called Leonard Press collection of novels?" More than a dozen novels are displayed on the desk in the luxurious study, but Afri is not satisfied. He frowned and counted back and forth, looked up at the housekeeper and asked with a puzzled look, "Is this all already?" "Yes, I told the bookstore that way, to buy a complete set of Leonard Press novel collection. But it's not complete," Afuri said decisively. The bound books in front of him are exactly the same as the one that his friend gave him. The most important thing is that they can't find the content of The Count of Monte Cristo at all. But it is indeed the complete works. Afri still feels unwilling. He needs to understand this. The Count of Monte Cristo is like a thorn rooted in his heart. He wants to know the whole content of the novel. He picked up the phone on the desktop and called a friend who recommended The Count of Monte Cristo. After some inquiries, a friend's gloating laughter came over there. "My dear Baron Ferret, your butler did not lie. This novel is indeed over here, Leonard Press novel collection. It was originally a publication for a call for papers, but now it is over. You should also know that The Wild Rose won the prize, and only that work is eligible for publication. This is really weird. Wild Rose is indeed a good novel, but it should be awarded more than Count of Monte Cristo. You really shouldn't recommend Count of Monte Cristo to me. Now I was thinking about the Count of Monte Cristo. Haha, everyone feels this way, so I recommend it to you. He rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. Are you the messenger sent by the devil? Nan's son, I have been looking forward to the Count's revenge. What are you going to do? Afuri replied firmly, I want to go to Leonard Press to confirm this. Leonard Publishing House once again welcomed a distinguished guest, Baron Afaret, and Belloc. Leonard is only a relative of the Viscount's family, and certainly not as good as a baron in terms of status. In the independent office of the publishing house, Belloc replied with regret, it is a pity that this work is no longer submitted to our publishing house. As for the movement of the work, we are not very clear. Afuri was still a little bit reconciled and kept thinking, well, thank you Mr. Leonard for his patient explanation. If you can get news about this work, please let me know as soon as possible. You are published by Elroy, the most representative person in the society, and only you can help me. I am honored to be able to help Baron Afaret. Sent away a regretful Aifuli, Belloc returned to his office to sit down. Reading www.uuganshu.com's polite smile on his face gradually disappeared, and his right hand grabbed the water glass on the table and threw it against the wall. Snapped. The crisp sound frightened the reviewers in the public office outside. The reviewers looked at each other, and several neighbors shook their heads and discussed in a low voice, this is the first time, and the cup that Mr. Belloc dropped can be me. 1 month's salary. No way. During this period of time, people with a bit of social status visited almost all for that novel. I saw Viscount Demps a few days ago and heard him inquiring about why the Count of Monte Cristo did not follow. The young reviewer still said, yes, Mr. Belloc really threw away a good hand of cards. That novel is very interesting. It seems to have a magical power to attract readers to read it. I remember once I went home and started to read it. When I finished watching it, I found that it was already 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, and I didn't even feel any hunger or sleepiness before I finished watching. Actually, I also care about the content of the novel. I miss the Count of Monte Cristo a bit. Isn't there any news from that guy Poulin? Hush! Keep it quiet, I still have contact with that kid. I heard that I have found a sponsor and are preparing to publish at my own expense. I wish I could hurry up, I can't wait. Hey, what do you do if Edmund kills Fernan and marries Mercedes again? Damn, do you want to start a war again? Only Haiti is the home of the protagonist. When Harvey was working behind closed doors, Leonard Publishing has received numerous inquiries about the envelopes and phone calls of the Count of Monte Cristo, as well as visits by people of social status. Literature is the main culture of this era, with a wide and far-reaching influence, and excellent works will naturally be remembered by readers. Chapter 40, Sponsor. Having found nothing, Afuri got in the carriage and went back. He couldn't ask any useful information from Belloc, as if he had deliberately hidden it. Why does Leonard Press let an excellent literary work be dusted? Afuri was meditating, and suddenly thought that the work that won the Leonard Award was Wild Rose by a member of the Elroy family. If the two works are put together, the judgment will be high. It's a pity that I gave up a good work in order to curry favor with the Elroy family. Afuri sighed, but he also understood that if he were placed in Belloc's position, he would make this choice. However, as a reader, as a person attracted by the story of the Count of Monte Cristo, he hopes that the novel will continue. Back at the mansion, his face showed obvious displeasure. Before the maid opened the door, he pushed the door straight in and sat down in the luxurious study room. No matter what, he was still uneasy. He picked up the desk phone, turned the number wheel on it, dialed the phone of his friend, and told him the bad news. The friend's joking voice came from the earpiece. "Oh, of course I know this is the case. In fact, I personally visited them when Leonard Press decided to award the Wild Rose Awards, but it didn't have much to do with you just now." The difference? Alfuli's slightly fat body leaned on the sofa and said helplessly, "Is there no way to directly contact the author? Even if Leonard Press does not plan to publish this novel, I believe that many people, including me, will be willing to support he. As far as I know, the author's contact information is well preserved by Leonard Press, and there is no relevant news from the outside world for the time being." Alfuli patted his forehead and speculated, "From the content of The Count of Monte Cristo, shouldn't the author be a rigid character, or he doesn't seek fame and fortune at all? Since the novel has been released, it is impossible. No news. Haha, will you be free next Saturday? I will hold a simple dinner that night and discuss The Count of Monte Cristo. By the way, there are indeed no arrangements for next Saturday, but it would be a fuss to hold a dinner to discuss a novel. You haven't personally visited Leonard Press. In fact, this dinner is to discuss the publication of The Count of Monte Cristo. A free reviewer came to me a few days ago and said that he was the Christ. The reviewer of Earl of Mountain is currently forced to publish it at his own expense because of social evil with Leonard. He needs some sponsorship." "What?" Alfuli stared, and when he reacted, he held the phone in one hand and suddenly realized, "Oh, that's why you recommended The Count of Monte Cristo to me." His friend over there laughed and replied, "You are the biggest jeweler in Elroy. Some are money, but I am just a poor scholar. Why didn't you tell me in advance?" "Well, I admit that your sinister calculation was successful, and I am happy to provide funding for an excellent literary work." Alfuli's questioning voice was full of surprises and relaxation, and he finally turned around. "Looking forward to the ending of that strange novel." On Harvey's side, the reviewer Poulin personally came to tell the situation, saying that investors wanted to see Harvey. Harvey himself delayed the time until next week, when the first half of The Count of Monte Cristo was completed. Compared with meeting and talking, taking out the finished product is the real sincerity. Harvey temporarily put aside his research on magic, and devoted himself to the novel. Diana can even spot the faults in the content of the previous serialized novels, especially in terms of wording and sentence formation. Every time Harvey copied words on the earth that he thought would work, he was criticized by Diana as a clumsy trick by quoting the scriptures. Harvey had to admit that his work as a translation is not good enough. He began to try not to limit the content of novels. In addition to the problems of wording and sentence making, he also introduced a perfect punctuation system belonging to the earth. The literary system of this world itself is still using the punctuation system hundreds of years ago, although it is sufficient to deal with daily sentence and sentence expression, but it is far from rich enough, especially lack of expression of emotions, for example, although this world has. But not. These are not too many but very practical. Harvey wrote a page of explanatory content to mark the meaning of these new words and punctuation marks. His ideas have won Diana's approval, especially the innovation of punctuation marks praised by her as a great contribution to the development of literature. Finally, I don't forget to say one more premise that The Count of Monte Cristo can become a handed-down work. Only when The Count of Monte Cristo is famous, his writing methods will be widely spread. The fictional illustrations are almost complete. Shirley's talent for painting is far beyond Harvey's imagination. She can basically draw the current style illustrations that Harvey requires. If you color these illustrations, it will be no different from modern American comic style illustrations. These black and white sketch illustrations are not necessarily more real and delicate than the oil paintings and carefully drawn sketches of this world. The advantages are better than the incomplete real style. The amount of information expressed by the illustrations far exceeds that of the traditional paintings. Soon, Harvey passed the first month after crossing. The originally cool climate changed to cold. The breeze blowing through the street was enough to make the thinly clothed pedestrians shiver. The scenery outside the window became bleak, the sky was gloomy, and the trees planted by the roadside that Harvey could not name were withered, and the bare branches were very unsightly. Elroy City snows in winter. This period of each year is also called the long sleeping season by the poor residents of this city, because every year unclothed poor people quietly freeze to death on the side of the road. Harvey put on a thick black trench coat. The style of UU reading www.yunsha.com is similar to the tuxedo, and the posture is more straight. In this era, the clothing of men is completely opposite to that of women. Every dress of women is gorgeous and dazzling, and there are more colorful colors than the flowers blooming in the wild. There are always only a few styles for men. White shirts, black old-style suits and top hats are the criteria for a man to dress appropriately. Obviously, the warmth of this coat is not very good. There is no down technology in this world for the time being, and Harvey can feel the chills passing through the clothes at home. Hoo! In front of the mansion, Harvey, who was rubbing his hands to warm up, regretted not clicking a few points on his attribute panel. He had a document bag in his arm and was about to go out. Tuck tuck tuck. Shirley stepped on low-heeled boots and hurried down from upstairs, holding a long scarf in her hand, walked to Harvey and tied it carefully around his neck, not forgetting to tidy up his collar. "Master, I am a little worried about whether those illustrations are worthy of your novel." Seeing that she tidied up her collar, Harvey smiled and encouraged, "Illustration was done by me and you. It was originally part of the novel." Shirley started playing with his top hat again and hurriedly replied, "But it might put you to shame." It's funny seeing Shirley not having the usual calm appearance of Harvey. She didn't have that kind of personality, but she didn't laugh at all. Now it is time to verify the results of her and Harvey's hard work during this period, and it is inevitable to be nervous. That can only be regarded as my own self-conceit. I don't come back for lunch, but I try to prepare as much as possible for dinner. Make something you like to eat. Don't forget that you also have a share in the creation of this novel." Harvey waved his hand, turning and leaving with a copy of the Count of Monte Cristo. Chapter 41, Before Publication. Harvey took a carriage to the address that Perrin confessed to him. It belongs to another wealthy street in Elroy. The house itself is not a luxurious type. He rang the doorbell, and an old woman dressed as a servant opened the door and led him in. Harvey was startled by the scene as soon as he stepped in with his front foot. It was not too spacious to walk to the piles of books. The space that can accommodate 3 people is squeezed to allow one person to pass through, and you have to be careful of the books scattered at your feet at all times. Through the corridor, Harvey discovered that the owner of this mansion might not have arranged it intentionally. There is a circle of books around the lobby leading to the second floor. Only a little space is left on the carpet in the center of the lobby. Harvey visually inspected the book collection capacity. It's as small as half the Elroy Library. Before he went upstairs, a middle-aged man with old-fashioned glasses came down in a hurry. When he saw Harvey, he was taken aback and then hesitated and asked in surprise, "Mr. Alexander?" Alexander is the pen name used by Harvey to write The Count of Monte Cristo. Harvey looked at the person in front of him quietly. He was wearing a white shirt and traditional overalls, his face looked old because of the roughness, and overall he gave Harvey a kind of intellectual feeling. Harvey Adrian, whose pen name is Alexander. Harvey's hat was placed on his chest and leaned slightly. "Oh my God, you are much younger than I thought. I can't believe that the novelist who wrote The Count of Monte Cristo would be a young man. I am Scott Adams, the owner of this mansion. It is a great honor to receive the author of The Count of Monte Cristo." He went down the stairs and shook hands with Harvey enthusiastically, without doubting Harvey's identity. The two went upstairs, and Harvey found that his reviewer Poulin had also arrived. The 3 talked for a while in the cleaned-up study room, and a bell came from downstairs. Scott did not go down to greet the guest, and briefly explained the situation to Harvey. The real patron of Count of Monte Cristo was a jeweler named Avery Hutt, who also belonged to an intermediary. Soon Harvey saw the patron, a slightly fat, amiable, middle-aged man. The more conspicuous feature is the funny Mediterranean hairstyle. His every move is always easy when he doesn't wear a hat. Can make people laugh. "Oh my God, you are so young." Knowing Harvey's identity, Alfuli enthusiastically held Harvey's hand and exclaimed like Scott. Harvey's good image played a role. During this time, his stat panel increased so that his spirits seemed to change. A person, especially his light intellectual temperament, is easily reminiscent of the identity of a cultural worker. There were only 4 people at this gathering, and Scott ordered them to prepare lunch when they were all there. What he was most interested in was that Harvey brought over the original manuscript of the novel The Earl of Monte Cristo. There must be Leonard in it. The unpublished part of the collection of novels by the publishing house. Both of them were a little eager to try when they thought of this. Scott couldn't help but curiously said, "Mr. Adrian, can we now take a look at the manuscript of the novel you brought? I mean, I can't wait to understand the plot of the novel." "Of course, that's why I brought them here." As a reviewer, Poulin listened to their conversation and felt a little nervous. Time is running out. He has no time to review the manuscript. Harvey will write a copy. He doesn't know what to do. In case the follow-up plot is messed up, this time he will sponsor it. Busy for nothing. Scott and Alfuli each put on a pair of white gloves, and carefully took the manuscript out of the file as if facing a treasure. The first thing they saw was the cover that Shirley drew for The Earl of Monte Cristo, a cover of Captain Edmund and the Earl of Monte Cristo. The lower left corner shows the protagonist Edmund's embarrassed state when he was wronged and imprisoned. Sitting paralyzed in the corner of the dark cell in a tattered white prison shirt, his eyes were lifeless. In the upper right corner is the handsome and elegant Earl of Monte Cristo wearing a high-end suit. He vaguely saw the silhouette of the once Captain Edmund, with a gloomy and crazy smile on his face. On the right side of the cover is the title Count of Monte Cristo. "Oh!" Alfuli exclaimed, his eyes widened and looked back and forth to check the cover. After a long time he raised his head and asked with some uncertainty, "Mr. Adrian, is the Count of Monte Cristo in the painting?" "Yes, this is the cover image I asked a painter friend to draw, and her painting skills amazed me. Indeed, this painting is really wonderful. It is completely different from the traditional sketch style. The shading method is not completely simple strokes, but the effect is unexpectedly good. She must be a master painter." Scott stared at the cover. He praised that this is the result of hundreds of years of experience accumulated in the Earth's modern illustration and comics industry. Every subtle effect has been tempered by the artist. "No, painting is just her hobby." Harvey chuckled and came to the two of them to explain the content of the novel manuscript. This manuscript has a total of 410,000 words, and it was predetermined by the Count of Monte Cristo. The entire content of the first half contains more than 200,000 characters previously serialized in Leonard Press collection of novels. The entire content has been revised again. Personally, I am quite satisfied with the results. 400,000. Afry and Scott are so happy, nearly half the number of words, which means they can indulge in the strange and wonderful world of novels all day long. Afterwards, the two glanced through the content of The Count of Monte Cristo, looked at some of the previously published parts, and also found out all the illustrations and reviewed them one by one. "Is this Melcides? Although the style of painting is a bit weird, she is really beautiful." Afuri couldn't help but touch the characters on the illustration with his hands. The expressions and clothes of each character are extremely delicate. The dressed-up Mercedes deliberately painted with more flexible lines, so her image of a lady leapt on the paper, as if she really saw a gentle and noble lady, and Harvey discovered Merced. The silk temperament is actually Shirley's lady version. www.readaloud.com. This painting was drawn by Shirley under his guidance. After tasting it carefully, Alfuli reluctantly sorted out the manuscript in his hand and said to Harvey, "Mr. Adrian, your work is really wonderful. I decided that it is not the time to read it, because I think it takes a lot of time to appreciate this excellent literary work, and I don't even want to miss every word on it. Plant calmed down a bit, stood up and smiled and said, "Mr. Hutt, you can rest assured that tomorrow we can ask the publishing house to print a few copies first, and you will be the first reader to finish reading The Earl of Monte Cristo. Scott interrupted after hearing this, "Please be sure to count my share, I can't wait." The four of them looked at each other and smiled. The atmosphere of the next dinner was very harmonious. Afuri finished the account of Monte Cristo, and the investment and publishing matters were completely finalized. The funder, Afuri Hurt, received 20% of the total revenue, which was originally needed for publishing at his own expense. The money is not very much, and in the eyes of the jeweler, it is not even a small amount. Therefore, the amount of profit he asks for is not high, and he cares more about the novel itself than money. Poulin, as an intermediary and reviewer, can get 10% of the total revenue. Harvey personally holds 50% of the total revenue, and the rest of the benefits are basically distributed in a mess. As for Scott, who introduced the Count of Monte Cristo to a ferret, he got a rake from a ferret. The four have been talking about the afternoon, all publishing matters have basically been finalized and a contract signed, and Harvey asked Prynne to send the manuscript of the novel The Earl of Monte Cristo to the publishing house. The manuscript of the novel he gave to Poulin is not considered a manuscript either. The real manuscript of the novel was given to Diana. Secondly, Harvey has a copy in his hand, so there is no need to worry about losing it. Chapter 42, Episode. Before the storm came, it was always calm. The literary scene in Elroy has quieted down since the city's largest Leonard Publishing House held a call for papers. Leonard Publishing House novel collection can occasionally become a post-dinner talk for intellectuals. They marveled at the talent of the second son of the Elroy family, who came from a noble family and could write such excellent literary works as Wild Rose. Occasionally, some people miss another work, which allows them to remember the complete book title, plot, and a strange novel that tells the name of each character in it, whether it is an ordinary reader or a literary scholar with a deliberate spirit. See it with gusto. This work is only a short-lived article in Leonard Publishing House novel collection. After that, even readers who can't put it down will find it difficult to find relevant information after inquiring about it. The cold winter is approaching, the sky in Elroy is dull, the day is still gloomy and quiet, the streets are much deserted, the passers-by are in a hurry, and there are no more warbirds or civilians talking and laughing. In a city that seems to fade, there is a shop on the contrary. The shop is located on the prosperous Hung Fengjai Street. The shop has a spacious facade and can accommodate 4 or 5 people side by side. The glass doors are pulled in. Whenever a customer comes to the door, you have already learned to observe the doorman actively stepped forward and opened the glass door. The interior of the shop is luxurious and stylish. Rows of glass counters display the most luxurious jewelry. The pearl chains are smooth and round on the black cushion. Each bead is made of selected materials of uniform size, polished by craftsmen by hand. On top of the pearl necklace is an exquisite sapphire necklace. The gemstone is the size of a thumb and is inlaid in a necklace shell made using metal carving techniques. The sapphire shines with a psychedelic halo under the soft lights of the shop. At first glance, it might be difficult to look away, and I was fascinated by the beautiful luster of the gem. The price of beautiful jewelry is naturally not what ordinary people can imagine. The price of any piece of jewelry in this jewelry store is equivalent to the wages of ordinary workers who can't eat or eat for decades. Jewelry is a direct symbol of women's status in this era. No matter how expensive the price of jewelry is, you don't have to worry that no one will buy it. On the contrary, the price becomes the capital for women to show off, to prove the importance of her in the eyes of her husband and the wealth of their family. The corner of the shop is specially set up for guests to relax in the salon. Women can enjoy free fruit and juice here when they are tired of shopping. Of course, this is more for men who come here with women. The small bookcase next to the sofa will be in time every day. Update today's newspaper. There are also a number of different types of books. Seems to have done it deliberately, and a novel called The Count of Monte Cristo is placed in the most conspicuous position of the bookcase. In fact, the Earl of Monte Cristo is also enough to attract attention with its peculiar novel cover. In this era, no matter in novels or other literary works, simple black covers are commonly used with book titles, and there are very few who turn peculiar oil paintings into novel covers. The manuscript for the cover of the novel was completed by Shirley, and the coloring part was done by Poulin, who invited an artist to help, and the effect barely reached Harvey's mind. The Count of Monte Cristo, the author is Alexander, the author's name has never been heard. Colwyn, who was sitting on the sofa in the salon, was curious to take this novel with a strange cover from the bookcase. He needed to admit that the cover of the novel was indeed very attractive. In the painting, one was a desperate prisoner, and the other was a desperate prisoner. He is a well-dressed gentleman, there is a strong contrast and similarities between the two. Is a man. Colwyn grumbled unsure, and opened the novel at will. He found that the novel was also mixed with some exquisite black and white illustrations. The style was completely different from the popular sketches. Although the level of detail was far less than that, he dealt with these from the bottom of his heart. The black and white illustration felt amazing. Why? Doubts flowed in his heart. Observing these novel illustrations carefully, he quickly came to the conclusion that illustrations with a peculiar style of painting contain a huge amount of information. General sketching techniques will be used in portrait painting, with characters as the main body, which can draw the emotions of the characters. Shenyun is extremely rare. These illustrations show a complete scene, the characters are rich in expressions, and the scene is delicately restored. From this painting, you can see the plot of the novel. Colwyn glanced at the counter. His wife was talking and laughing with friends about the suitability of each necklace. There are still a lot of jewelry ready to try on the tray. It is estimated that it will not be possible to leave here in a short time. With a look of helplessness in his eyes, he turned the novel to the very beginning and planned to take a good look at this peculiar novel. Dear! Dear! My dear husband, Mr. Colwyn Aldridge! Oh! I'm here! Hearing his wife's sullen voice, Colwyn, who had recovered, put down the novel in his hand and looked up and saw his wife holding a beautiful wooden box standing in front of him. It is estimated that he has already selected his favorite jewelry. For some reason, he blurted out and said, I have decided which one to buy. So fast www.readaloud.com. His wife looked at him with strange eyes. My dear, what are you talking about? I chose for more than an hour. Only choose this one, if you are usually impatient to leave here. What? It's been an hour. He was surprised. He looked at his watch and found that it had been an hour and a half since he picked up the novel. He looked at the Count of Monte Cristo on the table and couldn't say enough. Oh, I thought it was only more than 10 minutes. You are so strange, are you sick? I warned you that the weather is starting to turn cold. His wife's words made him feel warm, and Colwyn coughed a little embarrassedly. No, I just read a book and read a little attentively. The two left the jewelry store, and Colwyn personally sent his wife into the carriage. My dear, don't you go back together? I have been yelling tired when I came here. The wife asked strangely when he saw that he was not in the carriage at all. Suddenly remembered that some things have not been done yet. Don't worry, I will go back soon. Be careful. Watching the carriage leave, Colwyn looked back at the salon inside the jewelry shop. To be precise, it was the novel named Count of Monte Cristo on the table, and the shop attendant was putting it back into place. Now that his wife has chosen the jewelry, it is not good for him to go back and continue reading. He hasn't read it a bit, but it's not difficult to solve. At the end of Red Maple Avenue, there is the largest Leonard chain bookstore in Elroy. When he left, he saw a gentleman dressed as a man hurriedly walked in. There was no female companion beside him. He was a little curious about what a man would do alone. He hurriedly walked in the direction of Leonard's bookstore without further study. He waited. Can't wait to see that novel again. Chapter 43, Head Off. Sir, I want to find a novel called The Earl of Monte Cristo. Colwyn summoned the mail clerk at Leonard's bookstore, took off his top hat and asked politely. The clerk glanced at him with a strange look. The decent clothes on Colwyn indicated that he was a person of identity. The clerk replied in a tone of helplessness and a hint of impatience, "No. The cover of the novel is strange, so you can recognize it well." The clerk emphasized and emphasized, "I'm sorry, we don't have this novel here." Colwyn raised his eyebrows and asked angrily, "Isn't this the largest Leonard chain bookstore in Elroy?" "This is Leonard Bookstore, but there is no novel you mentioned." Colwyn scolded, "How can you be so sure? Don't even look for it." Seeing his tough attitude, the clerk's attitude softened and patiently explained, "Sir, I'm pretty sure this is the case, because you are the sixth person to ask me this question, and I have searched inside and outside the bookstore several times without finding it." "Find the novel you are talking about." "The name of the novel is The Count of Monte Cristo. His author's pen name is Alexander. The cover is a combination of sketch and oil painting style. It shows a prisoner and a gentleman." "Are you talking about this novel?" Colwyn was speechless. He wondered why the bookstore that claimed to be able to find the book in the library was sold at the Leonard bookstore and could not find the novel. Recalling the content of the novel, Colwyn still didn't want to give up. When his wife woke him up, he was seeing the most exciting part of the plot. The Captain Edmund who was framed and imprisoned was about to welcome his freedom. He used clever tricks to disguise as a corpse and was thrown into the sea. Just as he crawled out of hell, he would not die because of it. He would find the treasures studied by his second father, Father Faria, and bring them with him. Wealth, with the rightful rights granted by the Nemesis, drags all the people who framed him into hell. This is at the climax of the plot of the whole novel. How can he let it go? Colwyn sighed regretfully, and after thinking about it, he asked casually, "Then do you know where there is a bookstore that sells this novel?" "Of course." Colwyn was taken aback for a moment and his face was overjoyed. He took out £5 from his pocket and asked eagerly, "Where?" "As long as you tell me, the money belongs to you." "Hut! What?" "It's the jewelry store that you can see if you walk straight down here." The jewelry store with a very luxurious facade is easy to recognize. The guests who asked me about this novel before saw this novel. Colwyn froze for a while. "I saw this novel there too, but it's not a bookstore." "Sir, you must understand that the complete version of this novel is only available there, and I have a partial version of it here." "What do you mean?" "This novel was serialized in the publication Leonard Press collection of novels. I recommend it to every customer who comes to inquire about this novel." "Incomplete version, okay." Colwyn tipped the clerk to 5 barons, and then spent an extra fee to buy Leonard Press collection. The price is not expensive, the cost of buying a complete set he tipped the shop assistant even less. Colwyn was relieved when he got the publication and confirmed that it contained the serialized Count of Monte Cristo, but the collection was not as exquisite as he had seen in the jewelry store, and there was no novel illustration. At this point, he decided to go back to the Hut jewelry store. His wife is a frequent visitor to that jewelry store. It should be okay to buy a novel. When he returned to the jewelry store to express his intentions, he could not find the Count of Monte Cristo in the bookcase. He hurriedly called the waiter. "Do you want to buy that novel too?" Upon hearing his needs, the waiter in the shop looked at each other in amazement. Why did he encounter two strange things that day? "This is a jewelry store and not a bookstore." Colwyn said patiently, "Of course, it was still here half an hour ago. It is a novel with a peculiar cover." Colwyn was considered a familiar face in this jewelry store. This request was quickly appreciated. The manager personally came to explain, "Mr. Aldridge, I'm very sorry, the novel you requested was bought by a gentleman after you left. I think it's just an ordinary novel, plus that gentleman was once one of our customers, so I didn't think about it anymore. Hey? This is disappointing. Colwyn rubbed his eyebrows, and suddenly realized that he had seen a man enter before he left, and then said, "Then can you tell me the source of this novel?" The manager shook his head. "I am not very clear about the details. This is a novel sent by our boss. It is said that a friend gave us several copies of the novel. The extra copies are put in different branches. There may be surpluses in other branches. Do I need to call and ask? Trouble. UU reading www.uugonshu.com." The manager took out the phone and dialed the numbers of other branches. After several consecutive calls, he could only answer with an embarrassment, "I'm very sorry, but the novels of other branches seem to have been bought by customers." "Is your boss Mr. Avery hurt?" "Yes, it is." Colwyn breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, I plan to visit him personally. That novel is very good. I won't be able to sleep tonight like a fishbone stuck in my throat until I finish reading it. Is that gold shines everywhere, and it is still polished gold." The first batch of Count of Monte Cristo was printed, but because most of the bookstores refused to store it, it has not officially entered the market. The publishing house that Poulin chose was not large, so the first batch of published novels was not a lot. The funder A.I. Fulai took part of it in his jewelry store, part of it to his friends, and a little inflow. Some informal bookstores. No matter where it was, the feedback was quickly received. The cover design of The Count of Monte Cristo is very eye-catching. Coupled with its superb quality, most readers who have been exposed to the novel are not willing to let it go. The Count of Monte Cristo is like a beautifully packaged, extremely high-quality, but inexpensive product. It is 100 times more conspicuous than when it was serialized in the Leonard Press collection. Even if the quantity is scarce, it quickly arouses readers' curiosity. Afuri tasted the sweetness. A few days after the publication of The Count of Monte Cristo, some defiant figures in social circles came to visit him personally to ask for news about the novel, which he had never received before. The Gold Master was in a good mood and immediately waved his hand and bought several advertising spaces for Count of Monte Cristo that were not part of the Leonard Press newspaper, and the publicity was further strengthened. Chapter 44, Father and Son. The influence of literature in this era far exceeds that of later generations, because in this era there is no radio, no television, and no computer in the information age. Novels are one of the most common pastimes for people. Therefore, the literary market is always in a hungry state. The appearance of an excellent literary work is like dropping a bomb on a calm lake, and the ripples are extremely spreading. The literary world of Elroy is in a strange state. On the one hand, many readers have come into contact with the Earl of Monte Cristo through various channels, and they don't hesitate to offer praise for this elegant and popular work. On the other hand, the mainstream literary media, in deliberately concealing the news about The Count of Monte Cristo, a qualified and regular bookstore could not even find the book Shadow of the Count of Monte Cristo. More and more readers are asking Leonard bookstores and publishers about the news of the Earl of Monte Cristo. Leonard Press has been under tremendous pressure from all sides. Over time, anyone with a discerning eye will know about the Earl of Monte Cristo. Is being suppressed by the mainstream media, and the only person with such great energy in the publishing industry is the leader Leonard Publishing. There was a lot of discussion among the lower class, but the upper class knew this but did not break it. Everyone knows that Leonard Publishing had awarded the Leonard Award for contributions to the work Wild Rose by a member of the Elroy family some time ago. The Count of Monte Cristo also made its mark in the collection of novels, but disappeared because it missed the prize. At that time, many readers thought that there was an inside story in this call for papers, but now that the gap between Wild Rose and Count of Monte Cristo is clear at a glance, everything seems to be a joke like a king's new clothes, because the king's identity is the king. No one dared to reveal the essence of this matter. Leonard Press can't say that the accumulation of public opinion will make them lose their credibility, but they can't even choose to admit that they are wrong. They admit that they are hitting the face of the Elroy family, and Belloc needs to stand in line. One stop to the end, just as he said that wall-to-wall grass is the least popular type in social circles. Belloc's decision was very decisive and correct. The only thing he did not expect was that the impact of the Count of Monte Cristo was greater than he thought, and it was beyond the control of his largest publishing house in Elroy. Ordinary novels of course can't do it. The Count of Monte Cristo is extremely beautifully packaged by Harvey. The cover and the punctuation marks and style of writing that he created have earned enough attention. The Leonard family, in a spacious and dark study room, now the head of the Leonard family is negotiating with Belloc to resolve the current dilemma. Duke Bernard is a shrewd businessman. 30 years ago, the Bernard family was in trouble because of the explosive economic growth like other noble families. An aristocrat without wealth support was just an imaginary title. At that time he resolutely decided to bet on all his family's savings to enter the publishing industry. Even though he no longer manages the publishing house today, he is considered one of the most prominent figures in the social world. Facing the report submitted by his son Belloc, he glanced briefly and put it down, folded his hands and said calmly, "My son, your decision is not wrong. No matter how good a novel is, it is only a novel. This is not the capital. Literature. The association will not make a name for the literary works of a small place. But the decision is right. It is true that the reputation of Leonard Press will be affected. In any case, these public opinions need to be suppressed. In this incident, we represent the Elroy family. There shouldn't be anyone against us, even the fellow Afri." Belloc changed his tough and worried sigh in front of outsiders. "Father, what I am more worried about is how the Elroy family will treat this matter. I once thought that my judgment is no longer wise. After all, Wild Rose is one thing. The works of the second son of the family cannot represent the will of the Earl. Of course it is, but how many people in Elroy want to please the Earl has no way. So." Belloc looked at his father and waited for the conclusion. "We are only faithfully fulfilling the role of a loyal dog and playing the role of a clown. As long as we have a useful value, the Elroy family will not abandon us. From another perspective, this incident has promoted us in Elroy. The key to the of the Yi family is the attitude and method of handling this matter. In short, we have to block all the dirty water for the Elroy family." Belloc marveled at his father's long-term gaze. "In your analysis, this thing doesn't sound bad." Duke shook his head instead. "On the contrary, this is definitely not good. Once we can't completely block the dirty water, the Elroy family will abandon our abandoned son. What is there to worry about? We have the largest publishing house in the city and the right to speak." "Belloc, are you underestimating the influence of literature and novelists?" Belloc nodded a little arrogantly. "I can't be called underestimated. They are just people with little wisdom. Even if they write a book, they cannot become as rich as we are." "Stupid!" Duke reprimanded in a deep voice. Belloc looked at his father in surprise. "I thought you thought the same as me. I do regard novels as commodities, but I have never dared to underestimate a work or a novelist. You may have some doubts, of course, because you have never been to the capital of the kingdom, where a writer, especially it is the novelists who are more popular than you think. They are powerful forces in the social world. Can you imagine that there are even adults with the status of a duke among those authors, even though most of them have never possessed wealth or granted rights? It's a cultural leader. My God, you don't understand our situation." Duke hated iron and steel and taught him a lesson. After speaking, he patted the table and felt a headache for his son's stupid thoughts. It's normal for Belloc to have such an idea, but it may be this idea that led to the situation today, and Duke is sure that it will lead the situation in the worst direction. Facing his father's anger, Belloc shook his head in confusion. The aged nobleman let out a weak sigh. "We can suppress the Count of Monte Cristo throughout the city, but once this work is out of Elroy, I don't know whether the masters of the Capital Literary Association also like this one. Works www.readaloud.com. They even only need a sentence of evaluation to determine everything today. Dear Mr. Alexander. Hello, we have not seen each other since the last party, but I haven't left your work for a day during this period. I am impressed by your wisdom and amazed by your ingenious ideas. Every time I reminisce about your novels, I will feel from the bottom of my heart that you are definitely one of the greatest novelists in the history of Elroy. The Count of Monte Cristo is a major innovation in the history of fiction. Therefore, please forgive me for acting without authorization. I have sent a printed copy of Count of Monte Cristo to my friend in the capital. He is a member of the Literary Association over there, which is the representative of national literature and has more a writer with excellent quality and high literary cultivation. Your work will definitely get a fair evaluation there. The Count of Monte Cristo should not be limited to the city of Elroy, it should be seen by all readers who like literature. Your friend and loyal reader, Scott Adams, wrote on October 4, 1325 in the Barron Calendar. Harvey sat on his sofa and drank milk after reading the envelope. He didn't feel disgusted with Scott's act of sending the Earl of Monte Cristo to the Literary Association. For him, everything was in the past. His debts were cleared, and during this time, Poulin handed him a large amount of publishing profits, a total of 31,827 barons, enough for him to spend a period of time. What is he interested in now? In addition to slowly preparing to finish the second half of The Count of Monte Cristo, the attribute panel in his mind gave him a very rich reward based on the influence of The Count of Monte Cristo, which was enough to allow him to step into the mysterious domain of spellcasters. Chapter 45, One Cut Base. There are a total of 10 attribute distribution points, 5 skill upgrades, new features, and 1 talent upgrade. Harvey repeatedly confirmed the information in his mind, but was also frightened by this generous reward. After confirming that he was not crazy, he started. Consider how to distribute epic-level rewards this time. He lay comfortably on his soft bed, resting his head on his head while humming a small song while thinking, the weather turns cold, and it is related to energy problems. In short, the physical fitness is full. There is never too much intelligence, although now it takes 2 attribute points to improve. 16 points of intelligence just reached the standard for learning star texts. If there are 3 points left, 1 point is allocated to charm, although it seems useless. The other 2 points are allocated to dexterity. Small miracle is stuck in a bottleneck like intelligence. You can choose to be promoted, but you need 2 skill upgrades to evolve it into another spell. After learning the star text, we should consider skills. The only opportunity to upgrade the talent is the magic talent option. It didn't take long for Harvey to come to a conclusion, and after adding some points, he felt a familiar and peculiar warm current crazily flooding into his body. No matter how many times he was bathed in this warm current, it made him enjoyable. The sublimation of many attributes directly made him feel as if he had changed his body and saw a new world. The body is lighter and stronger. Ordinary fist can feel the explosive power in it. Although the chill felt in the body for a moment is still there, it will not feel uncomfortable. In the dark, his spirit can feel a little more empty. The peculiar elements that cannot be observed with the naked eye, in the air, the bedroom chair, the biscuits on the table, and even his body are all exuding these peculiar elements. Harvey suddenly understood that these elements that have no substance and cannot be described in words are probably the foundation of the world, the ether element. Harvey Adrian. Physique, 15. Intelligence, 16. Charm, 11. Spirit, 15. Dexterity, 13. Energy, 20/20, normal. Remaining attribute distribution points, 0. Skill. Writing, level, B, negative energy Viper, level, C, proficiency, C, small miracle, level, D, proficiency, C, basic meditation, level, E, Proficiency, C. The number of remaining skill level upgrades, 5. Talent. Magic talent. Level, C. Description, innately sensitive to the ether element, you can see the movement of the ether element in the dark so as to gather or disperse them more efficiently. If you fully develop this talent, you will surely become a great spellcaster. Remaining talent upgrade words, 0. Harvey has been immersed in a brand new world for a long time. After returning to his senses, he remembered that there was another more important thing. Zingwen proficiency. Level, S. Explanation, the greatest legacy left by ancient magicians is not only the text but also the inheritance of ancient and vast knowledge. For more than a dozen centuries, countless magicians have been obsessed with star texts, but they have devoted their efforts to research but they can't get a glimpse of it. Status, inactive, the minimum F-level proficiency activation condition, intelligence value reaches 16, mental power value reaches 15, energy value will be consumed, 15. Activate now. Harvey muttered silently in his mind, his physical and mental strength was emptied again, but this time he just felt very tired, far from the point where he fainted at any time. With the order given, vast knowledge of the astrological texts poured into his mind. Now he finally understands why learning astrological texts requires such attributes beyond ordinary people. The texts of the astrological texts themselves are a huge tree of knowledge, just like the universe, which contains infinity. Combination method. He raised his spirit to appreciate the fur, as a function of the circulation of the spellcaster's words. After a meditation break for a while, Harvey found the information crystal that Kenneth had given him by the set mage of the theatre troupe. Aside from the reader Kenneth gave him, he still didn't know how to use this information crystal. According to Kenneth, it is said that this information crystal is a commonly used information acquisition tool in the magic world, so it should be able to be obtained in a direct way. Don't use the reader, try to read the star text directly. Harvey puts down the disc-shaped reader in his hand, and stares at the deep crystal ball in front of him. A mysterious suction guides his spirit. The moment he closed his eyes, this feeling was particularly obvious. In the silent darkness, only the small crystal ball in front of him lit up, and the subtle feeling became stronger and stronger. I don't know when it also lit up in the blue by his side. Three-dimensional text. He closed his eyes and couldn't see, and he did perceive the existence of Zingwen. Although he is very jerky, he still understands the infinitely changing stellar information. After visiting for a while, he felt as unclear as he was reading professional papers. Therefore, it is one thing to understand, and it is another thing to understand it. Harvey is at ease to allocate the number of skill upgrades he possesses. Of course, before that, he will Basic Spell Mastery activate and upgrade together. Basic Spell Mastery. Level, D. Description, contains most of the basic knowledge that the caster must know, and understanding it is equivalent to stepping into the door of the caster. Status, inactive, the minimum D-level proficiency activation condition, intelligence value reaches 12, mental power value reaches 13, and it will consume energy value, 12. Harvey turned his attention and saw the activated Zingwen option, and he expected to murmur, each level of Zingwen proficiency requires 2 skill points and it will increase exponentially in the future. Look at the skill upgrade. The number of times is not too much, Zingwen can only be upgraded once temporarily. Basic Spell Mastery must be activated, otherwise it will still be blackened. Zingwen proficiency. Level, S. Explanation, the greatest legacy left by ancient magicians is not only the text but also the inheritance of ancient and vast knowledge. For more than 10 centuries, countless magicians have been obsessed with star texts, but they have devoted their efforts to research but they can't see their fur. .com proficiency, E. Spell Mastery. Level, B. Description, fully master all the necessary basic knowledge of the caster. Reaching this level already has the qualifications to become a junior lecturer. Proficiency, D. Astral Meditation. Level, C. Description: one of the skills commonly used by spellcasters is itself a classless spell. Long-term meditation can stably increase the caster's mental power, and at the same time help the caster recover the lost spirit and adjust the mental state more quickly. Proficiency, C. Activate the skill and use up the 5-point skill upgrade opportunity at once. Zingwen Proficiency. The upgrade simply increases the proficiency. Harvey has more knowledge about Zingwen in his mind. He feels that Zingwen is like a computer. The C language, everything about casting spells is inseparable from this basic language. Spell mastery also belongs to the type that gives Harvey knowledge. Compared with Zingwen mastery, the amount of information is not much, but after understanding this knowledge, Harvey finally has an intuitive understanding of spell casting and displays negative energy viper. When you don't follow the instinct, you can completely copy the casting process and understand the knowledge and meaning of the casting itself. It's like he knew 1 + 1 = 1 before, now he has learned addition and subtraction. Meditation is a technique similar to negative energy viper. The biggest difference after upgrading to meditation is that the meditation process needs to contact the magic network composed of ether elements in the meditation, and then peer into a specific star field to complete the calculation. The attribute panel and skill upgrades give Harvey an unparalleled experience. Now he feels that he has stepped into this mysterious world. Touch the mysterious knowledge completely different from science. The more mysterious knowledge he gained, the more he felt that the world was unfathomable. Chapter 46, 2 Visits. In a dimly lit room, all doors and windows are closed tightly without leaving any gaps, and staying inside is truly invisible. Suddenly, there was a harsh chanting in the silent darkness, and every tone seemed strange to ordinary people, and neither tongue nor throat could imitate this strange chanting. The light gleamed, and a thumb-sized crystal emitted a soft halo. A strange white creature was faintly beating inside the crystal. It ran towards the outside of the crystal, growing bigger and bigger until the outline of its whole body could be seen. It was a snow-white unicorn, with no variegated hair or flaws, and a milky white halo. With a long moan, the unicorn jumped out of the crystal and wandered in this small, dark room. If this dreamy scene is put outside, it will definitely cause the audience to exclaim. Kenneth Randolph, who manipulated all of this, opened his eyes wide and stared at every detail of the unicorn's body. He said something in his mouth. However, in the dim light of the crystal, he could see fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Suddenly, the unicorn's breathing stagnated, and the unicorn hadn't even appeared for a few seconds before the light became dimmed. It left a ray of afterglow in its ignorance, and then disappeared again. Kenneth took a sigh of relief and put down the small wooden stick in his hand. He sat down on the chair next to him, wiped away the dense sweat on his forehead with his long sleeves, shook his head and sighed. For a better appearance, the light operation of the illusion has been taken into account. Crystal, the quality of the spell is no problem. This time I also used light dust as an auxiliary spell casting material. The reason for the failure can only be attributed to the fatal flaw in the spell itself. He held a wooden stick and lighted it towards the void. The light in the room was turned on by invisible power. Kenneth stared at his thin and trembling hands. His face gradually changed from complicated and difficult to grey and bleak. This time the spell cast cost him months of wages from working for the Brenda Theatre Company. 1 year's savings have purchased a lot of spellcasting materials but still failed. How many experiments does he have in the remaining time? He is a mage who specializes in the illusion system. He has reached the end in the magic field, and in the illusion system spells he is proficient in, he wants to leave his name. These years he has only one purpose in staying with the Brenda Theatre Company. To create an illusion that allows his name to be remembered by future generations. Kenneth got up and left the dim room. When he returned to the props room, he met an employee of the theatre troupe. He stopped Kenneth, observed his face and said cautiously, "Mr. Randolph, a man named Harvey Adrie Mr. Ann made an appointment to meet you at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I had postponed it, but he said you are his friend. Adrian. Kenneth said in a muddled surname. His expression improved and nodded without saying anything. The staff looked at his thin and bleak figure with a trace of sympathy in their eyes. Kenneth is a well-known weird temper in the theatre troupe. He rarely contacts other people. Most theatre troupe members only know that he is a spellcaster. Without knowing his name, Kenneth didn't have any friends or family members. When he died, who would shed tears for this poor old man? Harvey, you really wrote this novel? Didn't you find someone to replace it? In the theater's lounge, Adrian's friend Jared was lying on the sofa with skeptical eyes. Sweeping Harvey back and forth, he still fiddled with the Count of Monte Cristo in his hand to compare the gap between the two. If he wanted Jared to say that among the people he knew had nothing to do with literature, the first thought in his mind must be Adrian. Now this Count of Monte Cristo, which became romantic for the young nobleman, was written by Adrian. Jared would rather believe that the roast suckling pig he ate yesterday could speak. Harvey's visit to Kenneth did not succeed and came to his friend, a friend of Fox and Dog. He seemed to be watching the Earl of Monte Cristo. Harvey had told him the name of his novel when he watched the drama together last time. Harvey sat on the sofa and poured himself a glass of milk, shrugged and helplessly explained, "Jared, I am not you. At that time I was so poor that I couldn't even eat, so how could I have spare money to hire a ghostwriter? People. Just because I ran out of money, I just came across the call for papers from Leonard Press and decided to try it out. The result was unexpected. If others knew that you were the author of The Count of Monte Cristo, they would go crazy. Who would have thought that Adrian would have written a novel? I can't believe you have a storyteller talent. I never liked to watch these things before, but now I feel it is still interesting. Tell me about the ending, what will happen to this treasure-winning Earl?" Jared said they were naturally Adrian's friends. Harvey has not been in contact with them now. If Jared hadn't taken the initiative to come home, it is estimated that even Jared would have been ignored by him. Who knows, I didn't even think about the ending. Harvey chuckled. Spoiling the novel ending is one of the most boring things. Jared touched his chin and guessed, in other words, I must be with Heidi. She is so beautiful, young, and energetic. I personally like Mercedes. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Oh, I now believe that this is a novel you wrote. This woman has the same taste as you. You like these coquettish old women. Jared spread his hands and joked, putting down the Count of Monte Cristo. He stared at the ceiling and said solemnly, "Harvey, you know that I can't help you, nor will I help you." Harvey didn't care to answer, "I'm here purely to find Mr. Randolph." "That's good, but the Count of Monte Cristo doesn't seem to be using me to help. Now there are many ladies who are discussing your book. They will simply hold an signing event. They will definitely be crazy for you." I said, "Harvey, have you changed a lot?" Jared scratched his head, lay down and looked at Harvey several times. Now Harvey's attitude is completely different from before, although his appearance is not very handsome. The side station is definitely a very attractive type. Many people say that, as for the signing of the event, I might as well stay at home and finish writing The Count of Monte Cristo. I really don't understand you. I haven't seen you for a while and you have changed so much. If you write a work like The Count of Monte Cristo, you can instead put your energy into the weird magic. Teasing with Jared for a while. Harvey saw the clock on the wall indicating that he got up and said goodbye to Jared at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He wanted to visit the caster who had helped him, and Kenneth Randolph was the only one in Elroy who could communicate with him about magic. Since stepping into the threshold of the caster, Harvey found that the gadgets in the magic item house can no longer satisfy him. The low-level spellbooks have no meaning for research. The magic items that seem to have strange functions are actually of no value. Not even the basic wand was sold. Chapter 47, Pattern. Harvey came to the backstage of the theater and found the location of the prop room where Kenneth often stayed from the staff. He knocked on the wooden door and quickly got a response. Kenneth personally came to open the wooden door. He was still wearing a linen robe that was out of touch with the times, and his expression was tired and heavy. After Harvey entered, Kenneth found something and stopped to look at him. The gully showed a deep doubt from his horizontal old face. Some were surprised and disbelieved and trembled and asked, "Mr. Adrian, what have you encountered during this time? I can feel that a major change has taken place in you and the magic remains." Harvey was startled, took off his hat and saluted and smiled. "Dear Mr. Randolph, I have been studying the knowledge about spells you gave me. Any change is the change that magic gives me." Kenneth shook his head decisively. "You said you have mastered the basic spell casting knowledge? This is ridiculous. If it were that simple, the caster would not have such a superior status." He stared at Harvey until Harvey felt uncomfortable. Slowly said, "But you can indeed see the traces of casting spells on your body. Can you still see this stuff?" Harvey was surprised and asked. "There are really spells used to detect spells and perceive the spirit." However, Kenneth's perception of Harvey's changes depends entirely on his personal experience. He has lived in the circle of spellcasters for decades. This depends on people's vision. Kenneth stared at Harvey, still grinning unwillingly. "Mr. Adrian, can you cast a spell in front of me? This is really unacceptable to me personally. I thought it would take at least 10 years before you get started. Time, but now you can cast spells before you learn the star text. You helped me, of course." Harvey stepped back and stretched out his right hand to sing in a low voice. The emerald green light condensed on the tip of his right finger, and then turned into a green crystal viper to spit at Kenneth. The letter child. First order incantation poisonous bite. Without the aid of a magic wand and spell-casting materials, Harvey was already able to cast first-order spells proficiently. Kenneth rubbed his eyes and could only express his with the look of a monster. He asked with some worry as if he thought of something. "Mr. Adrian, please forgive my impolite question. Have you ever used forbidden magic? Only forbidden magic can make an ordinary person become a spellcaster in a few days." "Forbidden magic? What is forbidden magic?" Harvey crushed the poisonous snake with his right hand. He was very interested in the words that suddenly appeared, and he could understand the meaning by listening to the literal meaning. Kenneth looked at Harvey with interest and explained solemnly, "Oh, I'm too rude. The reason why I doubt it is that the founder of your family, Mr. Adrian, has had this rumors about his disappearance. Some time ago, I often heard rumors that he and the royal family were cooperating to develop taboo magic. There is no actual saying about taboo magic, so I can't say what it is forbidden magic. So, many years ago, there was no so-called taboo magic. It was not until some high-level spellcasters realized that certain spells would cause great adverse effects before they began to limit the development of some spells. The definition of taboo magic can cause great adverse consequences." Harvey considered it for a moment and shook his head decisively. "I do have some secrets, but it is certainly not the result of using the so-called taboo magic." Harvey was thinking about what Kenneth said that the Adrian family had been exposed to taboo magic. His grandfather Adrian and his parents were all considered dead because of their disappearance. It can't be a coincidence at all. He didn't clearly explain the reason for his change, and Kenneth certainly wouldn't follow it up. It's not a good habit for a spellcaster to ask questions. After a chat, Harvey leaned forward to explain what he was coming from. "Mr. Randolph, I am here to visit you this time in the hope that I can learn more about magic from you." Kenneth laughed at himself and shook his head. "I am just an unscrupulous middle caster, and all I can tell you is some fur knowledge." Harvey smiled and nodded. "This is exactly what I hope." Kenneth saw Harvey's sincere appearance and did not refuse in the end, and slowly explained to him that the current world has common sense about spellcasters, and Harvey will get detailed answers when he occasionally asks some questions. In this world, spellcasters in ancient times are no different from gods. It's not a problem to move mountains and fill the sea. At that time, there were all kinds of intelligent beings in the world, including elves, dragons, and dwarves. The demons inhabiting the abyss were not rare. Even some elemental life that is unimaginable by ordinary people often appears. That era is called the Age of Mythology, because the deeds are too exaggerated, and ordinary people have regarded that era as mythology and legend. In the eyes of the caster, the whole world is divided into two parts. One part is the western continent where the kingdom of Baron is located. There are many kingdoms here without the restriction of a powerful empire, and ordinary people are very suitable for living here. But this place is not suitable for the survival of spellcasters. As early as thousands of years ago, the etheric element of this continent continued to weaken for unknown reasons, and the magic network covering the western continent became fragile, which meant that major magic could not be completed in the western continent. Experiment and cast high-level spells. Because of the loss of the ether element, the overall environment of the western continent became peaceful. The slightly more powerful monsters either decayed over time or fled here. The same is true for spellcasters. Looking at the entire kingdom of Baron, the number of high-level wizards can be counted with one hand. There are 7 levels of caster levels: the last, the lower, the middle, the upper, the original, the title, the domain, and the monarch. There are 8 levels of 7 levels in the eyes of the caster. The last spellcaster is also known as the magic apprentice, belonging to the lower class of spellcasters, and basically cannot be regarded as a spellcaster. If someone who can play tricks is called a spellcaster, the name of a spellcaster would be too cheap. The division of the caster class is not entirely based on the strength of the caster. With the popularization of spell knowledge and the standardization of the caster, the conflict and resource competition between casters are no longer as fierce as in ancient times. Nowadays, the level of a caster is judging by 2 important factors: his personal strength and his contribution to the magic world. Some spellcasters were identified as in situ casters because of their strength, and there might also be a magic apprentice who was identified as a title caster because of a paper that had a significant impact on spells. Maybe there were some who were not good enough but could teach. He was considered a monarch after many outstanding students. These are very far away from the current Harvey. The only place in the entire Baron Kingdom that can touch the magic world is the capital, because there is the branch of the world's largest spellcaster organization, Magic Association. The capital of the Kingdom of Baron is completely different from the general city. As a core intersection of the kingdom's economy, culture, and politics, you can easily find a spellcaster there, and you can buy magic from the eastern continent in the shop. Magic props and magazines of famous spellcasters. You can also see some subhuman races that are usually hard to come into contact with. Kenneth's advice to Harvey is that if you want to continue to seek development in magic, you should first go to the capital of the Kingdom of Baron to open your eyes. Can strive to become a royal mage and get magic workshops and experimental materials provided by the kingdom. Chapter 48, Illusion. Kenneth is a median spellcaster, good at illusion spells. Illusory spells tend to be unpopular among all spell systems. First, they have basically nowhere to be used. Second, their combat power is really weak and pitiful. They can be used to bully some ordinary people who are not firm in their will. They can face the same class. The caster only needs one true knowledge to crack most of the illusions, so the illusion system has been nicknamed the performance system by many casters so far, and it has an equal sign with the zero-order spells like Magic Trick. These jokes can't be refuted by Kenneth, who is good at the illusion system. He has studied illusion for at least half a century. Unlike the spiritual spell, which can directly affect the spirits of others, it can only create an external illusion, even if he makes one that is indistinguishable from the real. The dragon still has no way to face a strong-willed person. Too many illusion spells are dubbed the name of specialization in performance. The casters who are actually good at illusion are not badly treated. This world is full of spectators who want to see magical performances and creatures in myths and legends. Some spellcasters who are proficient in the illusion system often hold magic shows around the world, and the money earned from a performance is even greedy by big businessmen. Kenneth said that he had chosen to learn the spells of the illusion system. He was a little bit sorrowful. It was because he was obsessed with magic after watching a wonderful magic show after a young age. He further learned that the effect of illusion was out of control and plunged into illusion. Department of the Big Pit. In addition to basic illusion effects, most illusions need to be developed by the caster himself. For example, the first-order illusion technique, phantom sound technique, the effect is to produce a volume of up to 100 kos, decibel, and this sound is the roar of the beast, the roar of the monster, or the yelling of the human voice depends entirely on the caster himself. Minor adjustments based on the magic model of phantom sound can create completely different sound effects. To put it simply, phantom sound is equivalent to a player on the computer. What song you want to play depends on whether the computer has the data of the song. The same is true for the second-order phantom technique. Kenneth took out the illusion crystal to show off his proud unicorn illusion. After turning off the lights, he took up his wand and chanted the spell, and soon a snow-white unicorn less than the size of a thumb came from the illusion crystal, popped out and ran freely in the room. Even if the body is small, the unicorn's running look is lifelike, the traces of light left in the air and the gleam of light on it appear dreamlike. It's beautiful. Harvey couldn't help but compliment. Kenneth looked at the snow-white unicorn with a look of hope. In the past 5 years, I have collected a lot of legends about the unicorn, tried to simulate its sound, and make its illusion. I have been the biggest one in Bennett. I stayed in the racecourse for more than half a month to observe how different horses are running, and I chose the one with the most beautiful posture and charm. The result of all my hard work is it. After a pause, Kenneth smiled bitterly and shook his head. His rickety body seemed to lose support and sat on the chair and muttered, "But I overestimated my level of spellcasting, and I was too harsh on the unicorn illusion. Show it with illusion art, borrowing illusion crystal to cast it at most can only achieve the current effect. Once the unicorn illusion is enlarged, illusion art will collapse on its own, which is totally unreasonable." After listening to Kenneth's narrative, Harvey came up with a weird thought: isn't this a problem of poor optimization? Harvey himself is only an introductory level, and he doesn't know much about illusion. It's hard to give Kenneth any advice. He watched the phantom unicorn jumping happily in the air and said comfortingly, "Mr. Kenneth, illusion surgery, it is not easy to achieve such an effect. When you complete this illusion technique, you will surely shock all the audience." Harvey looked at the dazzling array of illusion crystals on the desktop not far away, and asked thoughtfully, "Mr. Kenneth, if I don't mind, can I buy some magic props or related books from you? You know Elroy City is just a more prosperous city to the east of the kingdom. I can't find more information about magic here." Kenneth raised his turbid eyes and looked at Harvey. He thought about it and answered, "I just have some free illusion crystals and a record illusion spell book, although they are common circulation items in the world of spellcasters. The price here is not low." Because the last experiment failed, the question of experiment funding became his urgent need. Harvey made this request, and Kenneth was happy. "Of course, Mr. Randolph can just state the price, as long as it is within my personal financial resources, I will buy it." Kenneth turned and walked to a wooden box. He rummaged and found out a few crystals and a spell book. He was still hesitant. "Mr. Adrian, this illusion is written in star text. I'm not sure if you can understand it, and then these illusion crystals have a certain effect on illusion, and they can also be used to store image information. These are all the things he presses at the bottom of the box, not to say that they are good things, but they are the tasteless chicken ribs, and they will be rejected by ordinary spellcasters. Illusion, the price is 500 barons, and the magic crystal is 100 barons. An additional instruction manual is given. Harvey is very generous to buy them all. The Count of Monte Cristo is in a profitable period, and the follow-up income is enough for him splurge for a long time. www.readaloud.com. Harvey and Kenneth had a long conversation for an afternoon. As soon as I got out of the corridor, I heard loud noises. I followed the reputation to see the one who played Eva in The Secret of Eva. The young girl Christy Isaiah has thick, pale blonde hair that hangs around her waist like a waterfall, and her hair is wavy like Diana. She wears an elegant and luxurious light green dress with half-exposed shoulders. Christy has three-dimensional facial features. Heroic, even though talking and laughing with the people around, the brows can't hide an indescribable arrogance. This arrogance is not as frank as Diana, it is self-confidence in his own abilities, but a contemptuous belief that he is better than others. She was chatting with some well-dressed young nobles in the hallway. A lace folding fan was sometimes opened to cover her chin, and only her exposed eyes were drifting, revealing a green charm. Harvey has seen her acting as Eva. Her acting skills are indeed excellent. When she starred in The Secret of Eva, she was slightly slow when she wielded the sword. Her temperament, attitude, and personality were all performed very well. After looking at Christy, Harvey's eyes were attracted by the young man next to her. The young man in the lead had broken hair and was handsome, free, and polite in every move. His smile made Harvey feel a little dazzling, Prince Charming. The words seemed to be tailored for him. Harvey recognized this handsome young man as Kathy Elroy, the second son of the Elroy family, a well-known young talent in social circles, and the author of Wild Rose. It just so happened that Kathy had just turned his head, and the two of them nodded to each other after meeting their eyes. Kathy's eyes paused for a moment, and he stepped to meet Harvey with a bright smile, and introduced himself in a calm and polite tone, "You are Harvey. Mr. Adrian? My name is Kathy. I am a little surprised and I am glad to see you here." Chapter 49, Jealous. Harvey knew that Kathy's identity was naturally due to the influence of the social world. Who doesn't know a star-like existence in the social world? Kathy was surprised when he knew his name Harvey. The previous Harvey Adrian acted slutty, but it was still normal in the social world. Why should the heir of a declining family be remembered by others? It's Elroy. Members of the family. Kathy's self-introduction is also very interesting. He did not directly state his surname and identity, which seemed rather humble to outsiders. Elroy. Harvey has instinctively guarded against this surname, and shook hands with him calmly and smiled humorously. "Oh, I know you are Kathy Elroy, the husband-in-law of many boudoir girls, who doesn't know Elroy? A star in Roy's social world, but you know my name makes me a little flattered." S indifferent tone can't hear any overtones, but it certainly doesn't mean respectful. Kathy also smiled at Harvey. "I learned your name from Diana. She is my friend, but before I didn't even know that she had your fiancé." "Oh, you must be from the same university." "Yes, it is. University is not uncommon in the current era. It is one of the good ways for ordinary nobles and common people to gild and promote. However, universities are ultimately the product of the new era. Traditional nobles, as representatives of the old era, seldom let their children go to colleges. In particular, some universities promote the idea of equality for all in the eyes of nobles and heresy. Are you the Harvey Adrian? I heard that you are famous in social circles, and you are very good at hooking up widows. I want to learn from you." Haha, obviously just a declining nobleman heir. A slutty laugh came from behind Kexi, and one of his male friends stepped forward and said with a smile, looking at Harvey with contempt, "York, how can you talk to Mr. Adrian like this?" Kexi turned his head and whispered a little angry. The young man named York was dissatisfied. It was originally, "I really don't know what qualifications such a person is worthy of Diana." Kathy turned around helplessly. With an embarrassed look, he bowed and apologized to Harvey. "I apologize to you for the frivolous words of my friend. He has always been unable to control his mouth, but his words are absolutely not malicious. No offense? One sings the red face and the other sings the white face. There are too many actors in the movie, and Harvey doesn't bother to wave his hands and say, "Of course I don't care." What he says is the truth, doesn't it? If you really want to ask me about it, it's okay. Teach you a few hands. The young man sneered and sneered. Sure enough, he is just a shameless man. He clearly has a fiancée as good as Diana, but he still has to go out to hook up the widow. Christie, who did not join in the conversation behind him, closed the folding fan in his hand and watched the scene with no expression. "York, shut up," Kathy said more heavily and stopped. The gloomy surprise on Kathy's face was fleeting, and he chuckled at Harvey. "You are so humorous. I am here to invite Miss Christie Isaiah to the banquet held by our school the day after tomorrow. I don't know Adri. Is Mr. An interested in attending together? All students from Ons Air University will attend this banquet. Of course, we will also invite some aristocrats and celebrities. People with status like you will also make the banquet more exciting." Harvey couldn't understand the medicine sold in the handsome young man in front of him for the time being, and he didn't dare to be interested. He shook his head and refused. "Sorry, now I have planned to quit the social world, and no longer plan to participate in social activities such as banquets." Kathy glanced at Harvey deeply. "I'm so sorry, I was abrupt. Is the conflict between myself and the Elroy family caused by jealousy?" Leaving the theater, Harvey walked and analyzed the conversation with Kathy just now. If Harvey Adrian in the past estimated that he would have made a fool of himself in this conversation, he would have been taken by the mail as Harvey Adrian. Young people can't help but have physical conflicts under the slightest provocation. He recalled the information Lester had revealed to him and the whole story. If Kathy wanted to sabotage his engagement with Dianiha, everything made sense. If the guess is true, he only feels funny and naive. He is still young, but his age has passed the stage of jealousy in his heart. He decided to ignore the provocation of the second son of the Elroy family for the time being. If he really did something, Harvey wouldn't mind coming back and complaining directly. Upon hearing the news of their college party the day after tomorrow, Harvey directly wrote a letter to Shirley to send it out, inviting Diana to go out to dinner on the night of the college party. The reason was to thank Diana some time ago's help. After dinner, Harvey was not in a hurry to study the illusion crystal and the second-order illusion he got from Kenneth. The second half of The Count of Monte Cristo is nearing completion, and he plans to finish writing The Count of Monte Cristo in a few days before devoting himself to studying magic. In the simply furnished study, Harvey sits in the center of the room, reciting a strangely pronounced spell with both hands raised. A stack of white manuscript paper on the tabletop was suspended out of thin air. www.readaloud.com divided into 9 pieces and stood in front of him in a 9-square grid style. He pondered for a moment, glanced at the ink bottle on the tabletop, and a few drops of ink flew. The drops fell on the white manuscript paper and slowly evolved into words. Harvey quickly scanned the content of the manuscript, and when he found the wrong place, the ink faded and disappeared and corrected the content directly. This is Harvey's current writing method. The speed is no longer limited to the mortal field, and it is more than 10 times faster than typing on a computer. If it weren't for the content of The Count of Monte Cristo, it wouldn't be a problem to write more than 200,000 words a day. Each page of manuscript paper can write about 1,000 words. It took him about half an hour to write all of it, and it would take him an hour to check and revise. After finishing all the writing, the 9 manuscript papers automatically flew back to the desktop and folded. Harvey closed his eyes and escaped from the casting state. His body did not experience violent anaerobic exercise, but it was as if he had been salvaged from water. The sweat wet his sweatshirt. As soon as he stood up, he felt dizzy, so he had to sit down and rest. The energy consumption is more than expected, but the energy consumption of repeatedly casting spells in this way can be regarded as part of the exercise of mental power. After a while, she went downstairs and found that Shirley had prepared him with a change of clothes and hot water. She drew a novel illustration of the Count of Monte Cristo in another room. Harvey came out of the shower, passing by Shirley's studio. She was seen lying on the table in a maid costume and sleeping soundly, showing her half-faced side face. "Probably I am exhausted, doing housework, and drawing illustrations. I told her to go out to help me send letters." Harvey slapped his forehead fiercely and muttered to himself, ashamed. The Count of Monte Cristo has a large amount of content. The second half of the volume requires a total of 10 exquisite illustrations to be drawn. This workload will take at least 1 month to complete on the average painter. Chapter 50, Glasses. Harvey walked over to wake Shirley. As soon as her right hand touched her shoulder, she saw the willow eyebrows move. Shirley opened her eyes in a daze, and saw Harvey in front of him with a gentle smile, as if he realized that his polite smile had changed. It was embarrassing. Harvey looked at her and said with concern, "Shirley, go to rest when you are tired, don't worry too much about the illustrations, we still have plenty of time. It's only 8 o'clock in the evening, so I don't need to rest so early. Then I will wash the master's clothes first." Shirley stood up and arranged the exquisite illustrations in front of her and said in a hurry. "I couldn't help yawning." Harvey thoughtfully, "Go to bed early and get up early. Soaking your clothes at night will make it easier to clean up the stains." "Well, you can go out with me at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning." "Yes." Shirley was quiet and didn't ask why Harvey wanted to take her out. When the time came the next day, Harvey, who had changed his clothes, just came downstairs and saw Shirley in a grey-brown plain clothes. The top was similar to a women's suit. The chest and cuffs were decorated with a lot of lace. The skirt was a normal long skirt. The overall style is still relatively common in this era. In this world, the best basis for judging a woman's identity is actually her hair. Women below the populace usually don't spend a lot of time to tidy up their hair, nor do they have professional servants to help them dress up. Shirley wears a small top hat and her hair is coiled up casually. She doesn't dress too much, but she also gives a dignified and elegant impression. Harvey also has a lot of his own clothes, all left by Harvey Adrian. Now he usually wears the popular styles of this era, the same thin pants, suits, and white shirts. He came to Shirley and stared at Shirley for a while and praised, "Shirley, it's been a long time since I saw you wearing anything other than a maid outfit. It's so beautiful." Shirley smiled generously and somewhat shyly, pulling on her long skirt and saluting, "Thank you." Harvey personally opened the door and made a gesture to her. After going out, he put his right hand in front of his lower abdomen. Shirley didn't react for a while, and she hesitated for a while before she put her right hand on Harvey's right hand and stood side by side with him. "Master, is it okay to walk together like this?" The way two people join hands is generally only used by women or couples in close relationships. Harvey smiled, "I'm afraid passers-by say I am not worthy of you, dear Miss Shirley. Today you are not a maid but an elegant and beautiful lady." "Yes, everything is up to the master." Harvey waved his hand to stop a carriage and ordered the groom to go to the largest supermarket in El Roy. Supermarkets are not uncommon in this era. They mostly target female customers, selling clothes, perfumes, jewelry, and expensive furniture. Arriving at the destination, Harvey got off the carriage and saw a 3-story luxurious building in front of him. It was located at the junction of 2 streets. The customers who entered and exited were basically well-dressed women. Harvey held Shirley's hand. Came to a well-known optical shop on the 3rd floor. The layout of the store is quite luxurious. There are various styles of glasses on display at the counter. There are more patterns than modern optical shops, some of which are gold glasses. There are strangely shaped monocles and handheld glasses similar to magnifying glasses. "Harvey, I wonder if these glasses really work, especially the monocle that represents a gentleman. He hasn't figured out how to put it on. Myopia is a disease of wealth in this era, and only the rich can read the degree of myopia." "Mr. Madam, what do you need?" The male clerk in the black suit came over and greeted respectfully. When he bent down, he unconsciously looked at the weird guests in front of him. Harvey is extraordinary, and he should be the dominant player. Next to Shirley, she was more noble and elegant than all the ladies he had seen, but her clothes were too ordinary. Harvey retracted his gaze from the counter and smiled politely. Yes, I want to wear a pair of glasses for her. Is there a mechanism for testing eyes here? Of course, please come here. Shirley is a little nervous and grabs Harvey by the sleeve. Master. Harvey bowed his head to her ear and whispered, let's go, your eyes can't see things far away. It just happens that part of the royalties for the novel have already been paid. If you don't have a pair of glasses, you probably have to bow your head when you draw. Go and see, I don't want to affect the quality of the illustrations because of this. Shirley knew the condition of her eyes, and she was a little hesitant, but the glasses are too expensive. Shirley, trust me, any illustration you draw is worth more than 10 times the most expensive glasses here. The mechanics of testing myopia are not complicated. Simply rotate the lenses until Shirley sees the picture most clearly. Harvey also wears glasses before crossing. With modern experience, he directly instructs the shop assistant to reduce the degree of the glasses tested by 70 degrees, so that the eyes will not easily feel dizzy or tired. After the configuration, I chose the more ordinary gold eye sockets, and the lenses were selected high-end lenses worth 420 barons. This shocked the male mascot. Harvey and Shirley's clothes were not too high-end, but they chose one of the most expensive lenses. They laughed from ear to ear and hurriedly promised to personally by tomorrow afternoon deliver the glasses to Harvey's mansion. After matching the glasses, read www.yuyugonshu.com. Harvey continued to lead Shirley to buy several sets of clothes and new high-end made outfits in one go in this supermarket. She was sure to replace Shirley's previous clothes before leaving with satisfaction. In addition to shopping, he also found a company that specializes in arranging maids and hired several maids to help with housework and relieve Shirley's pressure. The next morning the glasses were delivered by the waiter himself. On the sofa in the living room, Shirley carefully opened the glasses case, took out the glasses wrapped in silk handkerchief and circled them around. The crystal lenses looked more beautiful than any gemstone in her eyes. After putting on the glasses, her overall temperament became more gentle and intellectual. She stood up and curious about the decoration and arrangement of the customer hall. I have never seen the arrangement of this mansion so clearly, the pattern of each sofa, the color of the paintings. She had never noticed the dust under the window. As if coming to a new world, Shirley's delicate cheeks showed a flush of excitement, her eyes became gentle and a natural smile bloomed. Shirley, how do you feel? Harvey asked with a smile while standing in front of the handrail on the second floor. He heard the doorbell when he was creating the Count of Monte Cristo just now. Yes, very, very clear. Shirley walked to the window, stretched out her finger to wipe the wooden frame, looked up at the dust on her finger, looked up at Harvey, embarrassed, and whispered softly, never before. I have noticed the dust in this corner, and the guests will feel very rude when they see it. Yesterday I said glasses are too expensive. Harvey couldn't help but think for a while and wanted to say, that's right, the new servants will be here later, you tell them not to go to the second floor, and you will allocate all housework and cleaning. Shirley bowed to Harvey to be clear, and turned around again with joy to observe a clear scene that she had never seen before. Chapter 51, Wait and Hope. There is neither happiness nor pain in the world. There is only a comparison of one condition with another, that's all. Only those who have faced misfortune in person can experience the greatest happiness. Moral: we must experience the pain of death in order to experience the joy of life. So, my beloved children, enjoy the joy of life. Never forget that until the day when God reveals the future and destiny of man, all human wisdom is contained in these 4 words, wait and hope. Your friend Edmond Dantes, the Earl of Monte Cristo. Harvey wrote the last sentence of The Count of Monte Cristo with a lot of emotion. He will not feel the greatness of this work until he consciously revisits the work. Even if it is a popular novel, it is full of philosophy of life. After being wronged and imprisoned and meeting Father Faria, he exercised the power of revenge after repaying his favor. The life of the Count of Monte Cristo was undoubtedly ups and downs. As he said, all the wisdom of mankind is contained in these 4 words, waiting and hope. This sentence runs through the life of the Count of Monte Cristo. He was desperate, crazy, and finally redeemed in revenge. Harvey witnessed that the promising Captain Edmond Dantes became prisoner number 34, and became the Count of Monte Cristo in despair. After seeing all the experiences of the Count of Monte Cristo, Harvey was shaken by this sentence. Digo is as awakened as initiating. Is just a simple sentence in the letter, but it is comparable to a million thunder, and it is more powerful than the sound of the world. Sure enough, it's a classic handed down, and this is the process of revisiting the novel, and I am not naturally infected by the emotions in the novel. After completing the Count of Monte Cristo, Harvey, who felt empty in his heart, said to himself. His eyes were slightly moist, and he cheered for Edmond Dantes' wonderful life countless times in his heart. He is not the real author, and only the completion of such a work will make him feel lost. Harvey sorted out the original manuscripts of the novel, and used tiny miracles to make 2 copies of the original manuscript. The real manuscript was given to Diana, who helped him through the difficulties. He kept 1 copy by himself, and the other copy needed to be sent to his reviewer Poulin. The scene of the Count of Monte Cristo sensationalizing the city of Elroy almost appeared in front of him. The second half of the novel is more than a little bit more exciting than the first half. The first half is innovative and exciting at best. The second half is more substantial, and at the same time it gives the soul of the whole work to its qualitative change and sublimation. Readers may applaud the wonderful plot after reading the first half, just like Harvey feels refreshed when he reads online novels. But when the content of the second half of the book attracts readers to the wonderful plot, they will also feel the core idea of this work, and experience the shocking philosophy that those words can express. It is not an admonishment to readers from a height, but a whole story, a character's life to explain it through the development of the plot. At night, Harvey sent a manuscript of the novel to the reviewer Poulin, and he took a copy and invited Diana to dinner. The invitation letter was sent out the day before yesterday, and Diana also replied that night, obviously not interested in the banquet held by the second son of Elroy. Although Harvey is not interested in this matter, as a normal man, he still cannot tolerate other people's digging. Not long after he waited at the high-end restaurant he had appointed, Diana arrived on time, still dressed in a standard British school uniform, incompatible with the restaurant's high-end environment, but that arrogant and confident posture eliminated this sense of gap. "Good evening, Miss Cromwell, I thought you would come here with a change of clothes." Harvey stood up and pulled out the chair for her and couldn't help but tease. Diana is not an ignorant type, so she can eat in high-end restaurants. "You need to change your clothes to show respect." Diana sat down peacefully and explained helplessly, "Sorry, I only have school uniforms to wear now. The previous clothes didn't fit well." Harvey glanced at her in surprise, which seemed to come from the mouth of a big businessman. "I don't care, isn't there a banquet in your school today? You don't plan to attend?" Diana frowned, "I don't like lively surroundings that much." She saw a folder in front of Harvey, her expression relaxed a little and asked, "These are the new novels of the Count of Monte Cristo?" "Manuscript?" "Well, all the contents of the second half of the Count of Monte Cristo, but the illustration part has not been completed yet." "So fast?" Diana asked with a look of surprise. Less than a month has passed since the first half of the Count of Monte Cristo was published. She thought it would take at least 3 months to see the second half. "You also know the current situation of the Count of Monte Cristo. It was blocked by Leonard Publishing and cannot be sold in regular bookstores. If you want to break this situation, you must maintain the popularity of novels. I used some extraordinary methods to write novels and speed up schedule. Diana did not understand what Harvey said about the extraordinary means, and asked with a low expression, "Mr. Adrian, have you found someone to ghostwrite?" "Don't get me wrong, it's not a ghostwriter." Harvey smiled and sang a few strange syllables in a low voice. The folder in front of him floated slightly in front of Diana, and the text written in ink appeared on the folder, "To Diana." Harvey shook his hands and smiled and answered, "You know that the Adrian family used to have spellcasters, and I have inherited the blood of the spellcaster. I am also a half-hearted spellcaster. It's almost what you see. Certain spells can greatly shorten the creation time." Spell. Seeing this scene, Diana was naturally surprised. The Adrian family was indeed famous as a spellcaster, but Harvey's ability to use spells was beyond her expectation. She looked at Harvey with a cautious look. I don't even know that you know how to use spells. www.readaloud.com. The caster is an awe-inspiring existence in the eyes of ordinary people. Diana also thinks so. At this moment, Harvey became extremely strange in her eyes, looking at him no matter how hard his face can't be connected with the frivolous image 6 months ago. Everyone has their own secrets, but when you came here, it surprised me that you didn't have the right dress. I seldom participate in social activities, and since I went to college, I have no longer depended on family funding." Diana said frankly, "There is one more sentence that I did not say, that is, these are all preparations for leaving the family. The original intention was to prevent myself from marrying Harvey Adrian." He raised his eyebrows. "You made all the money you gave me before." "No, those are the money I got from selling the jewelry my mother left me." "Harvey." He gave a dry laugh, knowing that Diana's mother had passed away, and did not intend to continue on this heavy topic. Instead, he asked solemnly, "Miss Cromwell, this time I have a question for inviting you to have a meal. I want to ask you, do you know Cathy Elroy, the second son of the Elroy family? He is the author of Wild Rose. Diana squeezed her delicate chin and thought, knowing, it's just not familiar, I will encounter it occasionally in some elective courses. You told him about me. Diana hugged her hands and looked at him like an idiot and said sarcastically, Mr. Adrian, do you think a woman will bring up her shameless fiancé in front of outsiders? Harvey gave a dry laugh, and wanted to give Harvey Adrian back. Now he is sure that Cathy must be hostile to him, and the root of the problem lies in his relationship with Diana. Chapter 52, The Goal. After dinner, the two took a walk by the river. The night was as cool as water, and the clear moonlight shone on the water, sparkling with the breeze, and lying quietly under the river bed, the moon was more pure. It is far away from the hustle and bustle of the streets, and there are basically no pedestrians at night. Harvey likes the quiet atmosphere. Diana was wearing Harvey's coat in addition to her thin school uniform, and the cold wind mixed with river moisture really made her feel a little bit cold. When we had dinner together, Harvey had already got the answer she wanted to know, but somehow he invited her to go out together. He glanced at the beautiful and proud girl next to him. The corners of his eyes were slightly raised and her arrogant posture was still there. Looking straight ahead, a little light reflected from the surface of the water shone on her face, her skin was jade, and her azure blue pupils shone with gleam. Harvey chanted a few spells, and a ball of light condensed and formed in front of him, lightly floating in front of them to illuminate the road in front of them. He broke the silence first and asked, Miss Cromwell, what are you going to do in the future? Diana was still holding the manuscript of the second half of The Count of Monte Cristo in her hands. She looked at the river and replied a little discouraged, in the future? It is true that there will be half a year to graduate from university. If there is no accident, she will probably marry Mr. Adrian, and then lead a peaceful life. Harvey touched his chin and smiled. It doesn't sound like a joke, but I always feel that it won't go so smoothly. You and I know that the status of the Adrian family in the social world is no longer worthy of Cronway. The Chamber of Commerce, it is out of my expectation that you do not intend to dissolve this engagement. I should have married you a year ago, but it was postponed by the excuse I used to go to school. It was Mr. Adrian's change that was surprising. She curled her ears and curled her hair, looking at Harvey indifferently. I have heard rumors about your badness in school before, but now I have become a well-known novelist and spellcaster. Either of these two identities is an unattainable existence for ordinary people, including me, of course. It sounds like you have no plans to terminate this engagement. Diana stared at Harvey, raised her delicate sword eyebrows, and asked aggressively, "Does Mr. Adrian want our engagement to be terminated?" "That's not the case. How should I put it? I think you should not be the type that will easily yield to family orders, and it seems that you are not willing to marry me." Harvey shook his head in a subtle tone. "There is a strange evaluation, no matter what others think, this is indeed my own choice." Diana, with one hand on hips, one hand spread out pretending to be indifferent, she looked at Ha with a strange look. "Way, it always feels that we keep the relationship of friends is the best result, Mr. Adrian, if I don't mind if I can call you by name." Harvey, who was inexplicably issued a friendship card, shrugged. "Of course, we do look more like friends now." "So, Harvey, compared to my opinion, your personal will is the key to deciding this marriage contract. As you think, I will not let others decide my future easily, but I am a woman after all, and I don't have it myself. Without relying on the confidence of a man to live, I don't want to marry a frivolous man, but I don't mind spending my life with a talented and mature man." Diana, who said these words, looked lonely and frustrated. She came in front of the railing by the river, one hand dragged his chin and stared at the moon in the water and fell silent. Harvey asserted unambiguously, "Then marry me." Diana opened her delicate eyes slightly, turned her head to look at Harvey incredulously, then pursed her lips and smiled, and the smile turned into a brisk and sweet laugh. For the first time, Harvey heard Diana, who had always maintained an indifferent and arrogant appearance, laugh so cheerfully and pleasantly. Sending Diana into the carriage, Harvey went back alone. Although Diana did not give him a clear answer, the relationship between the two did go further. He clearly expressed his wishes and did not want the two to become pure friends. In fact, Harvey's feeling towards Diana is not more suitable for being friends and can discuss issues in the novel together, but he just doesn't want to hand over Diana to others, especially the second son of the Elroy family. Going back to the mansion, he found that the layout of the hall of the mansion had changed slightly. The whole mansion looked completely new, and the cost of hiring servants was not wasted. Shirley has concentrated on painting in her studio, and with the help of a servant, she can focus more on painting. After taking a shower, Harvey lay comfortably on his soft bed. Now he finally has a sense of relaxation that everything has come to an end, just as a student is looking forward to the summer vacation and will be able to sleep beautifully tomorrow. Debts are paid off, the novel Count of Monte Cristo is finished, he still has some savings and has stepped into the door of the caster, he has integrated into the world and found his goal. He has to plan his future, and the first question he needs to think about is whether to go to the capital of the Kingdom of Baron to meet the world, and then use it as a springboard to go to the east where Kenneth said that the magic is prosperous. As a traverser, Harvey is not in a hurry, he belongs to the type that collects all the equipment to challenge the boss and strives to win stably. www.readaloud.com. He has a golden finger that traverses, and he is thinking about it. Should you raise your level to 999 before you go to the outside world to venture out? At that time, you can take a staff to fight the warrior in front of you. If the water is shallow, he doesn't have to worry about his life in Elroy. The way he improves his strength is very simple, as long as he causes a reaction in this world, he can get various rewards. The Earl of Monte Cristo caused a sensation in the literary world of Elroy. The rewards of the novel were enough to make him enter the gate of the caster, and the rewards after the second half of the book were published must be even crazier. This is just a literary work on the Earth, and there are more things that can be learned on the Earth in the era of the information explosion. His whimsical ideas have never stopped. Become a spellcaster to pursue the illusory truth? This seemed very ridiculous in Harvey's eyes. He was more interested in how to apply magic to a wide range of civilian fields, just like the impact of science on modern life. Science is the primary productive force. Can it be changed to magic as the primary productive force in this world? Harvey fell into deep thought. Is magic such a tall thing? You can use sketch to write novels. It is not a dream to make millions a day. Using illusion to produce naked eye 3D effects, presumably it will be very interesting to make a card battle game. Although this world has short films similar to movies, it has not developed. There are more peculiar spells and mysterious spell nets that can be studied in real movies, and it is not a dream to make a magical version of the online world. This era is in the transition of barbarism and civilization, but it has added magic, a wonderful element, and Harvey is also unpredictable what chemical reaction will happen when combined. He has a unique attribute template. As long as he causes repercussions in this world, he can get rewards and improve his strength. What he should do is very clear. Chapter 53, Impulsive Guest. Poulin. Mr. Poulin Garcia. Here is your letter. Poulin's sister broke into his office. She probed her head curiously and looked at the layout of this study room. The space is very spacious. 2 walls stand tall bookshelves. A column is full of books that she can't read, and there are polished wooden furniture around it, and red velvet cushions. The most attractive thing is the spherical map on the desk, which she used to only be there. I have seen Miss Audrey's room. Miss Audrey is the lover of a baron, the highest status woman she knows. This study is so luxurious and fascinating, of course, because it is a house in a wealthy area, and only real upper-class figures in El Roy are eligible to live here, and the Garcia family temporarily rented it here. They are sure that it won't take long to buy the assets of the entire house. All this is the credit of Plan Garcia, and now they no longer have the slightest doubt about his work. She has a somewhat flattering attitude towards her younger brother. She can live in such a place. If Poulin is willing to prepare a generous dowry for her, then she will be guaranteed for the rest of her life. Poulin, who was reading a book, received the letter from his sister, and felt a heavy pile of letters, and when he saw the sender's name showing Harvey Adrian, he looked very serious. My dear sister, can you give me this? For some time, I need to stay alone for a while. She asked curiously, is this the original manuscript of the novel? Many of my friends have mentioned this novel. I think I need to read it again so that I can talk to them. She knows that all the good life now comes from this small folder. When she said that her brother was the reviewer of the Count of Monte Cristo, the big families who usually dismissed her women all responded with kindness, and now she can't forget the feeling of airiness. It's worth seeing. Poulin casually responded, urging her to leave quickly with his eyes. Drove away his sister, Poulin couldn't wait to open the file bag and take out the manuscript of the novel Count of Monte Cristo from it. This thickness. Plain weighed the amount of manuscripts of the novel in his hand, and then quickly turned the pages to find that the number of manuscripts of the novel was almost the same as the entire content of the first half of the Count of Monte Cristo. Could it be that Harvey finished the second half of the Count of Monte Cristo in just 1 month? After writing about 400,000 words in such a short period of time, can the quality of the novel be guaranteed? Mr. Adrian has a stable personality and will definitely not reduce the quality of the novel in pursuit of speed. I need to take a good look. Poulin was overjoyed at first, then he became heavy, and turned to the first page of the manuscript of the novel and began to fulfill his responsibilities as a reviewer. If the quality of the novel fails to meet his requirements, he will definitely return the manuscript in person and supervise Harvey to write a new one. Count of Monte Cristo is now related to the fate of too many people. Boom. Bang. Bang. Ding. 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 The sky was still in the dark, and a slightly intense knock on the door reverberated abruptly in the quiet street. first with a heavy knock on the door, and then the knocker seemed to realize his faux pas and rang the doorbell. The windowsill on the second floor of a nearby building lit up. Some residents looked at the sound source curiously and found a young man walking anxiously in front of the famous scholar Scott Adams. Some people recognized the identity of young men because their family had just moved to this street. Crack! The thick solid wood door with carved patterns opened, and the old woman in pajamas looked at the visitor in surprise. "Oh! Mr. Garcia, you came very early. Is there anything urgent?" Poulin, whose hair and clothes are messed up, nodded again and again. "Yes, I want to see Mr. Adams. Is he awake?" "I don't think so. He is used to getting up at 9 o'clock in the morning and drinking a cup of hot coffee I prepared, and then it is time for him to work." Under the euphemism of the old woman, Poulin realized what he had done. His knock on the door awakened the surrounding residents. He hurriedly took off his hat and put it on his chest. He bowed and apologized to the surrounding residents, then turned around and looked embarrassed to the old. The woman apologized, "Please forgive me for my impoliteness. I stayed up all night and haven't been able to calm my emotions yet. I have been thinking about visiting Mr. Adams since 4 o'clock in the morning. Come in first, although Mr. Adams hasn't woke up yet, you can rest in the living room for a while. If it is a very important thing, I can wake him up now." "Thank you very much, please don't bother. This is indeed very important to me personally, but I don't want to disturb a scholar's rest." Poulin took the manuscript of the novel The Earl of Monte Cristo into Adams's house and went to the living room to sit on the sofa. Even if he stayed up all night, he didn't feel the slightest fatigue. He carefully took out the manuscript of the novel in the folder and read it. Looking at the font, I naturally recall the scenes depicted in the novel. This is what he never felt from a novel. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com from a literary work. He is so excited. Unable to calm the beating heart, the thunderous heartbeat turned into a sound roaring in his heart. Speaking of the sentences that have appeared in the novels, especially the last sentence, "All the wisdom of mankind is contained in these 4 words, waiting and hope." As a reviewer, he reads these sentences that encourage people to be positive. They are more intense, and there are no few more gorgeous words. However, this ordinary sentence shocked him. He found that he was no longer able to view Count of Monte Cristo as a reviewer. It was a work he hadn't seen in any sense. Since he hasn't contacted it, how can I review the manuscript? He is convinced that the Count of Monte Cristo will make a sensation in the literary world of the kingdom and become a handed-down work that changes the definition of novels. His confidence comes from the fact that even some books and novels have never made him so crazy and obsessed. During this period of time, Plain's most frequent contact was Scott Adams. Both of them liked literature, and Scott's rich literary accomplishment often amazed him. Plain can be sure that Scottrade likes the Earl of Monte Cristo as much as he does this work, so he can't wait to vent his emotions. Show the second half of The Count of Monte Cristo to Scottrade. Poulin expects other people to feel what he feels from this work, nothing more. Perhaps Scottrade can also give The Count of Monte Cristo a correct evaluation and verify whether he is crazy or the world is crazy. He turned out to be a reviewer for a novel that might be handed down. Everything is crazy. Realizing that he couldn't calm down, Poulin stretched out his hands and patted his face fiercely. "What's wrong with me? I'm too emotional, my God, I went to visit others at 6 o'clock in the morning. Who would greet such impulsive stupidity?" Guest. Chapter 54, Express Mail. How long does it take for an express letter to travel from Elroy to Norton, the capital of the Kingdom of Baron? The answer is less than 1 second. Just put the envelope in a black box and activate the device to send the envelope to a place thousands of miles away within 1 second. This was established by the royal mage of the Baron Kingdom hundreds of years ago. A set of long-distance communication system, in order to stabilize domestic politics and increase the means to fight against foreign enemies, has now passed the turbulent era. This set of top-secret contact information at the time was officially publicized and civilianized. Of course, it can only support the transmission of some lighter quality materials, and it needs to pay a lot of usage fees. Ding ding ding. Inside the post office in Norton, the capital, a pleasant bell rang. The young messenger who was looking for the letter looked a little surprised at the place where the sound was made. The sound came from a metal box placed on a separate platform. He knew this thing, every time he used it. All need to pay hundreds of Baron pounds for express delivery devices, and the specific principles are only understood by mysterious spellcasters. Even though it is the most prosperous capital of the Kingdom of Baron, I don't know if this thing can ring once a day. Soon, the post office staff who heard the news were responsible for recording the information of this letter and then handing it to the messenger for delivery. The young messenger was sure that he was favored by the goddess of luck this day, and the salary for sending an express letter was worth the price. Work with him all day. Address, Rose Manor, recipient, Earl Devon Henrietta. The young deliveryman couldn't help but uttered a low voice when he saw the message in the envelope. A noble earl is amazing even in the capital of the kingdom with a lot of nobles. The big man, not to mention that the Earl of Devon Henrietta belongs to the well-known existence of Norton people. Count Divine Henrietta is a representative of the up-and-coming nobles from the university and the vice president of the Baron Kingdom Literary Association. He has published many well-known collections of poems and is known as the Poet of Norton, and thus won the Queen his praise. His status in the social world is not even inferior to that of the royal family. Express mail is generally only allowed to be delivered to me. The young messenger is excited to think that he has the opportunity to see this legend with his own eyes. This is an amazing display of capital. Ding ding ding. After the young messenger left, there was another sound of express mail arriving in the post office, and several express mails were sent out one after another. The recipients were all Count Divan Henrietta. The fifth copy, it looks like it should be the last one. Divan Henrietta received the express letter from the messenger and signed his name. The envelope was thick, and there were at least dozens of pages in it. It seemed that he received 5 express letters in a row because he couldn't send them all at once. Send all the letters. Able to pay for 5 express letters, that guy should have a good life. He glanced at the name displayed on the letter, Scott Adams. The two used to be good friends in college. He was also very obsessed with literature. After graduation, although he went to different things, he still used letters to contact him. After so many years, he received an express letter from Scottrade for the first time. Going back to the study, his dedicated study is spacious and luxurious, with bookshelves as high as 3 people stand on 2 walls, and a huge floor-to-ceiling window leading to the outside balcony. The beige roller shutters hanging on the ground are full of delicate patterns. Every centimeter is a masterpiece hand-woven by a craftsman. The only way to remove the books from the high places of the bookshelf is to rely on the large movable bookshelf ladder on the ground. There are desks for office use and a leisure salon in the study. The servants clean up the tableware meticulously, and the metal spoons can shine through the shadows. On the table in front of the sofa are several plates of snacks and fruits, followed by another letter. Is also a letter sent to him by Scott Adams, but this is not an express letter. It just arrived in his hands this afternoon. The thickness of the envelope is no different from that of an ordinary book. After was all taken apart, Divine got a bound novel, a modified copy of the novel that had not yet been bound, and a letter. Is this a novel? This part is not even marked with the number of pages, it can only be arranged according to the order in which it was sent. Devon Henrietta smelled an extraordinary smell. What caused the Scottrade? So eager to send this novel to myself. He opened the envelope attached to the non-express letter and read it carefully. It tells the dilemma that Scottrade encountered. He encountered a very good novel, which was full of praise. However, the situation of the novel was not good, because some complicated reason was blocked by the largest local publishing house, and Scott wanted to know the possibility of this novel being published in the capital of the kingdom and even in the entire kingdom. A good work is indeed worthy of praise, but he should know that I will not abuse my power because of personal friendship. He put down the envelope and muttered to himself, picking up the novel and seeing the peculiar cover at first glance. The gentleman dressed in formal clothes is in sharp contrast with a depressed prisoner. The title of the book, Count of Monte Cristo, is written on the right. Brewy and Pets. He frowned and commented. Although the cover is really good looking, he pays more attention to the content of the novel. If the content of the novel does not satisfy him, the gorgeous cover will definitely make him even more angry. Opened the novel and read it for a while. His expression gradually became focused. Soon, the content of the novel dispelled his negative thoughts about the novel cover. He was a little bit reluctant to put down the novel in his hand, went outside to prepare a cup of espresso, and ordered the servant not to disturb his reading even when it was time for meal. He must be fully prepared to evaluate this novel well. In just 10 minutes, he has understood what his friend said in the letter. This novel does show the potential of being an excellent work. The setting of the story is set in the Augustine kingdom hundreds of years ago, but the author certainly has not studied the political trends at that time in depth, and the nobles are not monolithic. Well, the background of a novel does not need to be investigated. He flipped through the novel and continued to comment, and he was fascinated that he didn't even move the cup of coffee. Continue to scroll down, reading www.yuyugonshu.com, he saw another feature of the Count of Monte Cristo, the illustrations drawn with peculiar painting techniques, the scenes match the content of the previous page of the novel. She seems to fit her identity and personality very well. It can be seen that the painter should have studied the cultural field of the Augustinian kingdom. The architectural style and the details of the costumes are very good. Devon Henrietta looked at Mercet's Silk's illustration lightly nodded. This part of the illustration is one of the results of Harvey's consultation with Diana. After reading the first half of The Count of Monte Cristo that made him breathless, he turned his attention to the original manuscripts of the second volume that had not been processed. The first half of this novel proves Scott trades praise alone. If the quality of the second half can be maintained, it will definitely become another classic in the literary world of the Kingdom of Baron. A novel with an innovative nature. The use of vocabulary is very novel, the meaning of those punctuation marks is also concise and easy to understand, and the content of the novel is fascinating. I can expect it to be popular with readers, even I want to watch it all at once. Go down. Scott must know this before sending the contents of the second half by express mail. He closed The Count of Monte Cristo, stroking the cover of the novel with his right hand, and looked exhilarated and praised. It has been a long time that he has not seen it. Forget about time works. Time unknowingly arrived at night. Looking at the unprocessed manuscript of the novel under the dim light made Devon Henrietta's eyes feel uncomfortable, but he devoted himself to the novel to interpret every character or every plot of the novel. If the first half of the book depicts the depression before a storm, the second half is a chaotic storm that destroys the world, involving all his reason and all emotional impulses. His thoughts follow the current, and he forgets. After all the reality, he replaced the identity of the Count of Monte Cristo to complete his feast of revenge. Chapter 55, Ending. Then, you love Haydée, the Count of Monte Cristo could not restrain his excitement and asked. The scattered black hair trembled with his body, and the man who always remained noble and elegant looked a little embarrassed at this time. Valentine's eyes choked with tears and replied, "Yes. I love her wholeheartedly." "Listen, Valentine," the Count said in a low tone, "I want you to do something. If I could have such an honor. You just called Haydée your sister, let her really be your sister, Valentine, give her all your gratitude for me, please protect her with moral." The Count looked bitter. Lips chuckled for a long time before saying, "From then on, she is just alone in this world." "A lonely person," repeated the Earl in a calm and pleasant voice behind him, with a few questions. "Why?" The Count of Monte Cristo stiffened and turned around. Heidi stood there steadily, looking at the Count with a surprised expression, her bright face turned pale, as if she heard an unacceptable bad news. The Earl tried his best to endure, his handsome face was as flat as ever. He wanted to reach out to soothe the girl in front of him and then hesitated to put it down, his voice hoarse, because tomorrow you will be free and you can get your rightful place in society. You are a princess. You are the daughter of a prince. I want to return all your father's wealth and reputation to you. Heidi's face was even paler. She raised her two white hands to the sky, reaching the Earl who was much taller than her, seeming to be eager for a hug, and crying in a hoarse voice with tears, "Then you are leaving me, my lord." The girl's hoarse cry made the Earl's heart tremble. Thinking of the future life, he felt that he must be cruel, as if to convince himself loudly, "Heidi, you are young, you are beautiful, you should have enjoyed the best of life. For your years, forget my name and pursue a happy life. This is the right you should have." "Very good." Heidi lowered her head so that others could not see her face. "I should obey the master's orders. I will forget your name and your appearance. Forget all the past with you. I have been there alone. Happy life." She took a step back, ready to leave. "Oh, my God!" Valentine yelled. She was already leaning against Morel who had fallen on the ground, resting his head on her shoulders. She couldn't help but persuade the Count, Can't you see how pale her face is? Can't you see how painful she is?" Heidi showed a heartbreaking expression but somewhat stubbornly sarcastically said, "My sister, why do you want him to understand my pain? He is my master, and I am his slave. He has the right to see to these." These remarks were made to the Earl. Her stubborn and arrogant character did not allow her to express weak pleadings, but at this moment she hoped that the Earl would find even the slightest attachment in her words. The girl's voice struck the Earl's secret heartstrings. When his gaze met the girl's, he felt that he could no longer bear the dazzling light. Her eyes were so straightforward and strong, but there was something in it that was only for the Earl. The fragility of one person. Earl lowered his head instead of daring to look at the girl, and asked in a low voice, "Heidi, do you really think it's very happy to stay by my side?" "I'm still young," Heidi replied softly when she came to the Earl. Her white hands cupped the Earl's cheeks, and the eyes of the two looked at each other. She must feel the determination that the Earl possessed. Her voice calmly replied, "I love you to arrange such a sweet life for me, I don't want to die." Die? The Earl never wanted this noble girl to die, what was she talking about? Count was a little surprised. "You mean, if I leave you, Heidi?" "Yes, I will die, my lord." The girl's calm voice contained irresistible determination. "So do you love me?" The Earl's voice was finally shaken. For many years, he had never left the prison. If Father Faria had let his body leave the prison, now Heidi's voice made his mind about to leave there. That dark and small place. "Valentina. He asked me if I love him." "My sister, tell him if you love Maximilian." Earl felt that his heart was swelling, beating wildly, like a sea tide. He opened his arms, Heidi yelled, and threw tears of joy into his arms. "I love you. I love you like a father, brother, and husband. I love you like life, love God. Because you are the best and most noble person in the world. May everything be as you wished, my angel. God inspired me to fight against my enemies. He gave me victory and refused to let me end my victory with a life of asceticism. I wanted to punish myself, but God forgive me. Love me so, Heidi. Who knows, maybe your love will make me forget all the things that should be forgotten." The Earl embraced the girl's petite body, and his dry heart once again overflowed feelings, except for revenge. He hasn't tasted happiness for a long time. "What do you mean, my lord?" Heidi asked a little shyly. She had already got a satisfactory answer. "Heidi, your words have given me more enlightenment than 20 years of long experience. I only have you in this world. Because of you, I will start my life again and feel pain and happiness again, but nothing there is no doubt that you will be my only one. Heidi looked at the Earl's eyes and swears loudly, Heidi Tibalin, swear here. I have nothing to rely on except you. If fate is going to separate us, then I will defeat fate. My body, my heart, everything in me belongs to you. I love you more than my own life. What a beautiful and bold declaration. The Earl thought quietly for a while. Have I discovered the truth? He said softly, but whether this is compensation or punishment, Heidi, you have defeated me. You have defeated my destiny. The Earl hugged the girl's waist tightly. My friend. Valentine looked at the distant sky and replied, didn't the Earl tell us just now? All human wisdom is contained in these 4 words, wait and hope. This is crazy. This is crazy. God. How can I describe it? How to describe my mood? www.readaloud.com. How to find vocabulary to praise this novel, how to describe it all. Divine Henrietta's squishy thoughts were nothing but surprises that there was nowhere to vent. He didn't know where his high emotions came from. He wanted to laugh and celebrate, but he was lost in his heart. Just now, he was convinced that he had finished reading an extremely good novel, so why would he feel lost? He touched his eye sockets. The warm sensation in his eyes just now was not an illusion. He moved from the bottom of his heart to tears for a work. It even made an erudite man shed tears. The Earl of Monte Cristo and Heidi went so far and even made Divine, who is an earl, feel envied. He never hoped to meet a noble woman like Heidi. That incredibly stubborn vow would surely melt the heart of any man. After reading the contents of the first half of The Count of Monte Cristo, he only thought it was an excellent and innovative novel, but the contents of the second half made him feel that his soul was sublimated. He applauded the Count of Monte Cristo for completing his revenge. He marveled at the truth in the book. He offered compliments to every character in the book and every plot. This novel is easy to understand, simple but beautiful, and the wonderful plot contains rich principles of life. A novel that anyone can understand, it is hard to say that it also takes into account profound literature. Divine Henrietta saw such a peculiar work for the first time in so many years, and he exclaimed more than once in his heart, this is the revelation of God to people. It deserves praise. It deserves to be held in the palm of your hand. He understands why his friend is so eager to send the contents of the second half of the book, and now he is in the same mood. Chapter 56, Eve. To my dear friend Scott Adams. Thank you very much for your letter. I have finished reading the novel you sent me. I feel that I must have been blessed by God to get in touch with this novel so early. The Count of Monte Cristo deserves to be a great work, even if it is born. In modern times, there is no precipitation of time. What you and I feel is the best evaluation of this work. You certainly don't know when I wrote this letter, not in the morning when the maid prepared sweet milk, not in the afternoon when leisurely enjoying afternoon tea. It's not a quiet night, but a late night that should have gone to sleep. The Count of Monte Cristo was only delivered at noon, but it seemed to have a magical power that prevented me from leaving them. From noon to night, I can only use those snacks to satisfy my hunger. Oh! When I read The Count of Monte Cristo, I even forgot about hunger and sleep. I never knew that a novel could have such a charm. I can guarantee that The Earl of Monte Cristo will be published on the cover of Norton Knight next week, and it will cause a sensation in the literary world of the Kingdom of Baron. Please ask the talented novelist Mr. Alexander for me. We are willing to publish this novel on the most generous terms. I can't wait to see The Earl of Monte Cristo appear in all the big bookstores in Norton. Oh, yes, you once praised Mercedes in your letter. Although she is indeed an excellent woman, I think Heidi is the most suitable and perfect companion for the Earl. She is like that in the illustrations in the novel. Noble and beautiful. Your friend Divine Henrietta, wrote on November 2, 1325 in the Bernian calendar. After reading the letter from Dev and Henrietta, Scott felt the expected joy. It was a day after Poulin sent the second half of The Count of Monte Cristo here, and his heart was still about The Count of Monte Cristo. The plot of the movie cannot be forgotten for a long time, just like the lingering fragrance of fine wine on the tongue, every time the aftertaste feels more mellow. The second half of The Count of Monte Cristo is far more exciting than he expected. It gave him too much surprise. Recalling the appearance of Poulin asking for help, he was fortunate to listen to his friend Mo, who is also a reviewer. The opinion of Terry Evelyn. He is convinced that only with the content of the first half, Count of Monte Cristo can become a best-selling work in the Kingdom of Baron. After reading the second half, he is sure that Count of Monte Cristo will leave a strong mark in the literary world of the Kingdom of Baron. Maybe it left traces in the entire world literary history. On the degree of novelty alone, there are few works comparable to The Count of Monte Cristo in literary history, but it is not without it. On the basis of the depth of the plot, there are many classic works in the literary world that are deeper than The Count of Monte Cristo. The novel version of Eva's Secret performed by Time Theatre is a representative of popular fiction. It tells the story of a hero who regains his country, and makes the audience more excited. But the three are combined. The reading experience of The Count of Monte Cristo has been improved as never before, and it belongs to the founding sect in the history of literature. Now, he has the honor to witness and participate in it. After reading the last sentence emphasized in Devon's letter, Scott sighed, Haidee is indeed the treatment of the heroine, and Mr. Adrian must also think that women like Haidee are more worthy of love. Even after reading the second half of the book, Scott's favorite female character is the protagonist Edmund's fiancée Mercedes. This fateful woman did not end in a happy ending. Recall the novel about Mercedes. He couldn't help letting out a long sigh for all the depictions of silk. Harvey gave the character a soul, and it made him feel distressed when he thought of it. The woman who has always loved the protagonist can only spend the rest of her life guarding her empty heart. Scott knows the status of his college friend in the social world of Norton, the capital. He only needs a word and the Earl of Monte Cristo can break free from all the shackles and appear in front of readers. What excites Scott the most is Norton's Night, as Devine said. It is the most famous literary publication in Norton and even in the Kingdom of Baron. It is published every half-month. It mainly serializes poems and collections of poems and can be featured in this literature. The publications are basically excellent domestic works, and the author who pulls out a poem may be a well-known literary master in the Kingdom of Baron. It is an unparalleled honor to be on the homepage of Norton Pages. It represents that the work is the best literary work in the country for at least half a month, and will be paid attention to by literary lovers across the country. Authors who have obtained such qualifications all are the guests of the social world. Scott felt that the Earl of Monte Cristo was more than enough to be on the front page of Norton Nights, and he was excited about the subsequent influence, what kind of storm this unconventional work will bring. From the very beginning, Scott thought that the publishing house of Elroy could not catch the big fish, the Count of Monte Cristo, but now he suspects that the Count of Monte Cristo will break through the shackles of a kingdom's literary world and become the history of world literature. A rare masterpiece. Mr. Adrian is a genius, and his name is destined to be known by the entire kingdom and the world. Scott sighed that Harvey Adrian was so young that he could get such a great honor. www.readaloud.com. He is still working hard in college at Harvey's age, studying various literary books. Oh, I must also inform the news that Earl of Monte Cristo will appear on Norton Night. This is the promise of Dave and Henrietta that there will be nothing wrong. He will definitely be happy, so he in the jewelry store, his poor reputation in the social world will be improved as never before. In addition to the people involved in the publication of The Count of Monte Cristo, Diana, who also obtained the manuscript of the novel, also finished reading the second half of the novel, which made her last contempt for Harvey disappear. All the wisdom of mankind is contained in these 4 words, wait and hope. Diana repeatedly chewed on this famous quote throughout the life of the protagonist Edmund, and her heart also resonated with this sentence, even if she had not experienced it. The despair of the Count of Monte Cristo? No, maybe she did experience that kind of experience, in the novel. She doesn't know how much influence the Count of Monte Cristo can cause, but she is certain that after the second half of the book is published, the name Harvey Adrian will resound in the literary world of Elroy, and his identity will no longer be a one. Unlearned dude. She was really happy about what her friend was about to achieve, but she didn't have any other emotions because of it, and of course she didn't doubt whether she was worthy of Harvey. She does not deny that she has despised Harvey, but it is because of his nature and has nothing to do with how much he has achieved now. If Harvey Adrian still keeps the way he used to be, she will marvel at Harvey's talent and despise him as much. Temperament. Diana remembered the words Harvey said when the two of them wandered around at night. She was not sure whether it was true or false. At least Harvey's conditions were indeed good, and her acting style was not as frivolous as before. Chapter 57, By Life. Harvey Adrian, who would have thought that this down-and-out and vulgar noble child would be the author of The Count of Monte Cristo? It's amazing there was a deep banter in the dim room. The one with handsome face Kathy, the second son of the Elroy family, threw the documents in his hand on the desktop. The documents contained all the records of Harvey's actions some time ago, and the date ended on the day Harvey repaid the debt. Why does a mediocre person change so much in such a short time? Do you have any clues, Mr. Cotton Lester? Lester, who was sitting on the sofa in the room, replied plainly with a cane, I'm just an ordinary thug, and I don't know anything about the changes in Mr. Adrian. Then, are you sure that this report about Diana's actions on the night of the school banquet is correct? Yes, sir. Kathy tapped his finger on the glass tabletop unconsciously, thinking for a while and asking in a deep voice, how much is Harvey Adrian's life worth? Are you kidding? Mr. Kathy Elroy. Lester frowned seriously. No. You don't look like someone who would act so recklessly. No matter how smart people are, they will become stupid because of impulse. Harvey Adrian's death is not only because of Diana. His novels are also well written. I have never been a person of high moral character. What I want. There is nothing I can't get. Now I am Fernand and Tangloer. Isn't the reason not enough? The handsome Kathy now had a gloomy face, and his fierce expression completely destroyed his perception. When he spoke of Harvey's name, his eyes were clearly unpleasant. Lester thought about it and would tactfully refuse, we never attack people with social status. That would be too risky. The death of a young and talented novelist, you also know how much trouble it will cause. Kathy turned to look at Lester and said lightly, what are you talking about, Mr. Lester? This must have nothing to do with you. Mr. Harvey Adrian just fell into the river and drowned because he accidentally stumbled. This is an unfortunate accident. Lester was silent, and his white-gloved hands held the cane tightly. You are from the Elroy family. Of course we will not question your ability. Harvey Adrian's life is worthless. But we need to sign a contract. Contract? Yes, when the risk is too great, we have to balance the two, even if we have to give up part of the benefits. This contract will clearly record the transaction between us and be kept in a safe place. As for the contract, I can vouch for the safety of the organization in the name of the organization. Perhaps I can disclose some information to make you feel at ease. Your father, the Lord Earl, was once our important guest. My father also signed a contract. Kexi was shocked and speechless. Does his father have any enemies he must get rid of? He thought, and then he remembered a portrait his father would often stop in the living room to watch. In the painting was his father's own brother. If he hadn't disappeared suddenly, his father would not have the right to inherit the title. You know, I can't tell you more. We will evaluate the life of Mr. Harvey Adrian, and then because you are a member of the Elroy family, you can lower the price appropriately, and finally sign a contract. The specific price can be reduced by more than half. Mr. Keshi Elroy, I would like to advise you in the end, you should know that this is not the best way to solve the problem. Lester returned to his temporary residence with Harvey's information, thinking that this was the negative effect of the action. "Mr. Adrian, it's a pity, I have given you advice," he murmured regretfully. When he fulfilled his duties as a debt collector, he still admired Harvey's toughness at that time and thought he was a smart man. In fact, from the perspective of Harvey's ability to write The Count of Monte Cristo, he is indeed a wise man. The organization he is in has no name, no rules, but it is almost all over the country. To be correct, he is just a node of the underground organization network. He can do anything in the area of Elroy as long as someone pays. Most of the nobles and merchants asked him to do some unknown activities. Although the Cromwell Chamber of Commerce is a distinguished guest, the repercussions caused by this incident may be beyond control, and no information can be leaked out. A few days later, the first half of The Earl of Monte Cristo has become more and more popular in Elroy since its release. Some official bookstores cannot withstand the pressure from readers and secretly put The Earl of Monte Cristo on the shelf. The Leonard Publishing House seems to be unaware of this. It is better to say that they must know it, but they can only hold their hate secretly. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. The Count of Monte Cristo is becoming more and more famous, and there are already some well-known writers. Writing comments in newspapers and periodicals may at any time get out of control. Failure to take action will sooner or later break the embankment. But continuing to adopt a confrontational attitude will only intensify contradictions. Nowadays, every day in the independent office of Leonard Press, the sound of a cup breaking is heard, and reviewers are getting used to it. The audience of The Count of Monte Cristo is mostly young people. They are in their youth and looking forward to literature. The easy-to-understand novels of The Count of Monte Cristo, with a wonderful plot and full of philosophy of life, are very appetizing and interesting for them. The biggest argument for The Count of Monte Cristo is not The Count of Monte Cristo's revenge, but the dispute between Haydée and Mercedes. Who between the two is the true owner of the Earl? A newspaper published by Leonard Press once published the results of the controversial investigation, and then the newspaper that had been rarely sought after was sold out of stock that day. According to the results of a press survey, most women choose Mercedes, while male readers are more inclined to Haydée. The literary nature of The Count of Monte Cristo is sought after by nobles and writers. The popular and wonderful plot also makes the common people intoxicated. However, the price of The Count of Monte Cristo is not cheap for the children of common people. Many children of common people are the money was put together to buy a copy, and then this copy was circulated among different people every day. The price of The Count of Monte Cristo is a little more expensive than ordinary publications, but the children of ordinary people who buy novels feel that they are worth the money. Firstly, there is a lot of content in the novel, and secondly, the cover and illustrations of the novel make them feel great. The illustrations have any character in the novel, whether the hateful Fernand or the dignified and beautiful Mercedes, the elegant Count of Monte Cristo can be found. Chapter 58, Filming. Harvey lived a very comfortable life. He spent most of his time studying the spells he had mastered back and forth, and as his proficiency increased, he became more and more able to control these spells. On this day, he is holding the illusory crystal operation manual in one hand, and the other hand is weighing the illusion crystal purchased from Kenneth. The crystal is only the size of a thumb, the whole body is transparent, and the interior is filled with light and dust, reflecting the light. The next is very beautiful. Although the method of use is simple, there are still many things that I don't understand. Harvey studied for a long time, and felt a headache. Putting down the manual in his hand, this manual is obviously aimed at a wizard with a certain illusion foundation, and some professional terms let him get started. There is no way to understand illusion. It belongs to a second-order spell, and there is no need to study it. It was originally a functional spell. It basically requires most of Harvey's mental power to release once, which means that after casting this spell, it is estimated that Harvey himself will completely lose the ability to fight. Therefore, Harvey retreated to study the so-called illusion crystal. He was very interested in this thing. It is estimated that the effect of naked eye 3D can cause a big change in the film and television industry in modern times. The illusion crystal has the function of storing images, but the time is limited. The length of time that the image can be stored is related to the quality of the illusion crystal. Illusion crystal, as its name implies, can store illusion. The peculiar light and dust inside the crystal has a mimic effect, similar to the principle of film, but it is not limited to images. Can I make a movie with this thing? Harvey stared at this beautiful crystal and muttered, this idea had already existed when he first came into contact with Kenneth. He did not pursue Kenneth's to achieve the ultimate visual feast, but wanted to transform the illusion crystal into a camera. Judging from the illusory crystal operation manual he had just read explaining the imaging principle of the illusory crystal, his idea is definitely something wrong. Cult urology belongs to a mature field in this world, which is destined to have the upper limit of Count of Monte Cristo as a novel. If he makes a movie, thus forming a brand new industry, a new form of cultural entertainment, he has reason to believe that his name will be remembered by people all over the world. Illusion crystals in this world are mostly used to store illusion effects. Kenneth's unicorn is one of the most popular ways to use them. In addition, some lower quality illusion crystals are often used as carriers for stereo projections, which are like disposable cameras and photos. Download the image at that time and save it. Every time you start it, you can project the stereo projection at that time. In fact, this technology has been popularized in the aristocratic circle, and it is mostly used for group photos of family members. If you want to further intercept the three-dimensional image information for a period of time, you need high-quality illusion crystals and a spellcaster with certain illusion knowledge to operate. Harvey chanted a short spell, the illusion crystal in his hand gleamed dimly, and then he was covered with a layer of illusory images, projecting part of the kitchen scene, and Shirley, dressed as a maid, was sitting at the table with potato skins. This is a three-dimensional virtual image that he finished recording in the morning. The clarity is okay, but it can't be substantive. Harvey murmured, and reached out to touch Shirley's cheek directly across her face. Because the image was illusory, this scene didn't seem scary enough. The image is a scene that can be completely materialized and directly cover the reality, but it has requirements for the level of the caster and the quality of the illusion crystal. Stereoscopic projection only lasted less than 2 minutes. After it was over, Harvey couldn't help rubbing his eyes. The visual experience of unreal projection was very strange, and he couldn't tell where it was strange. He looked around the room with only a few pieces of furniture and sighed silently, I don't have the conditions for research now. It would be much better to have a magic workshop. Maybe you can go to Mr. Randolph, he must have a deep research on illusion crystals. After studying the illusion crystal for most of the day, he still found nothing. Harvey decided to visit Kenneth again when he had time to determine the possibility of using the illusion crystal to make a movie. In the evening, Harvey called the attribute panel and found that there were 2 more freely assignable attribute points. He added these 2 freely assigned attribute points to the charm, so that his attribute panel finally reached a perfect balance, intelligence 16, other attributes 15. In theory, his physical fitness is already at the peak of ordinary people. He is not sure whether he can defeat the Cavaliers in actual combat. In this era, knights can be regarded as a vocabulary that lags behind the times. There are countless famous knights in ancient times. Legend has it that there are not a few generations who can slay dragons. There is no formal system for the abilities of knights, and even some spellcasters can call themselves knights. It is certain that knights usually have powerful abilities. Now as the ether element weakens, these abilities are gradually disappearing. There is also a saying that, like the mage, the abilities of the knight can also be passed on through blood. People with the blood of the knight are on specific occasions, or other external factors can restore the glory of the ancestors. Hey, the charm value of 15 points is not a fart. After all stats reached 15 points, Harvey carefully experienced the changes in his body. What made him feel most depressed was the so-called charm. This thing does not increase his charm a little, and fullness can charm all living beings. It is a weird bonus, which makes it easier to leave a deep or good impression on others, and it has little effect on people who originally hated him or did not feel it. After studying the attribute panel, Harvey changed into formal attire and went out. Tonight he had a meeting with Poulin and his party www.readaloud.com to discuss matters related to the publication of The Earl of Monte Cristo in the capital of the Kingdom of Baron. According to Scott, the Count of Monte Cristo should have been favored by a big figure in the Literary Association, and he promised to give Harvey the greatest concession to obtain the publishing rights of the Count of Monte Cristo. When Harvey took the carriage to the slightly crowded mansion of Scottrade, the reviewer Poulin, scholar Scott, and jeweler Affray were all present, and Scott personally led him up. The bloated aristocratic jeweler Shang Ai Fulai smiled brightly when he saw Harvey's face, which was different from the appreciation of the last time he met, and it was almost flattering. "I'm glad you can come, Mr. Adrian." Scott and Harvey shook hands with excitement. Harvey smiled and greeted, "This is about the fate of my own novel, and it is also the result of everyone's joint efforts." As soon as he said hello, he officially entered the topic. Scottrade carefully took out a document and explained, "This is a publishing contract sent by the Norton Literary Association by express mail. I have confirmed that the content is not abnormal and the publishing conditions are also very good. Generosity, as long as Mr. Adrian agrees and signs, the Count of Monte Cristo can be published nationwide in the Kingdom of Baron and sold in bookstores across the country." Poulin opened his mouth next to him, and was surprised by the words, and then thought that this was what he expected, and Count of Monte Cristo did have such qualifications. There was an excited smile on his face, and his eyes were staring at Harvey. Everyone looked at Harvey. Harvey reviewed the publishing contract. He was not very familiar with the laws of the Kingdom of Baron. The treaty seemed to be fine. The author was treated very generously, and Harvey did not need to do anything. Obtaining more than 40% of the total revenue, which is no different from sending money for non-self-funded publishing. Chapter 59, Assault. Harvey signed his name on the contract. Scott signed the contract with Harvey's name and looked at him with envious eyes. "Mr. Adrian, congratulations, after the publication of Norton Knight next week, you are estimated to be the youngest and outstanding in the kingdom. A novelist. The Count of Monte Cristo will be a bold innovation in the history of fiction. Every paragraph contains wisdom. To be honest, if it were not for Mr. Adrian in front of you, I would be more willing to believe that The Count of Monte Cristo is one written by a weather-beaten scholar, but the plot in it does have the spirit of a young man. Mr. Adams, you're overwhelmed. Thanks to your help for Count of Monte Cristo, it's thanks to your help," Harvey said with great humility. Indeed, his praise of Scottrade was not regarded as a compliment to himself. The praise goes to the famous novelist Alexander Dumas, who made some money and fame through the hands of giants. The mainstream classical literature nowadays does not regard revenge as the subject of a novel. No matter what the reason is, it is necessary to package personal love into righteousness. The Count of Monte Cristo's simple theme of revenge is more direct than anything else, which is what he calls audacity. Sitting on the sofa, Poulin turned his head and said with emotion, "I should be grateful for the prompt Mr. Evelyn gave me, otherwise I might kick away the greatest opportunity of my life. I can't imagine how such a decision is stupid. I will definitely regret it." Afuri laughed, "Haha, Mr. Garcia has moved to a new residence, right? How do you feel?" Poulin quickly replied respectfully with a face, "This is all your credit, Baron. My family is grateful that you can introduce us to the past, otherwise a poor person like me is not qualified to rent there." Alfuli smiled his palms and said, "With the current momentum of The Count of Monte Cristo, once published in Norton, Mr. Garcia will surely be able to pay off the purchase of the mansion in one lump sum, and my jewelry store can also take the limelight. Oh Mr. Adrian, you won't mind if I use Count of Monte Cristo to promote my jewelry store? Of course, it is my honor. Harvey replied with a smile. The four of them chatted for a while. It was mainly Pouland and Scott asking about the details of the Count of Monte Cristo and their plans for the future. It was obvious that Pouland and Scott really liked the Count of Monte Cristo, and Afri was also right. He is interested in literature, but his topic is more about the future. People in the social circles of Elroy basically know that he helped to publish the Earl of Monte Cristo. Once the Earl of Monte Cristo appears on Norton Knight on his homepage, he is almost equivalent to being Harvey's agent in the social world. Harvey really wanted to do that. Just leave the troublesome things to them. The Count of Monte Cristo was published, and he was satisfied with the Lord when he got the benefits he should have. He focused more on wanting, on top of creating new things. In the middle of the night, after the party was disbanded, Harvey rode back to his house alone in the carriage. He was in a very happy mood. On the day Norton Knight was published, what kind of reward could he get? Although Norton Knights is published in Norton, it will actually be gradually sold throughout the kingdom. The influence of Count of Monte Cristo must be more than one level above it. My current mental strength and the spells he mastered are at best a lower level mage, barely mastering first order spells, but because I have not been exposed to magic since I was a child, the accumulated knowledge about the spellcaster is insufficient, and the knowledge is too narrow. It also limits the room for improvement. Harvey analyzed his current situation with both hands. Unknowingly, the noise around him became quiet. Just as he was thinking, the carriage came to a halt, and then Harvey heard the footsteps of the groom jumping to the ground and fleeing hastily. He suddenly lifted the black curtains in the car and saw the groom running away. The carriage stopped in a remote area away from the main road, near the river. The building on the right was dilapidated and old, and it looked like no one was living. The night is dark and the wind is high. In the wilderness, what will happen is not to say Harvey knows. Is there anyone I have sinned recently? Is it a member of the Elroy family? For an instant, Harvey realized his situation, silently chanting a spell, and a transparent and cold poisonous snake quietly wrapped around his right hand. First order spell Negative Energy Viper, Harvey's most important offensive spell. Harvey is still confused about this spell. The main reason is that the spell is too peculiar. The negative energy that constitutes the snake has the property of dispelling all material structures. As long as it is touched, the so-called negative energy will corrode. The material structure makes it disintegrate, even the light ball he created with the tiny miracle. It is because of this peculiar characteristic that it becomes very troublesome to learn more about it. There is no doubt that this offensive spell is very powerful. In the dim and quiet environment, Harvey could hear his heartbeat. He held his right hand and took a few deep breaths. This was the second time he felt danger in this world. With his keen mental touch, he could smell the strange atmosphere around him. This feeling was described as malice, and he also felt this malice that made him uncomfortable from the handsome second son of Elroy. His physical fitness is stronger than that of ordinary people, and he got out of the carriage without being timid, and continued to use Negative Energy Viper, which caused him a lot of mental loss. After a long time, his situation would become quite unfavorable. Soon, a few people walked out of the alley next to the rundown house, all with familiar faces. "Mr. Lester, I remember that my debt should have been paid off." Harvey squinted and said loudly to Lester, who walked out of the shadows. He was also accompanied by a few sturdy people. Thugs. The transparent viper poked its head out of his sleeve and watched his surroundings carefully. It seemed to be somewhat similar to the defensive instinct of an animal. Indeed, but it has nothing to do with the debt. Unfortunately, I should have given Mr. Adrian a reminder. You don't seem to understand what happened. Lester, the gentleman who came out on crutches, walked out of the alley. He held his hat with one hand and slowly said. Harvey pretended to be compelling and hurriedly said, "You mean you warned me to be careful about Elroy's family? I don't even understand where I offended them. What do you want to do to kill a nobleman's orthodoxy? The heir is a felony to be hanged. They will take care of all this, and now you don't need to know when you offended them." Lester didn't plan to waste his tongue with Harvey, and nodded to the strong man next to him. There was an obvious trauma. A thug smiled and said, "Seeing that he is as thin as a wooden stick, what can he do? Boy, just give up if you don't want to endure hardship. It's a matter of a few minutes, and I won't feel pain." www.readaloud.com. The three brawny men with fierce complexions swiftly stepped forward and had to reach out and grab Harvey. Really quite a thug-style line. Harvey amused himself with the humor in the dangerous environment, and silently put the illusion crystal in his hand into his pocket, and Lester seemed decisive and couldn't find out more information. Harvey is very decisive in controlling the negative energy viper to fly towards the brawny man. The transparent viper is nowhere to be found, passing directly through the heart of the three brawny, like an illusory image without any hindrance sense. You. What did you do?" The sturdy men who stepped forward only felt a cold in their chests, and then their bodies lost control and fell to the ground, looking at each other with horrified eyes and completely unclear what happened. They saw the strangest thing in their lives. The chest of their companion was burned by fire, and their clothes and flesh and blood were turned into ashes. The face of the thug was distorted by pain, but they could only fear watching their companion's body being swallowed by strange energy. Damn, let it stop. Help me. What is this? It hurts. The cry of desperation lasted less than 10 seconds before it ended. The negative energy corroded their throats, and they finally let out a faint grunt. Harvey's sympathy was not enough to give to the enemies who wanted to kill him. Snapped his fingers before their heads turned into ashes. A light ball condensed and illuminated the surrounding purgatory scene. He looked solemn. Lester said calmly, "Now Mr. Lester may be able to tell me why you are the caster." Lester's expression changed drastically. This was more troublesome than the status of a nobleman and was completely beyond his control. Chapter 60, Blood Vessel Ability. The condensed ball of light floated to Lester's side, attached to his black coat, and he turned into a big light bulb in the dark, and Harvey's figure quietly disappeared in the dark. Even the footsteps could not be heard. The light ball is created by Harvey similar to magic light. It was originally a spell created based on illumination to further optimize convenience. It has one more function that can be attached to objects than ordinary illumination. At night magic light is the best mark. Lester, who is stuck on the ball of light, can't hide his trace. Magic light is a similar function spell created by Harvey with Tiny Miracle, which simulates the effect. He will not be able to use the real magic light. Small Miracle in actual combat is more effective than Negative Energy Viper. The combination of a series of small miracles is no less effective than high-level spells that can instantly change the situation of the battle. Mr. Lester, you better give me a reason to leave your life, just like you spared me that night. Harvey's cold voice came from the darkness. Lester, in a cold sweat, glanced at the ball of light on his body, knowing that any of his movements had been observed by Harvey. In order not to disturb Harvey, his voice became softer. "I am willing to say everything I know. It is Kathy Elroy, the second son of the Elroy family, who wants your life. If you can spare me, I am willing to testify for you in court." Harvey's voice came from all directions. "Oh? That way you will be more difficult to escape the result of being hanged. The Elroy family will not let go of the executioners who indirectly killed their own family members." "Yes, Mr. Adrian, but I have decisive evidence, a complete transaction contract, which records the entire process of my transaction with him, with his signature and fingerprints on it. I can give it to you. I will leave the city after the testimony, and will not have any further contact with you or the Elroy family," Lester said sincerely. "This is a city named after the Elroy family. What can the court do? Lester looked at the completely ashes of the corpse by the river, and was frightened, but you are a spellcaster. They have reason to fear you. No one dares to conduct an unjustified corpse in front of you. Trial. Harvey, hidden in the darkness, put down the illusion crystal in his hand, and the illusion crystal completely recorded their conversation. The negative energy viper entwined in his hand attacked again, quietly rushing towards Lester. It is enough for the illusion crystal to record his words. If the evidence is not enough, he can still go to the contract, Lester said. Now Lester must die. Harvey's methods have been exposed, but he is not sure what other methods Lester has. It is impossible to let the tiger return to the mountain and let him go back to report to the Elroy family. They do it when they are prepared, and Harvey has no confidence to escape again. This time they were careless, thinking that Harvey was an ordinary person who did not violently attack. If an assassin was sent to launch a surprise attack, Harvey might belch without even having time to cast the spell. Hiss! There was a faint sound of breaking through the air, but Lester, who Harvey thought he was mortal, quickly twisted his body and escaped the attack. He immediately took out a musket from his arms and aimed it at the place where the sound came from. Trigger! Snapped! His every move was under Harvey's observation, and Harvey had finished chanting the spell when he raised the musket. Kang! 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 The sound of steel hitting the steel plate stimulated Harvey's ears, small miracle hardening his clothes. Although the strength is not high, it is more than enough to block the insufficiently powerful musket. The man dressed as a gentleman is the most threatening one in the group. Harvey moved his left hand slightly, and the negative energy viper entwined in his hand attacked again, several times faster than before, and ordinary people could no longer dodge it. With the light source of magic light technique, Lester vaguely saw the transparent poisonous snake. His face changed again and again, clutching a cane and twisting. A crisp sound of an organ sounded, and then his body went backward against the laws of physics. Flew more than 10 meters away from the attack range of the negative energy viper, a strange sword whip was inserted on the ground, and the sword body was divided into countless segments connected in series on a rope. This is... Harvey, who was observing in the dark, was taken aback and saw that the crutch Lester had been carrying had turned into a sword whip. Dozens of sharp blades are combined together, and the light side is smeared by such a thing, and the heavy side, even the flesh of the belt, will be scraped off. Mr. Lester, I didn't expect you to be an ordinary person. Harvey's voice seemed far and near, and he hit it deeper. Lester is one of the leaders of the underground forces in Elroy. It is indeed impossible to live without special means in the dark world without rules, let alone become a leader. The sword whip recycles around Lester's body, like a poisonous snake issuing a fatal warning. Lester, who was forced out of his trump card, looked away from the darkness and did not dare to relax. This is an ability he is proud of. Legend has it that his family inherited the blood of a well-known knight in the kingdom of Baron. It was special when he was very young. Ability is insight. His ability is to control the expansion and contraction of metal, so he made a peculiar sword and whip weapon disguised as a crutch to be carried around. With his current strength, he can control the sword and whip to easily penetrate a thick marble column that two people hold together. He once thought that with this special ability, he could even fear a formal spellcaster, but Harvey felt too weird for him. He couldn't even figure out what spell he used, and only the middle or upper mage would have it. So many weird methods. He regrets that his intestines are all green, and he yells at Kathy in his heart, and hates that he shouldn't agree to this action so easily. Mr. Adrian, now I just want to save my life, do I have to make you die? Lester said in a deep voice, moving his body back bit by bit. Choosing to act in an unpopulated area now made him escape. Harvey would not dare to take a shot if he could get to the crowded street, and the light ball stuck on his body would not be so conspicuous under the light source such as street lamp. There was a moment of silence. Pop! There was a faint voice in the darkness, like kicking a small stone, and Harvey's figure faintly appeared at the source of the sound. chance. The sword whip surrounding Lester was tightened abruptly, shaped like a spring, except that the tip of the sword was facing the place where the sound was made. The entire process was less than half a second before the tightened whip was suddenly pierced out. With a piercing scream, the sword whip spanned a distance of more than 10 meters and penetrated Harvey's body. He still has confidence in his abilities. Never believe that Harvey, who was just an ordinary person a few months ago, has become a high-level spellcaster. It's awful. Lester didn't feel the sensation of the sword whip penetrating the real thing, and the sword whip suddenly pulled back to defend. The transparent viper quietly approached him when he attacked, turning into air, passing through the defense of the sword and whip, and then leaking from his chest. Lester felt his chest numb, and his body couldn't help falling softly to the ground. Reading www.theyugonshu.com sword whip split into two and fell to the ground with a crisp sound, and the negative energy viper corroded with the metal material. He lay on the ground and panted heavily. The pain of corrosion from the back of his internal organs hit his nerves. His eyes were full of blood, and he gritted his teeth and grinned miserably. Cough, I didn't expect that I would have a gutter overturned one day. Damn, you can't be that Harvey Adrian. What the are you people? I should have known. What exactly did the Adrian family do with taboo magic? He coughed up blood and murmured unwillingly, before his eyes faded and turned into a dead person. Sure enough, the legends about the blood of knights are also true. In addition to spells, there are strange abilities in this world. At this time, Harvey walked out of the darkness, his forehead overflowed with dense sweat. He came to the location where Lester was attacking and picked up the illusion crystal. This is the bait he threw over with tiny miracles. He was prepared to play his stereo projection beforehand. If Lester hadn't taken the bait, Harvey wouldn't dare to take it rashly. Harvey searched before Lester's body was completely corroded into ashes, and found a key in the interlayer of the clothes. After looking around and confirming that there was no one around, he hurriedly left this place of right and wrong. The remaining mental power was already there. Not enough to support him to cast another round of spell battle. In this battle, he won because of the use of the environment and Lester's ignorance of his methods. In terms of actual combat effectiveness, Lester's weird ability is definitely better. If it is a white sky and ground environment, Lester can rely on the sword and whip to drive his body to avoid Harvey's negative energy viper attack, and finally launch the same stabbing at a long distance. Harvey's physical fitness is good, but he hasn't managed to avoid a long-range stabbing that is faster than a bullet.